Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Aldric. The clash of steel and the crackle of chaotic magic reverberate around me. I swing my blade, cutting through the air, and a dark elf warrior with equal precision. I prefer the use of my weapon, with the power of my magic behind it. Daybreak paints the sky in hues of orange and pink, an ironic backdrop to the violence unfolding. The dark elves pour out from the woods, their eyes glowing with malevolent glee. "Hold the line!" My voice booms over the cacophony. "Don't let them breach the base!" A fireball whizzes past my head, narrowly missing me. I retaliate, thrusting my sword into a dark elf's chest, feeling the resistance give way under my strength. Blood splatters across my face, mingling with sweat. I wipe it away, eyes scanning for the next threat. A figure darts towards me, sleek, fast, wielding a jagged blade that hums with magic. I parry the attack, our swords clashing with a screech that sets my teeth on edge. "You're too slow," he hisses, her violet eyes narrowing. I grin, muscles tensing as I push him back. "And you're too arrogant." With a powerful swing, I knock his weapon aside and drive my blade into his gut. She gasps, a mix of shock and rage crossing his features before he crumples to the ground. "Aldric!" A shout draws my attention to another skirmish nearby. I turn to see one of my comrades struggling against two dark elves. With a swift motion, I unfurl my wings and leap into the fray, landing heavily behind them. My wings sweep out in a powerful arc, sending one of the elves sprawling. The other turns to face me but hesitates, just long enough for me to decapitate him. "Thanks," my comrade pants, his relief palpable. "Stay sharp," I reply, scanning the battlefield once more. The ground is littered with bodies, both vrakken and dark elves. Blood soaks into the earth, turning it into a morbid mosaic of life lost and battles won. The smell of charred flesh and ozone fills the air as spells collide and explode around us. A sudden pain sears through my side. I stagger but stay upright. Glancing down, I see a deep gash leaking blood. No time to tend to it now. My side burns, but I push the pain aside. The battle rages on, demanding every ounce of focus. Another dark elf approaches, his jagged sword gleaming with dark energy. His sneer is enough to stoke my anger. "You look tired, vrakken," he taunts, circling me like a predator. I meet his gaze, unfurling my wings. "I'll rest when you're dead." We clash. Our swords meet with a deafening clang, sparks flying. I parry his blows, each one faster than the last. He's quick, but I'm stronger. I force him back step by step, channeling my magic through the blade. A blast of chaos magic explodes between us, throwing us both off balance. He recovers first and lunges at me. I twist away, narrowly avoiding his blade. "You fight well for a surface dweller," he admits grudgingly. I smirk. "And you die well for a dark elf." Our swords lock again. This time I'm ready for his tricks. I sidestep and drive my elbow into his ribs, hearing the satisfying crack of bone. He stumbles, giving me the opening I need to run him through. Before I can catch my breath, another elf is on me. This one's more cautious, watching me with calculating eyes. "Let's see how you fare against someone who thinks," he sneers. I charge him, swinging my sword in a wide arc. He dodges easily and retaliates with a slash that graces my arm. "Think fast," he quips. I summon a burst of magic and send it at him. He counters with his own spell, the two forces colliding in a blinding flash of light. The shockwave knocks us both back. As we regain our footing, he darts forward and swings at my head. I raise my sword to block, but too late. I feel the sharp sting as his blade shears through my hair. Rage surges through me as I stagger back, clutching the severed strands in disbelief. My hair, my pride, lies scattered on the ground. "You'll pay for that," I growl through gritted teeth. His laugh grates on my nerves. "Come and collect." We circle each other, magic crackling in the air between us. He feints left. I anticipate it and strike right. Our swords clash again in a flurry of sparks and fury. This time there's no hesitation in me, only pure determination fueled by anger and humiliation. We exchange blows rapidly, neither gaining the upper hand until finally, with a roar of defiance, I channel all my strength into one final strike. My sword cleaves through his defenses and sinks deep into his chest. He gasps once before collapsing at my feet. Breathing heavily, I wipe blood from my face and look around for the next challenger. The battle isn't over yet, and neither am I. I continue to swing my blade, each movement becoming more labored. Sweat and blood mix on my skin, stinging the wounds that cover my body. The dark elves keep coming, their relentless assault pushing us back. I glance around and my heart sinks. Many of my comrades lie motionless on the ground, their magic exhausted, their bodies broken. The sun creeps higher, its light sapping our strength. My wings feel heavier with each beat, and I see some of my kin reduced to nearly nothing under its merciless rays. While nothing can kill us but a god himself, the sun, without our glamour in place, can strip us of flesh and life until we are practically nothing. And with the fighting, I'm not shocked at the amount of weakened vrakken littering the ground around me, all without the magic to protect themselves. A dark elf charges at me, his blade aimed for my heart. I parry and counter with a swift strike to his neck, but it's a fleeting victory. More elves swarm around me, their chaotic magic crackling in the air. We're losing ground rapidly. My vision blurs for a moment. I shake my head to clear it, forcing myself to stay focused. Then I notice something odd. There aren't as many bodies as there should be. For every vrakken that falls, I expect to see dark elf corpses littering the battlefield as well, but they're conspicuously absent. Instead, some of our fallen seem to have simply disappeared. A horrifying realization dawns on me. They're taking our people, and not just us, humans too. The slaves and servants who had taken refuge within our base are missing. "Cover me!" I shout to a nearby comrade before taking off into the air for a better view. From above, the grim scene is even clearer. Dark elves are dragging away vrakken and humans alike into the forest's shadows. Rage boils within me. This isn't just an attack. It's a raid. A sharp pain slices through my wing, and I spiral downwards, crashing hard into the dirt. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I push myself up just in time to deflect another attack. "We're being overrun!" One of my kin shouts as he fights off two dark elves simultaneously. He's right. The base is going to fall. There are too few of us left standing. Every strike feels like delaying the inevitable rather than turning the tide. "Regroup!" I bellow over the chaos, trying to gather what's left of our forces. But even as we attempt to form a defensive line, it's clear we're outmatched. Dark elves press in from all sides, their numbers seemingly endless. We're going to lose this fight if we can't find a way to turn things around quickly, or retreat before we're all captured or killed. The ground shakes as another explosion rocks the battlefield, sending debris flying everywhere. Through the smoke and dust, I catch glimpses of more vrakken being dragged away by our relentless enemies. My grip tightens on my sword hilt until my knuckles turn white. We can't let them win, not like this. But as another wave of dark elves crashes against us like a relentless tide, hope starts slipping through my fingers like sand in an hourglass running out of time. I can't hold the line any longer. The dark elves close in, and the sight of my fallen kin stings my eyes. Each breath feels like fire in my lungs. The weight of defeat presses down on me, but I force myself to stand tall. "Fall back!" I shout, but it's more a plea than a command. The few remaining vrakken hear me, their eyes reflecting the same desperation I feel. We need to survive. We need to warn the others. With a final swing of my blade, I cut through another dark elf and turn to flee. My wings beat heavily, pain shooting through every sinew. The ground beneath me blurs as I push forward, dodging spells and arrows that whiz past. A dark elf grabs at my wing. I twist violently, breaking free with a snarl. The momentum sends me sprawling, but I scramble up and continue running. The edge of the forest looms ahead, a gateway to temporary safety. I plunge into the underbrush, branches clawing at my skin. My heart pounds in my ears, drowning out the distant screams and clashes of battle. Each step feels like an eternity, but I push on, driven by duty and the need to survive. As I look back, though, I see that I am the only one that made it out alive. No one else escaped with me. It's up to me to find the wild-spawned portal and get back to the council to tell them what happened. Finally, I see the entrance to the underground tunnels. It's hard to spot which protected us for so long, but I see the shimmer of magic against the rock. I know it's the portal. Relief floods me as I stagger inside, darkness swallowing me whole. My wings fold painfully against my back as I navigate the twisting passageways leading deeper into our domain. For so long it was all any of us knew, and it's disorienting to be back here. The familiar hum of magic in these tunnels offers a small comfort. Here, we're stronger, safer. We were made from the magic of the wild spawned, pockets of intense magic scattered across Protheka, and we are always better off in them, or I thought. Until the dark elves found a portal in our bases, we thought the wild spawns would hide us, that the dark elves wouldn't sense our magic. For centuries, we stayed buried deep in the tunnels after a lost war against the creatures. But it seems we were foolish. We built above-ground bases hidden in the pockets of magic, planning an attack, and this whole time, they knew we were there. It makes me wonder how many other things I've been wrong about.
Chapter 2. Eloen. Wait! I scream. No! My family is right in front of me, bleeding on the floor, and there is nothing I can do to save them. I swipe at them, trying to grab them, to help, to do something. But before I can reach them, I'm yanked back. Gasping, I sit up. It was just a dream, I whisper to myself as I try to calm my racing heart. My room is dark, though there are no windows, so I'm not sure what time it is. Still, it doesn't help keep the images from flashing before my eyes again. Though the light wouldn't either. The echoes of the past never leave me. They cling like shadows, whispering in the quiet moments. I remember the smell of the forest after a rain, the way sunlight dappled through leaves, and the laughter of my family. We were happy once, nestled in our small village, far from the reach of dark elves. My father taught me to hunt. He'd laugh when I missed a shot, but his eyes always held pride. "You'll get it next time," he'd say, ruffling my fiery hair. My mother, with her gentle hands and soft songs, made every day feel like a blessing. My little brother's mischievous grin still haunts my dreams. But that life shattered in an instant. The dark elves came without warning, their magic lighting up the night with deadly beauty. Screams filled the air as our village burned. I tried to fight back, grabbing a knife from our kitchen. It was useless against their power. I remember the cruel laughter as they cut down my father. My mother's pleading eyes as she shielded my brother. They took them all, leaving me alone in a sea of blood and fire. I was dragged away, bound and gagged, a prize for their twisted games. Days blurred into nights as they transported me to their city, a place of dark grandeur and cold beauty. The chains around my wrists were more than just metal. They were a symbol of my stolen freedom. Life as a slave was harsh. Every day was a battle for survival, but I refused to break. I learned their ways, watched them with keen eyes, and waited for any chance to escape. The scars on my body are reminders of those years, proof that I survived what should have destroyed me. I don't remember how long I was chained up and left at their mercy. Time lost meaning. The only thing that kept me going was the memory of my family's faces and the burning desire for revenge. One night, as the darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides, I heard a commotion outside my cell. The heavy door creaked open, and in walked a figure I'd never seen before. Pale skin, dark eyes, and an air of otherworldly power. A vrakken. "Come with me if you want to live," he said, his voice low and commanding. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled to my feet, wincing as the chains clinked against the stone floor. He snapped his fingers, and the chains fell away. Magic. The same force that had imprisoned me now offered a chance at freedom. We moved quickly through the dark corridors of the dark elf stronghold. The vrakken moved with a grace and speed that left me struggling to keep up. "Why are you helping me?" I asked between gasps for breath. "No one deserves to be left with these monsters," he replied curtly, "and I want to give you the chance to get away from them." He led me through hidden paths and underground tunnels until we reached a place that felt alive with magic, a wild spont base. It was there I was introduced to Raziel and Celine, a vrakken and his human mate that led the base. The air thrummed with energy, making my skin tingle. Once there, my struggle wasn't over. Finding a place among the vrakken proved more challenging than escaping my captors. They were an insular race, driven by apathy rather than malice, but they had little use for someone like me, a human with no magic. Not to mention, it was startling to learn they only drink blood. It made them more dangerous than the dark elves in my eyes. But I haven't been attacked. Yet. I learned as much as I could about them, initially wary of trusting them. But they are the opposite of the dark elves. The grey-skinned bastards were created to flaunt the vrakken, and while a lengthy war was waged, the vrakken eventually escaped underground, finding it better to have their own place than to war with the dark elves. The vrakken don't have an interest in controlling everything like the dark elves. Or at least they didn't. It seems that some things have changed. Centuries beneath the surface, stuck in tunnels and caverns with wings that can't be fully spread, drove them to seek out one thing: defeating the dark elves. So now the immortal race is on the surface. I've tried to make myself useful, helping wherever I could, learning their ways. Raziel and Selene have been kind enough, but it's clear they have their own struggles leading this new base. So I train every day, pushing my body to its limits, honing my skills with weapons, and learning about their magic from a distance, waiting for my chance to finally strike and get my revenge. But even among these strange allies, I feel out of place. A human among immortals, fueled by vengeance while they seemed indifferent to everything around them except their survival. Every night, I lay awake thinking about my family and wondering if I'd ever truly belong anywhere again. Yet I refuse to give up. I'll find my place here or die trying. Shaking off the memories, I swing my feet out of bed. I need to get moving before my memories entirely consume me. My muscles ache from yesterday's training, but I push the discomfort aside. Pain is an old friend now, a reminder of what I fight for. I pull on my worn leathers and lace up my boots, fingers nimble despite the early hour. The base is quiet, save for the occasional whisper of wings or the murmur of distant conversations. The vrakken are mostly nocturnal, but I've learned to carve out my own time in their world. I head to the training grounds, a section of the wild spont that Raziel cleared for combat practice. The space thrums with magic, each breath invigorating and almost electric. I draw my dagger, its blade catching the faint light. It feels right in my hand, an extension of my will. Every slash, every thrust, carries with it the weight of my past and the promise of my future. Sweat beads on my forehead as I move through drills, muscles straining and burning. The faces of my family flash before me with every strike. My father's proud smile, my mother's gentle touch, my brother's laughter. Faster, I mutter to myself. Stronger. My breath comes in ragged gasps as I push harder. There's no room for weakness. Weakness means death. Weakness means failure. After an hour or so, when my arms tremble from exertion and my shirt sticks to my back with sweat, I switch to sparring with one of the vrakken guards. He's faster than any dark elf I've faced, but less cruel. We trade blows in silence, each impact resonating through my bones. Not bad, he grunts as we break apart, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not good enough, I reply, sheathing my dagger. I wipe sweat from my brow and head to the small stream that runs through part of the base to clean up. The cold water is a shock to my system but refreshing. As I wash away the grime and sweat, I catch a glimpse of myself in the water's surface. Fierce green eyes staring back at me. My reflection reminds me that I'm not just fighting for revenge. I'm fighting for survival and for a future where no one else has to endure what I did. I dry off and grab a quick meal, some dried meat and bread from our supplies, before heading to take care of my chores. We all help out around the base, with hunting or farming or cleaning. It helps the new humans find a place and keeps us all on equal footing. At least that's why I assume Celine and Raziel assign us all positions. This routine is what keeps me grounded amidst chaos and uncertainty. It's what keeps me strong and ready for whatever comes next. There's no time to dwell on what was lost, only on what can be won.
Chapter 3. Aldrik. The tunnels stretch endlessly before me, their cool, damp air a welcome relief from the scorching chaos above. Each step echoes softly against the stone, a somber reminder of our hidden existence. The cavern beneath the mountain range yawns open to my right, its vastness dotted with the ghostly figures of vrakken flying in rhythmic patterns. Wings beat silently like shadows in a dream. I pause for a moment, watching them. They soar effortlessly, a dance of strength and grace. Not all have returned to the surface, I muse. Maybe not all ever will. The council keeps sending us, scouts, warriors, yet they remain underground, rooted in their stone thrones. My lips twist into a bitter smile. We're meant to train and prepare for a war that feels more distant with each passing day. The council speaks of strategy and readiness, but their actions, they don't match their words. My hair's short now, a constant reminder of the battle lost above. I push these thoughts aside as I approach the council room. The entrance looms ahead, flanked by 2 guards who nod respectfully as I pass. Inside, the space opens up into a grand hall, every inch carved from the living rock. At the center sits Brynda, her fiery hair a stark contrast against the cold stone. She sits at the center of a long table raised on a platform, her presence commanding and fierce. The other council members flank her, but it's Brynda's gaze that captures me. Her green eyes narrow as she takes in my disheveled state. "Aldrik," she begins, voice steady but laced with concern. "What has happened?" The Dark Elves launched a sudden attack on the surface base. A murmur ripples through the council. Brynda raises a hand, silencing them. "Tell us what happened." "They came in overwhelming numbers," I say, recalling the chaos. "Hundreds, maybe more. Their ferocity was unmatched. They tore through our defenses like they were nothing." A council member leans forward, eyes narrowed. "How did they breach our barriers?" "They used their magic," I reply. "We weren't prepared for that level of assault. We weren't even aware that they were in the wild spawns, that they knew of them. We would have needed to strengthen our borders if we had. I try not to sound accusatory. I don't know if the council was aware of the attack or the Dark Elves' movements, but I must assume they were. Otherwise, our war effort is hopelessly underprepared. Another voice chimes in, this one sharper, accusatory. And our warriors? What happened to them? I take a deep breath, the memories of fallen comrades flashing before me. They fought valiantly, but we were outnumbered and outmatched. Many fell in battle, reduced to something that can't be saved. Those who survived, they're either captured or scattered. Brinda's gaze narrows just a fraction. And you? How did you escape? Pure luck, I admit, swallowing hard. I was cornered by one of their fighters. He managed to shear my hair. I gesture to my short locks, a raw wound still fresh in my mind. Bastard! Brinda's voice is full of shock and anger. Yes, I say, my voice hardening with resolve. It almost seemed as if he knew what it would mean to us. It's not unlike a dark elf to find one angers another and use it in battle. One council member weighs in. Another council member speaks up, their tone laced with urgency. What about their strategy? Did you notice any patterns or weaknesses? I nod, recalling the chaotic dance of battle. They rely heavily on their magic for both offense and defense, but it is clear that they don't fight in ranks. They are focused on individual pursuit, driving apart our ranks. Brinda taps her fingers against the stone table, deep in thought. And their leader? Did you see who was commanding them? No clear leader, I reply, but they all poured out of the forest. And as cowardly as they are, I could believe they had a leader waiting in the woods, too afraid to fight himself. Silence falls over the room as they digest my words. Brinda's eyes meet mine once more, searching for any sign of weakness. Despite my exhaustion, I stand tall. My wings are tucked in tightly at my back, never letting them sink even as they ache. I fought hard, and I refuse to give them a reason to doubt me, especially since my wings signal something more. We once all had wings, back when the first, the woman who our god Akildama made into a vrakken to start our race, still walked among us. But the more generations of vrakken that have been made have muddied our blood. Now the vrakken are too apathetic, wingless with weaker magic. Not everyone can even sun glamour anymore. Which is another reason we should fight, to find what happened to the first, who is a goddess in her own right and disappeared during the war. The council begins to deliberate, their voices a murmur of concern and strategy. They seem to forget I'm even here, lost in their own discussions. This attack changes everything, one member says, her voice trembling with the weight of realization. It signals the start of a war we might not be ready for. We've been preparing for years, another counters, though there's a hint of doubt in his tone. There's still so much we don't know about the surface. The Dark Elves have had the upper hand for centuries. Brinda remains silent, her eyes fixed on some distant point as she processes the gravity of our situation. The others continue to talk, their words blending into a tapestry of fear and uncertainty. If this war mirrors the last, someone whispers, we could face the same end. But it's worse now, another chimes in, voice tight with anxiety. The Dark Elves know we're still here, under the mountain. Their 13 maws are not waiting for them like they thought before. Their words sink in, each one a lead weight on my already heavy heart. All we ever wanted was to hunt freely and soar through open skies. The tunnels offer neither game nor space, only cold stone and cramped quarters. The only thing that drove us out was necessity, the lack of animals and the suffocating confines. Are we prepared to face this again? Brinda's voice cuts through the chatter, drawing everyone's attention. One of the elder council members speaks up, his tone grave. We must learn more about the surface, about our enemy. We cannot fight blind. They continue to discuss strategies and reconnaissance missions, but my mind drifts. I think of my comrades, those who fought bravely and fell, those who are now captured or worse. I want to hunt freely again, to feel the wind against my wings without fear or constraint. I want my people to thrive, not merely survive in these dark tunnels. The council's deliberations grow heated, voices clashing like swords in the air. I stand at attention, fists clenched at my sides, my jaw set in a rigid line. Brynda slams her hand on the table. "We cannot afford to delay. The Dark Elves have already breached our defenses." One of the elder members scoffs. "Rushing into action will only lead to more losses." "We need more information," another interjects. "We cannot send our people into a battle blindly." "And how do you propose we gather that information?" Brynda retorts, eyes flashing. "Wait until they attack again. Let them dictate our every move?" I can't help but agree with her. My blood burns with the need to act, to strike back at those who dare to defile our sanctum. "The scouts," one council member suggests, voice strained with desperation. "Send more scouts to the surface. Gather intel before we commit to any large-scale actions." "We've been sending scouts for years," Brynda snaps. "And what have we learned?" I want to speak up, to tell them that waiting will only give the Dark Elves more time to prepare, to strengthen their forces. But I hold my tongue, knowing my place in this room. Another elder raises his voice, cutting through the noise. "We must consider our resources. Our numbers are not what they once were." My muscles tense, every fiber of my being ready for battle. I think of the comrades I've lost, the base that now lies in ruins. We cannot afford hesitation. Brynda's gaze sweeps over the room, landing on me for a moment before moving on. "We've built as many numbers as we can. It's time for us to get ready to retaliate. We nearly defeated them before," she finally says, her voice steadying the room's tumultuous energy. "It's time we finish what we have been planning for all these years." The room falls silent as her words hang in the air. One of the elders sighs heavily. "And if we fail?" "We won't," she responds without hesitation, her eyes moving to look at me. The council exchanges glances, their frustration palpable but mingled with a grudging respect. I nod slowly, seeing her decision made. "Very well," she declares. "We prepare for war."
Chapter 4. Eloen. I plunge my hands into the soapy water, scrubbing the grime from another set of armour. The repetitive task soothes my restless mind, a small reprieve from the storm brewing inside me. The memory of my family's screams, the dark elves' laughter, it all haunts me. I work harder, faster, trying to outrun those ghosts. A sudden commotion breaks through my thoughts. Raised voices and hurried footsteps echo through the base. I drop the armour, water splashing onto my boots as I wipe my hands on a cloth. Curiosity prickles at me. I step out of the dimly lit storage room into the courtyard outside the main hall, catching sight of Celine's striking white blonde hair. She stands beside Raziel, his dark wings folded tight against his back. But it's not them who hold everyone's attention. Two strangers stand beside them. The first is a man with long black hair cascading down his back, his skin pale as moonlight. His wings, massive and dark, flare out slightly as he surveys the room with intense amber eyes. Next to him is a woman with tan skin and curly dark hair braided down her back. She's muscular, with sharp features that lead me to believe she's a vrakken even without the wings. "Who are they?" whispers dart around. Raziel's voice cuts through the noise. "We have new allies." Allies. That word excites me. We need all the help we can get if we're to stand against the Dark Elves. I edge closer, wanting a better look at these newcomers. The man stands tall, exuding an air of authority that's impossible to ignore. The woman beside him mirrors his confidence, but carries something more. Determination etched into every line of her body. Celine's honey-coloured eyes catch mine briefly before she turns back to address everyone. These two have valuable skills that will aid us in our fight. The crowd murmurs in response, a mixture of relief and skepticism swirling in the air. I can't help but wonder what these strangers have endured to end up here, ready to join our cause. The woman's gaze sweeps across the gathered vrakken and humans alike, landing on me for a heartbeat longer than comfortable. There's something familiar in her eyes, something fierce and unbroken. Raziel gestures for everyone to disperse, but curiosity roots me in place. The two newcomers exchange a look before following Celine and Raziel deeper into the base. Hours pass, and my curiosity gnaws at me like a starved beast. It's been a while since I've seen Selene, and I wonder what the arrival of these two newcomers mean. We get new humans regularly, but this seemed different. I make my way to the library, a place where Celine often retreats to strategize with Raziel. The winding corridors of the base feel more confining than usual, the air thick with unspoken tension. When I enter the library, the scent of aged parchment and ink greets me, a comforting contrast to the chaos outside. Celine sits at a long table covered in maps and scrolls, her face illuminated by magical orbs floating overhead. Raziel stands beside her, his wings half open in a stance that speaks of both protection and readiness. The newcomers are there too. The man's imposing presence fills the room, his black wings almost touching the ceiling. The woman stands close to him, her posture mirroring his alertness, but with an edge of something softer, resilience tempered by compassion. "Celine," I call softly, not wanting to intrude but unable to keep my distance any longer. Celine looks up, her eyes lighting up when she sees me. "Eloen, come in." I approach the table, my gaze flickering to the other two. Up close, they're even more formidable. His amber eyes seem to pierce through me, assessing my worth in an instant. Her hazel eyes are kinder but no less intense. "Eloen, meet Nikolai and his mate Jessa." Celine introduces me with a warm smile. "They come from another base." "It's nice to meet you," I say, dipping my head slightly in respect. Nikolai nods in acknowledgement. "And you. We've heard much about the very first base. We decided it was time to come see it for ourselves." "I hope it impresses you," I reply with a hint of a smile, still trying to gauge these two. Jessa steps forward, extending her hand. "It's good to meet you, Eloen." I take her hand, noting the strength in her grip. "Likewise." I glance at Jessa and Nikolai, curiosity burning in my chest. "What was your base like?" "We were only there briefly," Nikolai says, his voice deep and resonant. "Our time was spent mostly in preparing the temple." I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. "The temple?" Nikolai's gaze intensifies, his wings shifting slightly as he speaks. "Yes. My past is rooted in the temple. I grew up there, surrounded by the teachings of the First and Akeldama." His words carry a weight that commands attention. I find myself leaning in, eager to hear more. "The temple is a sacred place," Nikolai continues. "It's where we honour our origins and remember the power that flows through our veins. But over time, I noticed a growing complacency among our people. They forgot what it means to be vrakken." Jessa nods along, her expression reverent. The devotion in her eyes surprises me. It's rare to see such passion among vrakken. Nikolai's voice grows firmer. "I came above ground to remind everyone of the First and Akeldama, who we should be honouring. Our strength comes from them, and we must never forget that." His words strike a chord within me. The fervour in his voice is unlike anything I've heard from a vrakken before. Most of them are detached, almost apathetic about their history and purpose. "Do you believe it will make a difference?" I ask, my voice softer than I intended. Nikolai meets my gaze, unwavering. "I do. If we remember who we are and where we come from, we can harness our true potential." Jessa places a hand on his arm, her touch gentle but supportive. "We've already seen changes," she adds quietly. "More are beginning to remember and honour the old ways." I nod slowly, absorbing their words. It's clear they both believe deeply in their mission. For the first time in a long while, I feel a flicker of hope, a sense that maybe, just maybe, things can change. I look at Selena, questions bubbling to the surface. "Were you at that base too?" Celine nods, her expression softening. "Yes, it's the one we went to visit a few months ago. We helped restore order and sent some recruits to build the temple, but we went back for Nikolai and Jessa's mating ceremony." Her words sink in slowly, and I find myself processing each piece of information. The idea of them all working together to build something sacred is foreign, yet fascinating. But before I can delve deeper into that thought, something else she said catches my attention. "That's not what brought us here, though," Jessa mutters, and something in her voice catches my attention. I turn to look at Selene, who is exchanging a look with Raziel. It's not the first time I've felt like an outsider. I can still see a bit of a divide between the two. Raziel is a vrakken, and I can tell that while he loves Selene, he doesn't share her affinity for every human that is brought into this place. But Selene tilts her head, giving her mate some look that must convey I'm worthy of whatever they were talking about. Because Raziel then gives a nearly imperceptible nod, and Selena turns back to face me. "A few days ago, we heard rumours of an attack from the Dark Elves," Selene continues, her voice lowering. Jessa nods, looking tense. "But we haven't received any word from the other bases confirming a problem. We don't know where it was." My heart skips a beat, dread pooling in my stomach. "An attack?" I whisper, barely able to form the words. Selene nods again, her eyes serious. "Yes, that's why we came back here, to strategize and prepare." The room seems to close in around me. The memories of my family's death, my time as a slave, it all rushes back with a vengeance. I thought I had escaped them, left that nightmare behind. But it seems the Dark Elves are never far away. I clench my fists, trying to steady myself. "What do we do now?" I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. "We plan," Raziel says firmly. "We fortify our defences and prepare for whatever comes next." Nikolai steps forward, his presence commanding attention. "We have strengths they underestimate. Our knowledge of magic and the wild spawns gives us an edge." Jessa nods in agreement, her fierce eyes meeting mine. "We're not alone in this fight." Their confidence is reassuring, but the fear gnaws at me nonetheless. The Dark Elves are relentless, and I know all too well what they're capable of. But as I look around the room at these determined faces, Celine's warmth, Raziel's resolve, Nikolai's intensity, Jessa's quiet strength, I feel a spark of hope ignite within me. And this time, I won't be running from the Dark Elves. I'll be ready to fight back.
Chapter 5. Aldric. The council chambers hum with tension. I stand tall, my wings folded tightly against my back, listening to the heated debates and whispered arguments. The attack on our surface base has shaken them to their core, and they know we can't afford to be caught off guard again. Brinda's piercing green eyes meet mine, and she rises from her seat, her fiery hair catching the dim light of the chamber. "Aldric!" she calls, her voice commanding attention. "You must return to the surface," Brinda continues, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Warn the other bases. Prepare them for what's coming." "Understood," I reply, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. Brinda's wings unfurl slightly as she approaches me, her expression fierce yet calculated. "This isn't just about survival, Aldric. We need to show strength, unity. The Dark Elves can't see us falter." "I won't let them, I vow." "Good," she says, a hint of approval in her eyes. "You have proven yourself as a strong warrior. We need you to be More than that now. Be a leader. Rally our forces. I nod, the responsibility settling heavily on my shoulders. The council members murmur their agreement, their faces etched with determination and fear. And you must leave at once. I've rarely seen her so serious. Time is of the utmost importance. My mind races with the enormity of the task ahead. The surface is dangerous, unpredictable, but there's no time for hesitation or doubt. Consider it done, I say firmly. As I turn to leave, Brynda places a hand on my arm, her grip surprisingly gentle for someone so fierce. Remember your training, she says softly, and remember why we fight. I won't forget, I assure her, before stepping out of the chamber and into the labyrinthine tunnels leading to the surface. The path ahead is fraught with danger and uncertainty, but there's no turning back now. My people depend on me, and I will not fail them. The weight of responsibility presses down on me like a physical burden as I make my way through the tunnels. Each step feels heavier than the last, but I push forward, driven by duty and the memory of my fallen comrades. The air grows colder as I ascend, the familiar chill of the surface a stark reminder of what's at stake. Finally, I emerge, stepping through the portal and into the twilight of the closest surface base. The camp is bustling with activity, vrakken and human alike going about their tasks with an uneasy tension. They don't know what's coming. Not yet. I stride into the center of the base, my presence commanding attention. Conversations die down, eyes turning to me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Everyone, gather around, I call out, my voice echoing in the open space. The crowd assembles quickly, faces etched with concern. I see Eloen among them, her gaze steady and resolute. It gives me a small measure of comfort to see her strength. The Dark Elves have attacked our surface base, I begin, not sugarcoating the truth. They came in overwhelming numbers and with brutal ferocity. We barely escaped with our lives. Gasps and murmurs ripple through the Regut crowd. Fear is palpable in their eyes, but I can't let it consume them. The council has sent me to tell you all we must prepare, I continue, raising my voice to cut through the growing panic. We cannot be caught off guard again. Training needs to be increased immediately. We need every able-bodied person ready for combat. A vrakken steps forward, the base leader presumably, his face pale but determined. How will we know when the next attack is coming? The council will send word, I reply firmly. We won't let them surprise us again. The Dark Elves thrive on fear and chaos. We will give them neither. My words bolster the crowd's resolve, their fear slowly giving way to determination. Quickly, the crowd disperses, determination flooding the base itself. The base leader looks to me, nodding his head. Good luck spreading the word. May the first grant you swift travel. And may Akaldama protect us all, I answer, pressing a fist to my chest before shooting back up into the air. I move from base to base like a shadow, delivering the same dire message at each stop. My wings beat tirelessly against the cold night air, the urgency of my mission propelling me forward. At every camp, I gather the vrakken and humans alike, their faces blurring together in my exhaustion. Prepare for war, I declare at each location, my voice echoing through the darkness. The Dark Elves have attacked. We must be ready. Each time, I see the same fear and resolve in their eyes. The base leaders nod grimly, immediately rallying their forces. There is no time for pleasantries or rest. I must keep moving. The night stretches on, an endless sequence of flying and speaking. My body aches, fatigue gnawing at my bones. But I push through it, driven by the knowledge that our survival depends on these warnings. By the time dawn starts to break, my vision blurs with exhaustion. My wings feel heavy, each flap a monumental effort. It's been over a full day since I've rested, and after the battle this morning, even I am waning. I spot a day grazing in a nearby clearing and dive toward it, my wings slicing through the air with precision. The creature doesn't sense me until it's too late. I land silently, my feet barely touching the ground before I close the distance between us. In one swift motion, I sink my fangs into its neck, feeling the shudder of its body as its lifeblood flows into me. Warmth floods through my veins, spreading like wildfire, restoring my strength and magic. My body hums with renewed power, each pulse of the day's essence invigorating me. The sun glamour weaves around me like a protective cloak, shimmering faintly as it shields me from the dawn's first light. I take a moment to relish this fleeting respite, my senses heightened, every detail around me sharp and vivid. I straighten up, wiping blood from my lips with the back of my hand. The day lies motionless at my feet, its sacrifice not in vain. With renewed vigor, I launch myself into the sky once more. The final base lies ahead, just beyond the horizon. My wings cut through the morning air as I fly toward our last stronghold, determination burning brighter than ever before. I land at Raziel's base, the familiar rocky landscape of the wild spot vibrating with the pulse of magic. The first base. It feels like a lifetime ago since I last saw it. I stretch my wings, shaking off the fatigue that clings to me despite my recent feat. This place has always felt different, more alive. Maybe it's the history, or maybe it's just the sheer power of the wild spot. Before I can even step inside to seek out Raziel, he emerges from the entrance, his tall, lean frame backlit by the dim light within. His dark brown eyes narrow as they lock onto me, suspicion etched across his pale face. "Aldric," he says, his voice carrying a weight of authority and familiarity. "What brings you here in such haste?" "Raziel," I reply, inclining my head in respect. "The surface base I was at was attacked by dark elves. We were overwhelmed." Raziel's expression hardens further, if that's even possible. "What happened?" he demands. I look around as more vrakken and humans come outside, clearly seeing their base leader look concerned. I take a deep breath, delivering the news to the last base as I have with the others. "The dark elves came in numbers we couldn't match," I explain, recounting the battle with as much detail as I can muster. "I barely escaped." I shake my head. "No one else survived. The other vrakken were either kidnapped or reduced to nearly nothing between the magic and the sun." Raziel listens intently, his eyes never leaving mine. When I finish, he rocks back, his wings shifting behind him. "And now?" he asks, just as a little blonde human comes up next to him, staring at me with worry. "There's been no more word of where the dark elves have gone." Murmurs start up at that, but I stay focused on Raziel. "I intend to stay here for a while," I say firmly, "to assist you and plan our next moves. I have no base to return to." Raziel nods slowly, absorbing my words. "We need every capable warrior we can get," he admits grudgingly. "Your presence will be valuable here." His acceptance lifts a weight off my shoulders. I nod as Raziel turns to the human, talking to her as the crowd's volume rises. We need to start training immediately, but I give myself this moment of reprieve. Raziel will direct his base, and my task has been completed. Now I will train. Raziel knows of my strengths, and I am certain together we can crush these dark elves. I step back, my eyes scanning the crowd that has gathered. As I take in the sea of faces, one pair of eyes captures my attention, holding me in place like a snare. Forest green, fierce and unwavering, they cut through the chaos around us and lock onto mine. Her fiery red hair, wild and untamed, frames her face, contrasting starkly with her fair skin and the smattering of freckles across her nose and cheeks. She stands out even among our kind. For a moment, everything else fades away. The noise, the worry, the fatigue. All I can see is her. There's something about the way she holds herself, a raw, almost primal energy that calls to me. It's like recognizing a kindred spirit in a world full of shadows. She doesn't flinch under my gaze. Instead, she meets it head-on, her eyes filled with an intensity that matches my own. It's as if she can see right through me, peeling back the layers to glimpse the turmoil and resolve beneath. My heart beats faster, a rush of emotions flooding through me. Curiosity, admiration, something deeper that I can't quite name. My body seems drawn to her, eager for her. My fangs tease my bottom lip like they want a taste, and I can't help but wonder, who's this little human?
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 6. Eloen. Aldric, as Raziel addressed him, stands in the middle of the courtyard, his presence magnetic, demanding attention. His ghostly white skin seems to glow under the rising sun, contrasting sharply with the dark, tight clothing that clings to his powerful frame. His dark hair is mussed in short, uneven strands, almost like it was hastily sheared, giving him a wild, untamed look. Those dark eyes, deep and almost black, pierce through the air with an intensity that I can't shake. His lips are a bright red, a clear sign of recent feeding. I can't tear my gaze away from him. Never have I felt such an immediate and intense attraction to anyone. My heart pounds in my chest, as if trying to break free. But then his words hit me again, like a cold slap to the face. Dark elves attacked, he'd said. No one survived. My stomach churns, and my vision blurs with the images of my past. My family, their faces twisted in agony as dark elves slaughtered them. I ball up my fists so tightly that my nails dig into my palms. The pain is grounding, a reminder that I'm here, now. I can't believe they've found us, I whisper, the words barely audible. I didn't even mean to speak to them. How did they find us? Aldric's eyes meet mine, and for a brief second, it feels as if my soul is being sucked from my body. His eyes draw me in, and my body is already yearning for him despite my brain's protests. I can't even make sense of the effect he has over me, and I have to rip my gaze away just to get a breath. I should be focusing on the matter at hand, not this vrakken. As I lift my head, I turn towards Selene and Raziel to gauge their reaction, pointedly avoiding looking in Aldric's direction. And I see the pair bent together, talking when Raziel nods and steps back. Selene turns from Raziel, placing a hand on his shoulder as she looks around the crowd. We need to prepare, she says. Some murmurs start up, but I'm still frozen, still reeling from Aldric's news and his very presence. How can someone so beautiful bring such horror with him? We'll need everyone, Raziel states with authority. Murmurs start up then, but I'm still focused on the horrors. They are moving on to the future as if there's nothing to be done, but I can't stop myself as my body moves of its own violation. I push through the crowd, my heart hammering against my ribcage. My eyes lock onto Aldric's, demanding answers he hasn't given yet. I can feel the urgency in every step I take. What about the humans? My voice cuts through the murmurs like a blade. What happened to them? A small, sad part of me hopes he says they are all dead. It's better than being with a dark elf. Aldric's gaze shifts to me, his expression unreadable, masked by those dark shadows around his eyes. He doesn't answer right away, which makes my anxiety spike even higher. Some were taken, he finally says, his voice gravelly and weighted with sorrow. Most were slaughtered. His words slam into me, knocking the breath from my lungs. The images flood back, faces of friends and fellow slaves, their laughter and hope, now replaced by screams and blood. Rage bubbles up inside me, hot and fierce. They took some as slaves. My voice is barely more than a whisper. Aldric nods, his face grim. Yes, the dark elves always need more to torment. My vision blurs for a moment as I try to process this information. Slavery is a fate worse than death for many of us who have experienced it firsthand. The thought of those humans, our people, being dragged away to suffer under the cruel hands of dark elves is unbearable. I straighten up, feeling a steely resolve harden within me. I won't let this stand. I can't. They need to be saved. I look to Celine, knowing she understands how I feel. The dark elves can't just take humans. Celine steps forward, placing a calming hand on my shoulder. We will, she promises softly. But it's not enough for me to wait for plans to be made or orders to be given. My entire body buzzes with the need for action. Raziel must see a look on my face because he holds up a hand to slow me down. We will plan our counterattack carefully, he says firmly. Rushing in without strategy will only lead to more deaths. The ferocity in my heart doesn't wane, but I nod in understanding. The fate of those taken burns like fire in my veins. This isn't just about revenge anymore. It's about justice and saving others from enduring what I did. I'll fight for them with every ounce of strength I have left. Aldric's voice rings out, clear and commanding as he looks at Raziel. We need to increase training. Everyone needs to be ready to fight. The authority in his tone leaves no room for argument. Yet as I glance around the courtyard, I'm struck by the lack of response from the others. Vrakken stand idly, some exchanging glances, others looking bored or uninterested. My eyes widen in disbelief. How can they not see the urgency? The threat that looms over us all? We must be prepared, Aldric continues, turning slightly towards Raziel, but making sure his words carry to everyone present. The dark elves won't stop with one base. We need every warrior trained and ready. His passion is palpable, almost contagious, but it's met with a disconcerting apathy. A few vrakken nod absently, but most just stare blankly or return to their previous activities. My blood boils at their indifference. Raziel steps forward then, his presence commanding immediate attention. Aldric speaks the truth, he declares, voice resonating with authority. Training will be intensified starting today. But even Raziel's words seem to have little effect on the majority of the vrakken around us. Their apathy is infuriating. I turn to Celine, who is still standing next to me, her hand warm on my shoulder. Why don't they care? I fume, keeping my voice low. This isn't just about them. It's about everyone, all the bases. The dark elves are a threat to all of us. Celine's eyes flicker with understanding and something deeper. Frustration, maybe. She nods, squeezing my shoulder gently. I know, she murmurs. But the vrakken, they've forgotten to fight. You know how they can be. Before I can respond, Jessa approaches up behind Celine, Nikolai not too far behind her. Can you believe this? She says angrily, her hazel eyes flashing with determination. The vrakken should want to protect their base, their home. We were just saying the same thing, Celine says with a nod. Their support feels like a lifeline in this sea of indifference. I draw strength from Celine's words, from the fire in Jessa's gaze. We can't just stand by and do nothing, I say, my voice gaining confidence. We need to fight back, to show them we're not afraid. Selene and Jessa exchange a look, and then Selene nods, a fierce smile curving her lips. Raziel did say everyone needs to fight, she points out. I blink. Are you saying... You'd be a great warrior, Jessa agrees. Don't let them underestimate a human. She shrugs with a soft smile. Or a vrakken if that's what you want to be. My heart pounds with anticipation and resolve as I step forward, my voice clear and unwavering. I volunteer to join the battalion, I declare, my gaze sweeping over the gathered vrakken. I'm ready to fight for our home, for our people. Aldric steps closer, and I can feel his gaze sizing me up, evaluating every inch of me. My heart races, and I swallow down my nerves, trying not to stare at the bulging muscles that ripple beneath his tight clothing. His presence is overwhelming, a force of nature that threatens to consume me. What's your name? His voice is low and commanding, making it hard to breathe. Eloen, I manage to say, my voice steady, despite the storm of emotions swirling inside me. Aldrik raises an eyebrow, his dark eyes scraping over me in a way that makes my whole body heat up. For a minute, I feel exposed, vulnerable under his intense scrutiny. My skin prickles with anticipation and a need I try to bury. But then he shakes his head, breaking the spell. It will be great for you to learn self-defense, he says, his tone dismissive. I'll set up some training for the humans. His words cut deep, stinging like a physical blow. Excuse me? He shrugs one shoulder. You should learn to defend yourself, but you're not built for the battalion. I'm not built for the battalion. The anger surges up inside me, hot and fierce. How dare he brush me off so easily? As Aldric turns away, effectively dismissing me, I can feel the fury bubbling over. I'm stronger than you think, I snap, my voice sharper than I intended. He pauses but doesn't turn back around. I've fought dark elves before, I continue, stepping closer to him despite the burning humiliation in my chest. I won't be sidelined just because I'm human. Aldric finally turns his head slightly, one dark eyebrow arched in mild interest. But there's still that air of dismissal around him that only fuels my anger further. He may not believe in me now, but I'll show him, and everyone else, that I'm not just some weak human to be coddled and protected. I'll fight for my place here with every ounce of strength I have. My jaw sets as I watch Aldric turn to the other vrakken. He won't forget my name again. I'll make sure of it.
Chapter 7. Aldrik. Standing in the courtyard, I survey the faces of my kin, and anger burns in my veins. These are the warriors of legend, the ones who should be ready to fight for our survival. Yet here they stand, apathetic and indifferent. The council's decree was clear. The dark elves are coming, and we must be prepared. But they act as if this is another trivial matter to be dismissed. My fists clench, nails biting into my palms. I lock eyes with Raziel, hoping to find some spark of determination in him. He's watching me intently, his expression unreadable, almost like he's sizing me up. Listen up! My voice echoes off the stone walls of the courtyard. The dark elves have attacked one of our own bases. They're not going to stop until every last one of us is crushed beneath them if they can help it. Silence follows my words. I scan their faces, looking for any sign of resolve. Nothing. This isn't just about survival. It's about honor. My gaze sweeps across the crowd again, seeking a reaction, any reaction. Raziel steps forward slightly, his wings shifting, but he says nothing. His silence stings more than any blade. We need warriors, I shout. We need to protect our people. A few vrakken exchange glances, but then turn away. One by one, they begin to leave the courtyard, their apathy hanging in the air like a thick fog. I step toward Raziel, frustration boiling over. Why won't they fight? He meets my gaze finally, his eyes dark and reflective like deep pools. Because they don't think it won't affect them, he says simply. They took out a base. Raziel's lips twitch into a bitter smile. But not this one. He shakes his head before clapping me on the shoulder. It was hard for me to get the vrakken to care, too. He gestures around us. But I got there. Look at us. Half the coven is above ground now. We will get there. The weight of his words presses down on me, but it doesn't extinguish my anger. If anything, it fuels it further. We don't have time, I growl. It's the one thing we can't afford. They need a reason, Raziel counters softly. A reason? I repeat, incredulous. Isn't survival reason enough? He shakes his head slowly. They need more. We've survived before, and it drove most of us insane or miserable. He sighs. They don't want to go back to it, so they'll avoid repeating the war as much as they can, until they are forced not to. But we can't wait. Raziel squeezes my shoulder. I'm not saying wait. We will get there. And then he turns on his heel, walking to the blonde woman that I think must be his mate. I'd heard the famed elder was mated to a little human, and tugs her along with him. I turn back to the dispersing crowd and feel an overwhelming sense of futility wash over me. If we can't even rally ourselves to fight, how can we hope to stand against the dark elves? I leave the courtyard, each step heavy with frustration. The apathy of the other vrakken weighs on me, a constant reminder of our dire situation. I find a quiet corner of the base, away from the disinterested eyes and indifferent faces. My body aches from the recent battles, but my mind is too restless for rest. Leaning against a cool stone wall, I close my eyes, trying to block out the overwhelming sense of futility. I know I need to find a room and get settled, but right now, all I want is a moment of peace. Just one moment to gather my thoughts. Hey! A voice cuts through my solitude. I open my eyes to see the beautiful human from before. Eloen, a gorgeous name that suits her perfectly. Standing before me, her fiery red hair like a beacon in the dim light. Her forest green eyes are intense, filled with determination. I want to fight, she declares, her voice steady and unwavering. I shake my head, feeling the weight of her words press down on me. No. Her eyes narrow. Why not? Because it's too dangerous, I reply, barely able to keep the frustration out of my voice. I meant it. You should learn self-defense. But you can't stand against the dark elves. Who are you to decide that? She challenges, stepping closer. I'm a warrior, I snap back. I've seen what they're capable of. And so have I. Her voice rises, echoing off the stone walls. They took everything from me. My family, my home. She takes another step forward, her face inches from mine. I won't stand by and do nothing. For a moment, I'm taken aback by her fiery spirit that matches her hair, the fierce determination in her eyes. There's an urge inside me to reach out, to taste that fire for myself, just one bite. Though I don't know if I could stop. I slam that thought into the back of my mind and I shove it away, hard. This isn't about revenge, I say coldly. It's about survival. And fighting is how we survive, she retorts. I shake my head again. No. My tone is final. Her face twists in anger and disappointment, but she doesn't back down. Instead, she glares at me with those piercing green eyes before turning on her heel and storming off. As she leaves, I can't help but feel a pang of regret. Not just because I've denied her the chance to fight, but because I've let my own frustrations cloud my judgment. I lean back against the wall, closing my eyes once more. The base is quiet around me, but inside I'm anything but calm. The weight of frustration clings to me as I push through the underground tunnels, searching for solace. I decide to hunt, needing to feed and clear my mind. The familiar darkness wraps around me, a comforting shroud as I move silently through the rocky passages. It doesn't take long to find my prey. A drapier snuffles through the dirt, oblivious to my presence. I strike quickly, sinking my fangs into its neck and drinking deeply. The animal's blood is a poor substitute for human blood, but it's enough to dull the gnawing hunger inside me. With my thirst sated, I return to the base. The need to speak with Raziel burns within me, so I seek out a scout I know from my years in the tunnels. "Where's Raziel?" I ask him, my voice low but urgent. The scout nods toward the back of the base. "He's in the library." He tells me how to navigate back there, and I clap him on the back in thanks. I make my way there, finding Raziel amidst shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls. He's poring over a thick volume, his brow furrowed in concentration. When he notices me, he closes the book and looks up. "Aldrik," he greets me with a nod. "What brings you here?" "We need to talk," I say bluntly. Raziel gestures for me to sit, but I remain standing, too restless to settle. "We need new training rotations," Raziel begins without preamble. "Everyone needs to be prepared, and we can't rely on old routines." I scoff. "No one will even show up." Raziel's gaze is steady, unyielding. "Patience," he advises. "We must see potential allies everywhere, even among humans." "Humans?" I nearly laugh at the absurdity. "They are fragile." "And yet they survive," Raziel counters calmly. "Celine is proof of that." I grit my teeth, struggling with my frustration. "You expect them to fight like us? They can't." "They don't have to fight like us," Raziel says evenly. "They need to fight alongside us." His words linger in the air between us, a challenge and a promise all at once. "I'll consider it," I finally say. "Good," Raziel replies, his eyes piercing through me as if searching for something deeper. "The thought of relying on humans, those fragile creatures, feels like a desperate grasp at straws. Yet some have proven herself valuable. The thought pushes my mind to Eloen, fierce, determined, and so very human. Her image lingers in my mind, her fiery hair and intense green eyes challenging me even now. She's different from the others. There's a fire in her that I can't ignore, but it makes me uneasy. I don't want her thrown into the fray, but why? Why does the thought of her in danger twist my insides? Raziel watches me silently, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the storm raging inside me. "We can set up new rotations tonight," I mutter again, knowing that most vrakken come out at night despite the sun glamour protecting the base. "I can take care of the training schedule. I'll even include a section for the humans." "Good," Raziel says, standing up from his chair. "Now let me show you around the base. Get you settled into a room." I nod, following him out of the library. As we walk through the winding tunnels, I can't help but notice the subtle changes since I was last here. The walls seem to pulse with a faint magical energy, veins of raw magic glittering in the stone. "We've made some improvements," Raziel comments as if reading my thoughts. "The wild spawns are more active here than ever." I grunt in acknowledgement, my mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Eloen and our uncertain future. Raziel leads me through various chambers, the armory stocked with weapons and armor, training rooms where a few dedicated vrakken hone their skills despite the apathy of others, and finally to a quiet corridor lined with individual rooms. "This will be yours," Raziel says, opening a door to a small but comfortable room. "It's not much, but it's private." I step inside, taking in the simplicity of the space, a bed, a table, and a single chair. It feels like a world away from the chaos above ground. "Thank you," I say, turning to face Raziel. He nods once before placing a hand on my shoulder. "We'll get through this, Aldrik, one way or another." I watch as he leaves me alone with my thoughts. The weight of responsibility presses down on me once more. But now, mingled with that weight, is something else. Something unexpected. Eloen's face flashes in my mind again. Maybe she isn't as fragile as I first thought. Maybe there's more strength in humans than I've given them credit for. As I sit down on the edge of the bed, I resolve to keep an open mind about our potential allies, even if it goes against every instinct I have as a warrior.
Chapter 8. Eloen. The pre-dawn light filters through the trees as I step into the training area, trying to shake off the remnants of the nightmare that clings to my mind. My family's screams still echo in my ears, and I clench my fists, forcing myself to focus on the present. I stop dead in my tracks when I see him. Aldric, towering and imposing, is pushing a group of vrakken through their paces. The scene stirs a fire within me. The sight of his dark wings spread wide as he barks orders makes my blood boil. Only vrakken are training, no humans in sight. I march up to him, my heart pounding with anger and determination. "Aldric!" My voice slices through the air, causing several heads to turn. He looks down at me with those piercing silver eyes, a flicker of surprise quickly masked by his usual stoic demeanour. "Eloen," he says, voice cool and indifferent. "What do you want?" "I want to train," I declare, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. And I quickly add as he opens his mouth, "I can keep up." He raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "This isn't a place for humans," he replies. My anger flares hotter. "You need all the help you can get," I retort, stepping closer. "And I won't stand by while you prepare for war." Aldric's lips twitch in what might be a smirk, but it vanishes as quickly as it appeared. "You think you can keep up?" He shakes his head as I raise my eyebrows, looking over his shoulder at another vrakken. "Okay then, prove it," he challenges, his tone leaving no room for argument. Without hesitation, I step into the training circle, facing him squarely. The other vrakken watch with interest, some whispering among themselves. "I don't trust you to give me a fair assessment," I say as I face him. My eyes scan the gathered crowd when they snag on Nikolai and Jessa. I'm the one in charge here. I want Nikolai and Jessa to determine if I can fight. I suppress a grin as Jessa's eyes light up. I'm starting to really like her. They watch it, and what they decide goes. Aldric's expression is unreadable for a beat, clearly weighing his options. Then he barks out, "Fine." He crosses his arms over his chest and nods toward a nearby weapon rack. "Pick one." I choose 2 small daggers, their weight familiar in my hands. For most, they would seem too small, but I know how to use them to my advantage. Aldric steps forward, drawing his own blade with an ease that makes my stomach twist with both nerves and excitement. "Let's see if you can keep up," he says. I grip the daggers, feeling their weight, and take a deep breath. Focus. Aldric circles me like a predator, eyes never leaving mine. He's expecting brute force, but that's not my game. He lunges, swift and powerful. I sidestep, slashing at his exposed side. He spins away, barely missing my blade. A grin spreads across his face. "Quick on your feet," he remarks. I don't respond, keeping my focus sharp. He comes at me again, a blur of motion. I duck under his swing, aiming a kick at his knee. He blocks it effortlessly with his arm, muscles rippling beneath his skin. For a moment, I'm mesmerized by the sheer power in his movements. Snap out of it. I dart back, using my smaller size to stay just out of reach. His strikes are heavy and precise, designed to overpower. Mine are swift and unpredictable, aiming for weak points. He swings wide. I roll under his arm and slash at his back. My blade grazes him, barely, but it's a hit. Aldric snarls, spinning to face me again. "You're full of surprises." "Just getting started," I taunt, keeping my distance. He charges again. This time I don't dodge but meet him head-on, deflecting his blade with one dagger while aiming the other at his ribs. His free hand catches my wrist in an iron grip. I twist sharply, using the momentum to flip over his arm and land behind him. My heart pounds with the thrill of the fight, and something more when I catch sight of his muscles straining under the effort. Stop it. I pivot quickly as he turns to face me once more. Our eyes lock for a brief second before he comes at me with renewed vigour. The crowd around us grows silent, their whispers dying down as they watch our every move. Aldric's next strike is faster than before. I barely manage to parry it in time. The force sends a jolt through my arms, but I hold firm. Not bad, he mutters through gritted teeth. Better than not bad, I retort, ducking under another swing and swiping at his legs. He jumps back just in time, but not without losing balance for a split second, enough for me to dart forward and press an attack. Our blades clash repeatedly in rapid succession. Sparks fly from the steel as we dance around each other in the ring. His strength is undeniable. Each blow he delivers feels like it could break bones if it connects fully. But I use my speed and wits to stay ahead. Barely. Every now and then I catch myself glancing at the way his muscles flex or how focused those silver eyes look when zeroed in on me. But then, another attack comes my way, forcing me back into reality. I focus on his every move, watching the way his muscles tense before each strike. He's a formidable opponent, but I know I can outsmart him. He's used to brute force, to overpowering his enemies. But me, I'm unpredictable. Aldric lunges again, his blade aimed for my shoulder. I duck and roll to the side, feeling the rush of air as his sword swings past me. As I come up, I throw one of my daggers at him, aiming for his leg. He deflects it with ease, but it was never meant to hit. The distraction gives me the split second I need. I rush forward, closing the distance between us. He brings his sword down in a powerful arc, but I twist to the side and slam into him with my shoulder. The force catches him off guard, and he stumbles back. I don't give him a chance to recover. I'm on him in an instant, slashing with my remaining dagger. He blocks my strikes with his sword, but each one drives him further back. His eyes flash with surprise and a hint of respect. "How much longer can you keep up?" he grunts as he parries another blow. "War is about stamina." "I could run circles around you," I reply, though I'm panting slightly from the exertion. I can see the frustration building in his eyes. He's not used to being pushed like this. It fuels me, makes me push harder. I feint left, then spin right, slashing at his exposed side. He barely blocks it in time. Our movements are a blur now, an intricate dance of blades and bodies. I dodge under his swing and kick out at his knee. He stumbles again, but this time I'm ready. I leap up, twisting in mid-air to land behind him. Before he can turn around, I have my dagger pressed against his throat. The ring falls silent as Aldric freezes. His chest heaves with heavy breaths, eyes wide with surprise, and something else that sends a thrill through me. "Yield!" I demand softly but firmly. He grunts in frustration but doesn't move. "Yield," he repeats grudgingly. I step back slowly, lowering my dagger but keeping my guard up just in case. Aldric straightens up and looks at me with an intensity that makes my heart race for reasons beyond the fight. Around us, the vrakken murmur among themselves, impressed whispers that fill the air like a hum of approval. Nikolai and Jessa step forward from where they've been watching intently by the sidelines. Nikolai's jewel-toned amber eyes are alight with interest, while Jessa gives me an approving nod. "You've got spirit," Jessa says with a small smile curling her lips. "And potential." Nikolai adds, "We could use someone like you." I glance back at Aldric, who is still watching me intently, and feel a surge of satisfaction wash over me. Maybe this is just the beginning after all. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I turn back to Nikolai and Jessa. "So what do you think? Can I fight?" I ask them directly, my voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. Nikolai's intense amber eyes meet mine. "You've shown you can hold your own," he says, a note of approval in his voice. You should train with us. Jessa nods, her fierce hazel eyes alight with the same determination I feel. I don't think you'll have a problem keeping up. I glance back at Aldric, eager to see his reaction. His expression remains guarded, but I catch a flicker of something, respect, approval, in his piercing silver eyes. His jaw clenches as he stares down at me, and I wonder if his pride is going to get in the way again. Aldric might be the most devastatingly handsome man I have ever seen. Gods, why can't I stop staring? But he can be a jerk too. So? I stare up at him, waiting for him to finally concede. His eyes roam my face, slipping down my body and back up. I try to tell myself he's just assessing me as a warrior, but it doesn't stop me from heating up as his gaze licks my entire frame. I'm practically trembling, and not from anticipation, when he finally meets my eyes again. I can tell if I want to tackle this jerk and make him let me join the battalion, or finally give in to my desires. But with every second that ticks by, it's definitely becoming the former.
Chapter 9. Aldrik. I glare at Eloen, frustration bubbling beneath my calm facade. She stands defiant, her chest heaving from the exertion of our fight, eyes blazing with determination. Her tenacity gnaws at me, but I can't deny her skill. Finally, I grit out, "Fine, you can train with the battalion." Her eyes widen slightly, then narrow in focus. "Thank you," she replies, voice steady despite her obvious fatigue. "Get in line," I snap, pointing to the training grounds where the rest of the Vrakken battalion is already engaged in drills. "They're training now." Without hesitation, she turns and jogs over to join the ranks. Her fiery hair bounces with each step, a stark contrast against the dark clothing she wears. As she slips into place among the Vrakken warriors, I can't help but let my eyes roam her body. Her skin glistens with sweat, highlighting the strength in her compact frame. The curve of her muscles and the fierce determination in her movements make her even more tempting than before. I shake my head, pushing those thoughts aside. This is about war and survival, not distractions. Striding over to the front of the battalion, I bark out orders. "All right! Today we're pushing limits, no holding back!" The warriors respond immediately, increasing their intensity. I keep my gaze on Eloen as she keeps pace with them, her movements precise and calculated. She doesn't falter, not even when the exercises become grueling. "Eloen!" I call out sharply, drawing everyone's attention to her. "You're not here for a stroll in the park. You want to fight? Prove it." She nods once, determination etched on her face. She matches every move of the vrakken beside her, sweat pouring down her temples, but never slowing her down. As we continue training, I set exceptionally high standards for her, higher than for anyone else. If she wants to fight alongside us, she'll need to be better than just good enough. She'll need to be exceptional. I catch glimpses of Nikolai and Jessa watching her as they run through the drills, their expressions unreadable but clearly interested in how Eloen performs. They aren't alone. Several other vrakken glance over curiously as well. But Eloen doesn't seem to notice or care about the extra scrutiny. She focuses on each task with an intensity that rivals any seasoned warrior here. By the end of the session, I'm forced to admit that she's more than proven herself worthy of training with us. For now, as the training session winds down, I keep a close eye on Eloen. She's kept up remarkably well, but the real test will come when the battle is upon us. I turn to see Nikolai approaching, his wings folded behind him with an air of authority that matches his every step. "Aldrik," he greets, voice calm but firm. "I watched the session. You've got a good group here, but with how rigorous you're training, you're going to need help. You can't possibly lead all the groups." I nod, acknowledging his point. "You're right. What do you propose?" Nikolai's eyes glint with purpose. "Let me take over the afternoon training. I've got some drills in mind that will push them to their limits, physically and mentally." Relief washes over me. With Nikolai's help, we can prepare our warriors even better. "Consider it done," I say, clapping him on the shoulder. "The group is yours this afternoon." He nods once and turns to leave. I let him, taking the time to hunt and cool down myself. But try as I might, I can't seem to get one little human with fiery red hair and a tight butt out of my mind. Eloen is going to be the death of me before this war even starts. That afternoon I approached to see the training group already assembled. The warrior snapped to attention as Nikolai steps into the center of the training grounds. His presence commands respect, and even those who had been slacking off moments before are now fully focused. "We're starting with endurance drills," Nikolai announces. "You'll be running laps around the perimeter until I say stop." Groans ripple through the group as I jump in, needing to stay as sharp as possible. But no one dares to question him. They set off at a brisk pace, and I join them, feeling the burn in my muscles almost immediately. "Keep up!" Nikolai shouts. "No slowing down!" After what feels like an eternity, he finally calls for a halt. The warriors collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Get up!" Nikolai barks. "Next drill. Combat stances and quick reflexes." He leads us through a series of complex maneuvers designed to test our agility and response times. We pair off and spar under his watchful eye, correcting our forms and pushing us harder with each round. "Your enemy won't wait for you to catch your breath," Nikolai reminds us sharply as he walks among the pairs. "You must be ready at all times." By the end of the session, my body aches in places I didn't know could hurt. But there's a sense of accomplishment, too. Nikolai's drills have left everyone exhausted but sharper than before. Nikolai catches my eye as we finish up, a small nod passing between us. Silent acknowledgement that we're on the right path. Over the next few days, I keep a close watch on Eloen. Initially, skepticism gnaws at me. Humans are fragile. They break under pressure. But every time I think she'll falter, she proves me wrong. She's relentless in training. Each morning, she's the first to arrive and the last to leave. Her commitment is unwavering. She pushes through drills with a fierce determination that I can't help but admire, even as I drive her and the others harder than ever. My eyes often drift to her when I'm supposed to be focusing on the group as a whole. The scent of her sweat seems to engulf my senses every time I'm near her, and it's intoxicating. I catch myself imagining how she might taste, her blood hot and potent on my tongue. I shake those thoughts away. There's no room for distraction. Not now. Still, it's difficult to ignore how much I want her. Her presence is magnetic, drawing my attention even when I'm determined to stay focused. Her wild red hair catches the light, making her stand out among the dark-clad vrakken. And when she moves, fluid and precise, it's a struggle not to get lost in watching her. One morning, during an intense sparring session, I push her harder than usual. The other humans have joined in, their faces strained with effort as they try to keep up. "Come on!" I shout at Eloen as she pairs off against one of our seasoned warriors. "Show me what you've got!" She doesn't disappoint. Her movements are swift and calculated, each strike purposeful. Sweat drips down her face, but she doesn't slow down. Instead, she channels every ounce of strength into the fight, matching her opponent blow for blow. I can't help but be impressed by her resilience. Every time she takes a hit or stumbles, she gets back up with renewed vigor. It's clear that she's driven by something deeper, a fire that refuses to be extinguished. When the session ends, Eloen stands tall despite the soreness I know she must feel and the exhaustion evident in her eyes. She meets my gaze with a defiant tilt of her chin. "Good work," I tell her gruffly, trying to mask any hint of admiration in my voice. She nods once, not needing words to convey her determination. As I walk away to oversee the rest of the training group, I can't help but feel a growing respect for Eloen and a burning desire that I can no longer ignore. The training session ends and I can barely keep my eyes off Eloen. I clench my fists, trying to shake off the growing desire that's been gnawing at me all day. I head towards the showers, stripping off my sweat-soaked clothes and letting them fall in a heap on the floor. The cold stone under my feet is a welcome relief as I step into the shower. turning on the water and letting it cascade over me. As the steam rises around me, I close my eyes, but the image of Eloen burns brightly in my mind. Her fierce determination during training, the way her body moved with such grace and power. It's all I can think about. Damn it. My hand slides down to grip myself, already hard at just the thought of her. I lean against the wall, letting the water wash away the grime of the day, while my mind drifts to Eloen. I picture her wild red hair splayed out beneath her skin flushed and glistening with sweat. I can almost hear her panting as she trains, that look of defiance in her eyes. The thought of pinning her down, feeling her body writhe beneath mine, her blood coating my tongue as she screams my name, sends a jolt of pleasure through me. I stroke myself harder, imagining her beneath me, her nails digging into my back as she moans my name. The fantasy consumes me, driving me to the edge. With a final grunt, I release, the tension melting away but leaving me more conflicted than before. When it comes to this little human, I'm screwed. Absolutely screwed.
Chapter 10. Eloen. Sweat drips down my forehead, stinging my eyes as I push through another grueling set of drills. My muscles scream in protest, but I refuse to give in. The skeptical gazes of the vrakken around me are a constant reminder that I need to prove myself. Every punch, every kick, every maneuver is a testament to my determination. "Faster, Eloen!" Nikolai's voice booms through the training ground. I grit my teeth and increase my pace, focusing on the target in front of me. My fists fly, striking with precision and power. The vrakken might be faster and stronger, but I have something they don't: relentless tenacity. Each strike echoes my resolve to be more than just a human among legends. The training seems endless, each drill blending into the next. My breath comes in ragged gasps, but I keep going. Pain is temporary, pride lasts longer. Aldric's presence pulls at the edge of my consciousness. He's sparring across the field, his movements fluid and powerful. It's impossible not to notice him, the way his muscles ripple with each strike, the sheer grace and strength he exudes. Despite myself, my eyes wander over to him. I catch a glimpse of him blocking a blow with effortless precision before delivering a counterattack that sends his opponent sprawling. He moves like a shadow, quick and deadly, a predator in his element. For a moment, I'm lost in watching him, captivated by his prowess and raw magnetism. "Focus!" Nikolai snaps. I blink and force myself back into the present, redoubling my efforts on the training dummy before me. Each strike lands harder than the last, as if I can beat the distraction out of myself. But it's no use. Aldric's image lingers in my mind. Training finally comes to an end, and I feel every muscle in my body sigh with relief. I bend over to catch my breath, wiping sweat from my brow when I feel eyes on me. Glancing up, I find Aldric looking directly at me from across the field. Our eyes lock for what feels like an eternity. His piercing silver gaze seems to look right through me. Heat rises to my cheeks, and I quickly look away, embarrassed by how easily he affects me. I gather my things hastily, shoving them into my bag as if keeping busy can erase the moment we shared. With one last glance around the training ground, I head towards the exit, trying to ignore how Aldric's gaze seems to follow me even when I'm not looking at him. As I leave the training ground, the murmurs start. The vrakken don't even try to hide their disdain. "Look at her, trying to be one of us," one sneers. "Humans don't belong here," another adds with a chuckle. I feel the anger flare inside me. My hands clench into fists, knuckles white. I spin around, glaring at them with all the fire I can muster. "You think your sneers matter?" I snap. "I've survived more than you can imagine. If you have a problem with me, say it to my face." They fall silent, taken aback by my outburst. I don't wait for a response, shouldering my way through the crowd, head held high. Each step feels like defiance against their hostility. Their words sting, but I refuse to let them see me falter. The corridor leading back to my room is dimly lit, the cool stone walls a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of the training ground. My mind races with thoughts of the day's events, Aldric's intense gaze still lingering in my mind despite my best efforts to push it aside. Turning a corner, I nearly collide with Celine. Her honey-coloured eyes widen as she takes in my appearance. "Eloen," she breathes, concern evident in her voice. "You're hurt." "It's nothing," I mutter, brushing past her. But Celine isn't one to be easily dismissed. She steps in front of me, blocking my path and gently lifting my chin to examine a bruise forming on my cheek. "This isn't nothing," she insists. "Let me come with you." I hesitate for a moment but then nod reluctantly. Celine falls into step beside me as we make our way back to my room. Her presence is comforting, a reminder that not all vrakken are against me. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she says softly. "I have to," I reply, my voice hardening. "I need to prove myself." "You already have," Celine says gently, "to those who matter." We reach my room and Celine helps me inside. She's right. I have nothing to prove to those who don't see my worth. But that doesn't make their hostility any easier to bear. Celine's touch is soothing as she tends to my cuts and bruises. As the pain ebbs away under her care, I feel a flicker of hope amidst the doubt and exhaustion. "Thank you," I murmur, as she finishes wrapping a bandage around my wrist. "Any time?" she replies with a warm smile. "We're in this together." Celine's touch is gentle as she finishes wrapping the bandage around my wrist. Her honey-coloured eyes hold a warmth that cuts through the cold stone of the tunnels. "You know," she begins, her voice soft yet firm, "I faced the same kind of rejection when I first arrived here." I glance up, curiosity piqued. Celine, always so composed and confident, had faced this too. She continues, "When Raziel brought me into the tunnels, it was like dropping a pebble into a pond. The ripples spread far and wide. The vrakken weren't exactly thrilled to have a human among them. They saw me as an outsider, a liability." Her words resonate with me, striking a chord deep within. I lean back against the cool stone wall, letting her story wash over me. "I had to prove myself every single day," Celine says, her gaze distant as if reliving those moments. "It wasn't just about survival, it was about earning their respect. And it wasn't easy." I nod slowly, understanding dawning on me. "But you did it," I say, more a statement than a question. She smiles softly. "Yes, but not without pushing myself to the brink more times than I care to admit. And that's what I'm worried about with you." Her concern is palpable, and it tugs at something inside me. She sees through my tough exterior to the exhaustion beneath. "Eloen," she says gently but firmly, "you can't keep pushing yourself like this. There's no point in proving yourself if there's nothing left of you by the end." I swallow hard, feeling the weight of her words settle over me. She's right, of course, but stopping, that feels impossible. "Promise me," she presses, her eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that's hard to ignore. "Promise you'll take care of yourself too." I hesitate for a moment before nodding slowly. "I promise," I say quietly, though my resolve wavers internally. Selene smiles, relief evident in her expression. "Good. You're strong and determined, Eloen. But even the strongest need to rest." She gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze before standing up to leave. As the door closes behind her, I sit in silence for a moment, absorbing everything she said. The weight of my promise hangs heavy in the air. I know I can't stop pushing myself, not when there's so much at stake. But perhaps I can find a balance. For now, though, all I can do is try. The next morning, I arrive at the training area, the chill of the morning air seeping through my leathers. My muscles are sore, but the fire inside me burns brighter than ever. Today, I need to prove I can keep up. Aldric stands across the field, his presence commanding. As he strides towards me, I can't help but take him in. The broad shoulders, the sharp lines of his face, the intensity in his silver eyes. Damn it, Eloen. Focus. Ready for another round? His voice is low, almost a growl. I nod, determined to keep my composure. Always. He raises an eyebrow. We're working one-on-one today. You think you can handle that? Do you? I shoot back. A smirk tugs at his lips. Let's find out. We start with basic drills, but Aldric pushes me harder than ever. His movements are fluid, precise, each strike a lesson in control and power. I mimic his moves as best as I can, though it's impossible not to notice how effortlessly he executes each one. Keep your stance wider, he instructs, circling me like a predator assessing its prey. I adjust my feet, irritation bubbling up. Like this. Better, he says, though his tone suggests it's far from perfect. As we move into sparring, our exchanges grow more intense. Every time I land a hit, he counters with twice the force. But I don't back down. Not now. Your form's sloppy, he taunts after dodging a punch. And your ego's too big, I retort, ducking under his arm and aiming for his ribs. He blocks easily, but there's a spark of amusement in his eyes. Maybe you're just distracted. I bristle at the implication, but refuse to give him the satisfaction of a response. Instead, I focus on the rhythm of our fight, the give and take that keeps us moving in sync despite our differences. For every jab he throws, I counter with one of my own. Our snarky remarks punctuate the air like sharp arrows, each one hitting its mark with precision. You call that a punch? He mocks after blocking another strike. It's hard to aim when your head's so big, I snap back. His laughter is unexpected, a deep rumble that catches me off guard for just a second too long. He takes advantage of my distraction and sweeps my legs out from under me. I hit the ground hard, but scramble back to my feet almost instantly, glaring at him through strands of red hair that have come loose from their tie. Nice try, he says with a grin that makes my stomach flip in ways it shouldn't. I narrow my eyes at him, wiping sweat from my brow. This isn't over. Not by a long shot, Aldric agrees, his gaze locking onto mine. We resume our sparring, the rhythm between us growing more seamless with each passing moment. And I start to think that maybe I don't mind this hot guy training me.
Chapter 11. Aldrik. The clang of steel fills the air as Eloen and I clash in the training ring. Her fiery hair whips around, wild like her spirit. She's relentless, each strike more calculated than the last. You're getting better, I grunt, parrying her blow with a quick flick of my wrist. The impact reverberates up my arm. She smirks, eyes glinting with fierce determination. Maybe you're just getting slower. Careful, Eloen, I warn, a hint of a smile tugging at my lips despite myself. Overconfidence will get you killed. Her response is a swift kick aimed at my ribs. I barely dodge it, my wings unfurling slightly for balance. She presses on, unyielding, her movements precise and fluid. Each session with her becomes something I look forward to more than I care to admit. Initially, I intended to train each recruit one-on-one. But after that first session with her, something changed. Her tenacity draws me back time and again. She spins, her blade aiming for my shoulder. I block it easily, using my height and strength to force her back a step. But she doesn't falter. She meets my gaze head-on, challenging me with those forest green eyes. Is that all you've got? She taunts. Not even close, I growl, lunging forward. Our swords clash again in a shower of sparks. Despite the intensity of our sparring, there's an unspoken respect growing between us. Her determination is admirable. It It reminds me of what vrakken are supposed to be, driven by honor and duty. She embodies those qualities more than some vrakken here. I push harder, testing her limits. She counters each move with an agility that catches me off guard more often than I'd like to admit. She's resourceful, using every trick and tactic to keep me on edge. As the session ends, we're both breathing heavily, sweat dripping down our faces. You did well today, I concede reluctantly, sheathing my sword. Eloen nods, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. Thanks, she replies simply. As we catch our breath, the realization hits me harder than any blow she could land. I'm attracted to her, not just in the simple manner that she is beautiful, which she is, but I can't stop looking at her, thinking about her, craving her. Her tenacity, her spirit, her unyielding drive, they draw me in like a suru to a trap. It's more than just her fiery hair or the way her eyes flash with determination. It's everything about her. It's not unusual for vrakken to indulge in their desires. Our kind has always taken what we want when we want it. But this is different. Eloen is human, and I've never been tempted by one before. Yet here I am considering it. She stretches, muscles taut beneath her skin, and I can't help but admire the way she moves, like a predator ready to pounce. The thought of indulging with her stirs something primal within me. It was a good session, she says, breaking the silence. Her voice is steady, but there's a flicker of something in her eyes. Curiosity, perhaps. I've just been standing here staring at her. I nod, unable to tear my gaze away from her. You've come a long way since we started. Thanks to you, she replies with a hint of sarcasm that makes me smirk. My mind races with possibilities. I love her sass, and I would love to see how far I could push her. Outside the ring, I've never had to hold myself back before. Vrakken are taught our entire lives to indulge, to take what Akaldama has given us. And I'm starting to think I should do just that with a human, which I've never tried before. But the idea of being with Eloen in such a way is both thrilling and dangerous, and it is starting to consume. She notices my lingering gaze and raises an eyebrow. Something on your mind? For a moment, neither of us moves. The world around us fades as we stand there, locked in this charged moment. I should go, I say finally, though my body is warring with my mind. Oh, she nods, unwrapping her hands. See you tomorrow, then. I turn on my heel without another word, stopping myself from doing anything else stupid. My feet seem to move of their own violation, because the next thing I know, I'm shouldering open the library door and spotting Raziel sprawled out behind his favorite table. Raziel looks up from his maps as I enter, his dark eyes appraising me. Aldrik, he greets, setting aside his quill. How goes the training? I drop into a chair across from him, still feeling the adrenaline from sparring with Eloen. Better than expected, I admit. The humans are surprising. Surprising how? Raziel asks, leaning back in his chair. His wings shift slightly, a sign of his curiosity. They're adaptable. Determined. I hesitate, recalling Eloen's fierce gaze and unyielding spirit. They're not as weak as I initially thought. Raziel chuckles, a deep sound that echoes in the library's quiet. You sound almost impressed. Maybe I am, I confess, running a hand through my short-cropped hair. I've had it tied up, now cut close to my skull so that another dark elf can't disrespect me like that on the battlefield. The memory of it being sheared off still stings, a constant reminder of our vulnerability. Raziel studies me for a moment, then nods slowly. Humans have their strengths. They're resourceful, resilient. I can't help but wonder how he ever came to take a human mate. Celine is fierce and capable, yes, but human. The thought of such an intimate bond with one feels foreign to me. Celine taught me that, Raziel continues, as if reading my thoughts. His gaze sharpens, and I sense he's testing me. I shift in my seat, choosing my words carefully. Having humans and vrakken so intertwined, it's different. But maybe it's not entirely a bad thing. Raziel raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by my line of thinking. Go on. Well, I begin, trying to articulate what I've been grappling with internally. Their adaptability could be an asset. They bring a fresh perspective to our strategies. And, Raziel prompts, and they challenge us, I say finally. They push us to reconsider our own limitations. A small smile tugs at Raziel's lips. You've been sparring with humans. I nod, unable to hide the respect I've developed for Eloen. They're relentless. It's refreshing. Raziel's smile widens slightly. Yes, humans have spirit. But the way he says it seems like he knows I'm talking about one in particular. There's more to his expression than he is letting on. I glance away, the image of her fierce determination still vivid in my mind. I suppose you're right. With that, I push back from the table and stand, nodding at Raziel. I'll see you around. He gives me a knowing look but says nothing as I leave the library. The sun is up now, the air thick and hot as it hits me when I step outside, and I take a deep breath, trying to clear my head. That's when I spot her. Eloen is in the training yard still, guiding another human through a series of drills. Her movements are fluid, precise. Every muscle in her body seems to move with purpose. She's wearing a fitted tunic and pants that cling to her form, and I can't help but admire the way her body shifts with each motion. Her voice carries over the yard, calm and steady as she instructs the other human. There's a fire in her eyes, a fierce determination that draws me in. She demonstrates a move, then steps back, watching intently as her trainee mimics her actions. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, watching her work. Each time she moves, my gaze follows the line of her muscles, the way her hair catches the light even in the dimness of our underground home. Her focus is unwavering. There's no hesitation in her actions, no doubt. It's a quality I can't help but respect. As she finishes a sequence and steps back to observe, I catch sight of her face, determined, fierce, and utterly captivating. For a moment, I'm lost in the sight of her. It's not just her physical prowess that impresses me. It's her spirit, her courage. Despite everything she's been through, she stands tall and strong, unyielding in the face of adversity. And damn if that isn't alluring. I watch as she corrects the trainee's stance with a gentle touch, her fingers brushing lightly against their arm. There's something almost tender in the way she teaches, an unexpected softness beneath her fierce exterior. Eloen catches my eye across the yard and gives me a small nod before returning to her trainee. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar sensation. Pride? Admiration? Whatever it is, it feels like it's lodged deep inside me now. It's become clear that I severely underestimated her. She's courageous, determined, a warrior in her own right, and every day it's getting harder and harder to resist her.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 12. Eloen. My muscles are straining against the relentless assault of another early morning training. Aldric moves with a precision and power that leaves little room for error. Each blow he delivers tests my limits, but I refuse to back down. I catch a glint of approval in his silver eyes as I deflect his strike. "You're getting faster," he notes, stepping back to reassess his stance. "Thanks," I reply, breathing hard but keeping my focus sharp. "You're not making it easy." He smirks, the first hint of genuine amusement I've seen from him. "Easy doesn't teach you anything." We circle each other, and I take a moment to study him beyond the surface. There's a dedication in his movements, a depth of character that goes beyond the fierce warrior everyone sees. The way he fights, the way he trains. It's not just about skill. It's about something deeper, something that drives him forward. "You're distracted," Aldric warns, lunging forward with a swift jab. I parry and counterattack, pushing him back. "I'm not," I say between breaths. "You're better than that." He knocks me off balance. "Come on, show me what you really have." Despite his gruff exterior, there's a truth in his words that resonates with me. He isn't just tough for the sake of it. There's a reason behind his intensity. It's not just about pride or power. It's about protecting those who can't protect themselves. As we continue sparring, I find myself drawn not just to his physical prowess, but to the way he approaches every action he takes. His resilience isn't just physical. It's woven into every part of who he is. There's honor in him that commands respect, even when he's being insufferable. "Your form's improving," Aldric remarks as our blades lock together again. "I've had a good teacher," I admit reluctantly. His expression softens almost imperceptibly before he pushes me away and resets his stance. "Don't let it go to your head." We exchange blows again, and this time I see more than just a warrior in front of me. I see someone who's been through battles both on and off the field, someone who understands loss and carries it with quiet strength. His gaze meets mine, and for a moment, it feels like everything falls away. It's then that I really realize it's not just his body or skill that draws me in. It's the person beneath all of it. But gods, he is hot. Aldric might not have really opened up to me yet, but I've been watching him. He's tough but fair, strong from years of discipline and practice, which I can appreciate. And he's finally treating me like an equal, almost like he can change. "I think that's enough for the day," he rumbles, and I almost think he might be breathless. "No," I tell myself, "that's insane." I nod, feeling not quite steady myself. He takes a step back, but neither of us turn away. We're locked in some silent battle, and the tension is becoming too much. Just as Aldric opens his mouth to say something, I hear my name. "Eloen." I turn to see Jessa approaching. She and I have been sparring in the early afternoon most days, with her and Celine helping me address my cuts and bruises afterwards. Since Jessa is a vrakken, she heals much faster. I turn back to Aldric, but he's already retreating. Irritation flicks up inside of me as I stare at his retreating back, but I shove it down. I nod at Jessa as she approaches. "Ready to spar?" I ask, already knowing her answer. "Always." She grins, rolling her shoulders and taking a stance opposite me. We begin, the rhythm of our movements familiar, yet challenging. Jessa's strikes are precise, her footwork fluid. She's tough and fast, her time on the farm clearly evident in her strong frame and quick reflexes. We move around each other, exchanging blows and dodging attacks. It's a dance we've perfected over countless sessions. She sinks into her stance, her movements fluid and precise. She might be quick, her strikes sharp and calculated, but I've learned a thing or two from my sessions with Aldric. I deflect and counter, matching her pace. "Nice move," Jessa comments, her eyes twinkling with approval as she blocks my attack. "Thanks," I reply, focusing on the rhythm of our sparring. We continue for several minutes, the sound of our strikes echoing in the training ground. Each movement is a test of skill and endurance, but there's also a camaraderie between us that makes it almost enjoyable. Almost. After a particularly intense exchange, we both step back, breathing heavily but grinning. "You're getting better," she notes, wiping sweat from her brow. "Guess I've had good teachers," I say, thinking of Aldric's relentless training. Jessa's eyes narrow slightly with mischief. "Speaking of teachers," she begins casually, "I saw you talking to Aldric earlier." I shrug it off. "He was just giving me some pointers." "Pointers, huh?" Jessa teases, her grin widening. Looked like more than just pointers to me. I roll my eyes, trying to dismiss the flutter in my chest. "It's nothing." "Sure it is," she continues, undeterred. "You two have been spending a lot of time together lately." "Because he's training me," I counter, but even I can hear the weak protest in my voice. Jessa laughs softly. "Come on, Eloen. It's obvious there's something there." I brush off the comment, focusing on our sparring. He's just trying to make sure I don't get myself killed. "Yet, you've been spending a lot of one-on-one time together." She ducks as I lunge forward, and she gestures like I just proved her point. "Doesn't seem like you need that much extra training to me." "So," I counter, but there's an edge of defensiveness in my voice even I can't ignore. "So," she presses, dodging another strike with ease. "You like him." I scoff, though the heat rising in my cheeks betrays me. He's an insufferable jerk most of the time. "Doesn't mean you don't like him," she retorts with a knowing smile. Her words spark thoughts I hadn't fully acknowledged before. Sure, Aldric is attractive. Okay, more than attractive. But it's more than that. There's a connection forming between us that goes beyond the physical attraction. It's in the way he pushes me to be better, the way he sees past my human exterior to the warrior within. I shake my head, trying to dispel the thoughts. "We're just training partners," I insist. Jessa raises an eyebrow skeptically. "If you say so." But as we resume our sparring, her teasing words linger in my mind. The idea of something more with Aldric isn't just ridiculous anymore. It's a tantalizing possibility that refuses to be ignored. With each strike and parry against Jessa's skilled attacks, I find myself wondering what it would mean to let those barriers down, just a little, and see where this unexpected connection might lead. But I don't even know if he'd want that. I'm so caught up in my thoughts that I don't move out of the way in time, and Jessa snatches my wrist, spinning me and pinning me in a position that could break my arm if I move too much. "You're distracted," Jessa comments, loosening her grip on my wrist but not letting go entirely. I roll my eyes, trying to shake off her hold. "Just caught off guard." She raises an eyebrow, her hazel eyes glinting with amusement. "You know, Nikolai and I didn't always get along so well either." I stop struggling for a moment, curiosity piqued. "Really? You two seem inseparable now." Jessa nods, releasing me fully and stepping back. "Yeah, but it wasn't always like that. When we first met, he was conflicted, arrogant, even." I snort, rubbing my wrist where she held me. "Sounds familiar?" She chuckles. "Exactly. We clashed a lot, but eventually I found my way in with him. I learned about who he was underneath. And when it comes to vrakken," she continues, her tone turning serious, "the more you try to ignore it, the worse the pull becomes. It's fated." I scoff at the notion. "Fated? That sounds like a load of crap." Jessa crosses her arms, giving me a knowing look. "You can think that all you want, but I've seen it happen too many times to ignore it. The pull is real, Eloen. Maybe you just need to give in, at least try it." "Give in?" I repeat incredulously. "To what?" "Attraction. I barely know the guy." She levels me with a look. "Look, all I'm saying is there is a war coming. If you want something, go after it. before it's too late. I roll my shoulders, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling her words stir in me. Well, I'm not about to let something you've imagined. She rolls her eyes. Distract me from my training. Jessa sighs softly, almost sympathetically. I just don't want you to regret it. With that, she steps back into a fighting stance, signalling she's ready to continue our sparring session. Determined not to let her words get under my skin any further, I lunge forward again, working my way out of Jessa's hold with renewed vigour. We fall back into the rhythm of our training, but her words linger at the edge of my thoughts like an itch I can't scratch. Regardless of what's going on between Aldric and me, I'm not about to let anything distract me from my revenge. Not even myself. With each strike and parry against Jessa's skilled attacks, I focus on proving one thing. I will destroy the Dark Elves, if it's the last thing I do. But maybe, just maybe, Aldric doesn't have to be a distraction. Maybe if he wants this as much as I do, we can get it out of our system, so we can focus on the war.
Chapter 13. Aldrik. The dim glow of the torches casts flickering shadows across the training grounds, illuminating the dust swirling in the air. I face Eloen, her fiery red hair whipping about as she circles me like a predator. She moves with a grace that belies her compact frame, and I can't help but admire her focus. "Come on, Aldrik, show me what you've got!" Her voice crackles with energy. She lunges at me, swift and fierce. I block her strike, feeling the force of her blow reverberate through my arm. I can't deny it. She's improved remarkably. "Is that all?" I challenge, my tone clipped as I push back against her relentless assault. She grins, a wild, defiant smile, and shifts into a low crouch, feinting to my left before twisting into a spinning kick aimed at my side. I barely sidestep in time, feeling the wind of her foot rush past me. "You'll have to do better than that," I say, stepping forward to close the distance between us. My heart pounds as our eyes lock, and for a moment the world outside fades. She sweeps low again, this time aiming for my legs. I jump over her outstretched arm and land behind her. "You think you can outmaneuver me?" I tease. Eloen spins around quickly and lands a glancing blow to my shoulder that sends a jolt through me. "Maybe you should stop underestimating me." Her fierce determination fuels something primal within me. We clash again, exchanging blows in quick succession. Each strike grows more intense. Our breaths mingle in the space between us, heavy and charged with unspoken words. I find myself slipping into a rhythm with her moves, almost dancing amidst the chaos of combat. She surprises me with an elbow aimed at my ribs. I twist away just enough to avoid it, but feel her breath against my cheek as she brushes past. Damn it! The air crackles with tension. Every clash of our bodies sends sparks flying through the night sky above us. There's no denying it now. The way she pushes against me ignites something raw inside me. Eloen steps back for just a heartbeat. We're both panting heavily now, adrenaline coursing through our veins like wildfire. "You're not tired yet?" she breathes, eyes bright with challenge. "Not even close," I reply, more gruff than intended as my body hums from exertion and desire alike. The air thickens between us as we circle each other once more. The weight of what hangs unsaid pulling tighter around us like an unbreakable chain ready to snap. Lunging forward, I press Eloen against the rough stone wall, the cool surface biting into her back. My hands grip her shoulders, holding her steady as I stare down into those fierce green eyes that flicker with defiance. "Let your guard down for once," I demand, my voice low and urgent. Her breath hitches slightly, but she doesn't back down. Instead, she fights against my hold, twisting and squirming. There's fire in her spirit, a relentless spark that pulls at something deep within me. "Not a chance," she retorts, her voice sharp as steel. I tighten my grip, frustration boiling inside me. "You think this is a game? You can't keep pushing yourself like this without—" "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 14. Eloen. I can't stop thinking about what happened with Aldric. My body still tingles from his touch, the memory of his lips making me ache for him, the way he pinned me against that wall, his strength overwhelming yet exhilarating. I've never felt anything like it, but what does it mean? We were sparring 1 minute, and the next. Gods, I can still taste him. I never knew it could feel like that. It was supposed to get him out of my system. But now I am dying for another taste. It's like I'm an addict, ready to go back and beg for more. I wanted to get rid of the attraction, not make it worse, but I can't deny the attraction I feel. It's been building for weeks, simmering beneath the surface of our tense training sessions. I just never expected it to explode like this. And I can't help but wonder if Aldric feels the same. Was this a one-time thing for him? Or is he itching to drag me beneath him, to bury himself deep in me until I can't claw him out? It shouldn't turn me on, but it does. And what's worse is I want him to take more, to make my body bend to his. I want to be stretched around him, to be sore for days. I want his bite. I've heard the other women talk. The vrakken bite can be euphoric, if they so choose, heightening every pleasure until you are floating in it. It's supposed to be intense, and God's help me, I want that. I want to know that Aldric's venom is filling my veins just like his manhood is filling me. I want to know that he's drunk on my blood the way I am drunk on his God's-damned body. But we're in the middle of preparing for war. Is this really the time to be exploring whatever this is between us? And what about the others? How would they react if they knew? I pace my small room, unable to settle. I skipped training this morning, which I never have before. Not that Aldric came to seek me out, but I know his scent is clinging to me, and I wouldn't be able to look at him without every vrakken there smelling the desire on me. I can't keep this bottled up anymore. My heart's racing as I approach Selene's quarters, my palms sweaty. I need to talk to someone about what happened with Aldric, and she's the only one I trust completely. I knock softly, and Selene opens the door, her amber eyes warm and welcoming. Eloen? What's wrong? Can we talk? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. She ushers me inside, concern etched on her face. We sit on her bed, and I take a deep breath, trying to find the right words. It's about Aldric, I start, my cheeks flushing. Something happened between us. Selene's eyebrows raise, but she doesn't interrupt. I spill everything, the intense sparring session, the kiss, the passionate encounter that followed. I don't know what to do, Selene. It was incredible, but now I'm so confused. I guess I thought I would just get him out of my system. Selene takes my hand, her touch comforting. And now it feels like more. I nod. I'm not looking for more. Not now. Not during. I wave my hand in the air as I trial off. She knows what I mean. I get it, she says softly. There was attraction there and you acted on it. It's war, and no one is wanting to take a mate then. It's dangerous. The word mate sent a jolt through my system, but I said nothing. You want my advice? I nod, even though we both know she'd give it either way. Don't think so hard about it. I open my mouth, but she shakes her head. I know it's easier said than done, but focus on what's important. Don't let him distract you from your training. And if you find more than one way to get your cardio in, she winks at me. Take it. It was supposed to be a one-time thing, I mutter. Celine holds her hand up in defense. I'm just saying don't force anything. Train. Fight. Screw. Her pale skin turns pink at the word, reminding that she was once not part of such a vulgar world. Let the rest fall into place. The next morning, I wake before dawn, my body always aching from my lack of rest. I managed a solo training session without running into Aldric. I needed to clear my head, and I finally got myself focused, for the most part. Sometimes the memory of his hands holding me up, firm and gripping me, start to creep in. But I push those thoughts aside. I can't let my confusion about our encounter distract me from why I'm really here. Throwing on my training clothes, I head to the sparring grounds. The base is quiet, most still asleep. Perfect. I need this time alone to centre myself. I begin with stretches, feeling the pull in my muscles. Then I move to the practice dummies, my fists flying as I imagine dark elf faces. Each punch is fueled by memories of what they did to my family, to me. You're up early. I whirl around to see Nikolai watching me, his expression unreadable. Couldn't sleep, I mutter, turning back to the dummy. He nods, stepping closer. Your form has improved, but you're telegraphing your moves too much. Here. Without warning, he throws a punch. I barely dodge in time. See? You tensed before moving. In a real fight, that split second could cost you everything. For the next hour, Nikolai drills me relentlessly. By the time others start trickling in for morning training, I'm drenched in sweat, but feeling more focused than I have in days. As Aldric arrives to oversee training, our eyes meet briefly. My heart races, but I force myself to look away. I'm here to become a warrior, to fight the dark elves. I can't let anything, or anyone, distract me from that goal. Throughout the day, I throw myself into every exercise with renewed determination. When Jessa knocks me down during a sparring match, I get right back up, ignoring the bruises forming on my ribs. When my arms shake from holding a heavy sword, I grip my teeth and keep swinging. By nightfall, every muscle in my body screams in protest. But as I collapse onto my bed, exhausted, I feel a sense of grim satisfaction. I'm getting stronger, faster, better, and no matter what happens between Aldric and me, I won't let it derail my purpose. Tomorrow I'll wake up and do it all over again, because I have to be ready. The Dark Elves are coming, and when they do, I'll be prepared to face them. I can't help but replay my conversations with Celine and Jessa in my mind. They've both been with vrakken men, experienced the intensity and passion firsthand. And it's clear they see right through me when it comes to Aldric. Maybe they are right, though. Jessa encouraged me to go after what I wanted. And man, I am glad I did. Celine said the same thing. Focus on the things that matter. Don't give up other things just because I feel like I should. There is so little to enjoy now. Why not find happiness where I can? Their words echo in my mind as I lie awake, staring at the ceiling. No matter how hard I try to focus on training, on preparing for the coming war, my thoughts always circle back to Aldric. The memory of his touch, his kiss, the way he made me feel, it's burned into my very soul. I close my eyes, remembering the heat of his body against mine, the flash of desire in his silver eyes. My heart races, and I know sleep will elude me tonight. Aldric has awakened something in me, a hunger I never knew existed. And now that I've had a taste, I'm not sure I can ever go back.
Chapter 15. Aldric. I stretch my wings, feeling the tension in my muscles as I face off against Nikolai in the dim light of early morning. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of dew and earth. My mind should be focused on our sparring match, but instead it drifts to Eloen. Her fiery hair, those piercing green eyes, the taste of her on my tongue. I can't shake the need I have for more, to truly taste her and pierce her flesh. You're distracted. Nikolai's voice cuts through my thoughts. His fist connects with my jaw, snapping me back to reality. I growl, shaking off the blow. Just warming up. Nikolai's amber eyes narrow. That's Torah crap. Your head's not in the game, Aldrik. What's going on? I dodge his next strike, countering with a swift kick. Nothing. Focus on the fight. But Nikolai doesn't let up. He presses forward, his wings flaring out as he corners me. It's Eloen, isn't it? My hesitation costs me. Nikolai's wing sweeps my legs out from under me, and I hit the ground hard. Damn! I spit, rolling to my feet. Nikolai stands down, his expression softening. I've been where you are, you know. With Jessa. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to lash out. It's not the same. She's human. So was Jessa once, Nikolai tells me. Look, I get it. It's complicated. But a mate, that's worth everything, Aldrik. His words hit me harder than any physical blow. I can't stop thinking about her, I admit, the confession tearing from my throat. Her scent, her taste, it's driving me crazy. Nikolai nods, understanding in his eyes. That's how it starts. But it becomes so much more. Jessa. She completes me in ways I never knew I needed. I run a hand through my shorn hair, frustration and longing warring within me. I'm not sure it's such a good idea. Before Nikolai can respond, the sound of approaching footsteps catches both of our attention. My eyes narrow as I spot Eloen walking towards us, deep in conversation with one of the younger vrakken recruits. Something inside me snaps at the sight. Before I can think better of it, I'm storming towards them, my wings flaring out behind me. Eloen! I bark, my voice harsher than intended. We're training one-on-one today. I jerk my head at the fledgling, not bothering to hide my disdain. You, go spar with Nikolai. The young vrakken's eyes widen, clearly intimidated. Good. He scurries off without a word, leaving Eloen and me alone. She whirls on me, her green eyes flashing with fury. What's your problem? You can't just... But her anger only serves to fuel the fire burning inside me. My gaze rakes over her, taking in the flush of her cheeks, the heaving of her chest. Gods, she's beautiful when she's pissed off. I can, and I did. I growl, stepping closer. You're here to train, not socialize. Eloen's nostrils flare, and I can smell the spike of adrenaline coursing through her. I wasn't socializing, she snaps. We were discussing techniques. I lean in, my voice dropping to a low rumble. Then show me what you've learned. Her eyes narrow, a challenge sparking in their depths. It takes every ounce of self-control not to pin her against the nearest wall and claim her lips right then and there. Instead, I force myself to step back, falling into a fighting stance. Come on, little human. Let's see what you've got. I circle Eloen, watching her every move. Her stance is solid, her eyes alert. She's come a long way since our first sparring match. Remember, I growl, dark elves won't hesitate. They'll exploit any weakness. Eloen nods, her jaw set with determination. I lunge forward, testing her reflexes. She sidesteps, narrowly avoiding my grasp. Good, I grunt, but not good enough. I feint left, then sweep her legs out from under her. She hits the ground hard, but rolls quickly, springing back to her feet. Faster, I command. You need to anticipate, not just react. Her green eyes flash with frustration, but there's a fire there that refuses to be extinguished. It stirs something in me, a mix of admiration and Something else I can't quite name. We continue like this, trading blows and counters. With each exchange, I push her harder, forcing her to dig deeper. And to my surprise, she rises to meet every challenge. At one point, she manages to land a solid hit to my solar plexus. It catches me off guard, and I stumble back a step. A grin tugs at the corner of my mouth. Not bad, I admit, rubbing my chest. You're getting stronger. Eloen's face lights up at the praise, and I feel an unexpected warmth in my chest. Pride, I realize. I'm proud of how far she's come. Again, I say, falling back into my fighting stance. But this time, there's a new energy between us. It's not just about training anymore. It's about pushing each other, seeing how far we can go. As we spar, I find myself marveling at her progress. Her movements are more fluid now, her strikes more precise. She's learning to read my body language, anticipating my attacks. When we finally call it quits, we're both breathing hard. Sweat glistens on Eloen's skin, and I have to force myself to look away. You did well today, I tell her, surprised by the gentleness in my own voice. Eloen beams at me, her face flushed with exertion and pride. Thanks to you, she says. You're a good teacher. I feel a surge of something. Satisfaction? Affection? I'm not sure, but it's unsettling and exhilarating all at once. Keep it up, I manage to say, and you might just survive this war. As I watch her walk away, I can't help but feel a swell of pride. She's come so far, and I know she'll only get stronger. And despite myself, I'm looking forward to seeing just how far she can go. I force myself to turn away from Eloen's retreating form, my wings twitching with the effort it takes not to follow her. Instead, I head inside the base, seeking out Raziel. I find him in the back library, poring over ancient maps and battle strategies. Raziel, I greet him, my voice gruff. He looks up, a knowing glint in his dark eyes. Aldrik, come to discuss strategy. I nod, taking a seat across from him. I've been thinking about our approach to the upcoming war. Raziel leans back, folding his hands. Go on. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I believe we should consider training more humans alongside the vrakken. They've shown potential. Raziel's eyebrow quirks up, but he remains silent, waiting for me to continue. I'm sure my words come as a shock, given that I was less than enthused when Eloen volunteered, but she has been teaching me quite the lesson. They're adaptable, I explain, thinking of Eloen's progress, and they bring a different perspective to combat. The Dark Elves won't expect it. An interesting proposition, Raziel muses. And what brought about this change of heart? I shift uncomfortably, avoiding his piercing gaze. I've seen their determination firsthand, their drive to survive, to fight back. It could be a valuable asset. I try to keep my voice neutral, and they have suffered at the Dark Elves' hands. That brings a level of determination that many vrakken lack. Raziel nods slowly, a small smile playing at his lips. I see. And this wouldn't have anything to do with a certain red-headed recruit, would it? I feel heat rising to my face, but I force myself to maintain composure. This is about strategy, nothing more. Raziel chuckles, leaning forward. Aldrik, my friend, the war doesn't have to be the only thing on your mind. It's okay to find joy, even in these dark times. I open my mouth to protest, but Raziel holds up a hand. I've seen the way you look at her. Don't deny yourself happiness out of some misguided sense of duty. His words hit me like a physical blow, leaving me momentarily speechless. I clench my jaw, struggling to maintain my composure. Raziel, you're misunderstanding. My focus is on the war, on our people. Eloen is... she's just someone to train. That's all. Raziel leans back, his dark eyes studying me intently. Is that so? I stand abruptly, my wings flaring out behind me. What are you getting at, Raziel? He rises slowly, his voice gentle but firm. Aldric, sometimes we need more than just duty to drive us. You said it yourself. The humans have suffered at the hands of the Dark Elves. That gives them a reason to fight beyond mere survival. I open my mouth to argue, but he continues, Perhaps you found your own reason to fight. His words hit me like a physical blow, and I take a step back. That's not... Raziel places a hand on my shoulder, his expression softening. It's okay to care, Aldric. It doesn't make you weak. In fact, it might make you stronger. I shake my head, trying to deny the truth in his words. But deep down, I know he's right. Eloen has awakened something in me, a fire I thought long extinguished. Maybe, I admit grudgingly. She has shown me a different perspective. But that doesn't change anything. The war is still our priority. Raziel nods, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Of course, but remember, Aldric, sometimes the things we fight for are what give us the strength to keep fighting.
Chapter 16. Eloen. I can't take my eyes off Aldric as he demonstrates a new fighting technique. His muscles ripple under his skin, and I find myself mesmerized by the graceful power of his movements. When he catches me staring, I quickly avert my gaze, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. You okay there, Red? He smirks, using the nickname he's taken to calling me. I nod, trying to regain my composure. Just admiring your form. He raises an eyebrow. My form, huh? I roll my eyes but can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. You know what I mean? As we continue training, I notice Aldric's eyes lingering on me more often. There's a softness there that I haven't seen before, and it makes my heart skip a beat. It's been 2 weeks since that sparring session, and we haven't talked about it. We've trained hard together, though, and somehow, we've actually become friends. Friends that talk to each other, which has been nice. And somehow, it's only stoked the fire building between us. During a water break, I gather the courage to ask him something that's been on my mind. Aldric, what was it like growing up as a vrakken? I couldn't imagine what it must have been like to be stuck beneath the ground for so long. He pauses, his expression turning thoughtful. It wasn't easy. Our society values strength above all else, and of course it was painful to be stuck in the tunnels for so long when I was meant to fly. His wings twitch in response. My father. He trails off, his jaw clenching. I reach out, placing a hand on his arm. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Aldric shakes his head. No, it's okay. My father was a respected warrior. He pushed me hard, sometimes too hard, but it made me who I am today. I notice the way his shoulders tense as he speaks. Without thinking, I step closer, my fingers tracing the intricate tattoo on his arm. It must have been tough. He nods, his silver eyes meeting mine. It was, but it taught me the importance of duty, of protecting those who can't protect themselves. Is that why you're so dedicated to this fight against the Dark Elves? Aldric's expression darkens. Partly, but it's more than that. I've seen what they're capable of, the destruction they leave in their wake. I can't let that happen to anyone else. I feel a surge of admiration for him. I understand. That's why I'm here too. He looks at me, really looks at me, and I see a flicker of something in his eyes. Respect? Affection? I'm not sure, but it makes my breath catch. You're stronger than I gave you credit for, Red, he says softly. I smile, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. So are you, even for a vrakken, I tease. After our training, I head to get something to eat. I grab my plate and head to a quiet corner of the dining area, expecting another solitary meal. To my surprise, Aldrik appears, settling down across from me with his own food. Scouts have taken to bringing small animals, so the vrakken that don't have time to hunt can still eat. Maybe the sight of the fresh carcass should gross me out, but I'm faced with much worse. "Mind if I join you, Red?" he asks, already making himself comfortable. I raise an eyebrow. Do I have a choice? He grins, a rare sight that makes my heart skip. Not really. As I eat, I can't help but notice how different he seems outside of training. His shoulders are relaxed, and there's an almost playful glint in his eyes. "So," I start, "do all vrakken have such poor etiquette, or is that just you?" Aldrik pauses, pulling back from his meal and looking offended. "I'll have you know this is how civilized vrakken eat." I snort. "Civilized? You've got blood dripping off your chin." He wipes it away, smirking. "At least I don't eat like a bird. How do you expect to keep up with me in training if you don't fuel up properly?" "Some of us prefer quality over quantity," I retort. "Quality?" He eyes my plate skeptically. "That mush barely qualifies as food." I stick my tongue out at him. "It's nutritious." "It's sad is what it is," he counters. But then he seems to pause. "It doesn't bother you, does it?" His eyes dart down to the drained animal in his hands. With a smile, I shake my head. "No, it doesn't." "Good." He lowers his mouth. "Wasn't going to stop anyway." I snort. "Jerk." We fall into a comfortable silence, and I find myself studying him. His hair is growing back, no longer the stark reminder of what he lost in battle. I wonder if he still feels the sting of that moment. "What?" he asks, catching me staring. I shrug. "Just thinking about how much less intimidating you look when you're draped over a tiny chair." My eyes drop to his massive frame, his wings taking up the chairs on either side, and the wood that is clearly struggling beneath his weight. It's comical. He narrows his eyes. "I'm always intimidating." "Sure you are, big guy," I tease, reaching over to wipe a smudge from the corner of his mouth. The moment my fingers touch his skin, a spark seems to pass between us. We both freeze, our eyes locked. For a second, I think he might lean in, but then he clears his throat and pulls back. "We should get to work," he says, his voice gruff. "Those weapons aren't going to polish themselves." I nod, trying to ignore the flutter in my stomach. "Race you there?" A competitive gleam enters his eyes. "You're on, Red." As we settle into the rhythmic task of polishing weapons, I can't help but glance at Aldrik. His brow is furrowed in concentration, those silver eyes focused intently on his work. "So," I start, breaking the silence, "tell me about the war that drove your people underground. I've heard bits and pieces, but never the full story." Aldric's hands pause for a moment before resuming their work. "It's not exactly a bedtime story, Red." I roll my eyes. "Good thing it's not bedtime then, isn't it?" He snorts, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "Fair enough. Well, I'm sure you've heard of the first." He looks up at me as I nod. "Akeldama, our god, made her, found her on her home planet. She was the first vrakken, and he gave her a year to make more before he brought her here." My eyebrows shoot up in surprise. I had not heard that she was from another planet, though the concept shouldn't be that shocking. I was currently in Wildspont, a pocket that hid us within our own planet. But when we first arrived on Protheka, it became apparent that it was not all we had expected. We thought we'd found paradise, a place where we could thrive. But then we met the Dark Elves. Let me guess, they weren't exactly rolling out the welcome mat. "More like rolling out the guillotine," Aldrik says dryly. "They saw us as invaders, a threat to their dominance. The war that followed was brutal. I nod, encouraging him to continue. We fought hard, but in the end, we were outnumbered. His words came out through clenched teeth. It seemed hard for him to stomach the loss. We could have kept going. No doubt we would have found a way to cut down those grey-skinned bastards, if only because we are immortal and they are not. But then we discovered the wild sponts. They were our salvation and our prison. Sounds cosy, I quip, trying to lighten the mood. Aldric chuckles, but there's a bitterness to it. Oh yeah, nothing says home sweet home like damp caves and eternal darkness. He sighed heavily. But the vrakken, even as a warrior people, are apathetic. They did not want to fight when we had found a place to thrive. Or so we thought. At least you didn't have to worry about sunburn, I offer. He actually laughs at that, a deep, rich sound that makes my heart skip. True, but trust me, Red, after a few centuries, you start to miss the feel of wind on your face. I can't imagine being trapped underground for so long. It must have been hard giving up the sky. Aldric's wings twitch, as if remembering the freedom they once had ripped away. It was. But it was that, or an endless war. The dark elves, they're relentless. They won't stop until they've wiped us out. He shrugged. The feeling is mutual there. Well, I say, meeting his gaze, they'll have to go through me first. Something flashes in Aldric's eyes. Surprise, maybe even admiration. You know, Red, you might just make a decent vrakken yet. I grin, tossing a polishing cloth at his head. Watch it, I just might take that as a compliment.
Chapter 17. Aldrik. After our nightly training, I watch Eloen leave the sparring area, her fiery red hair swaying with each step. My body thrums with an electric energy I can't shake. The memory of her pressed against me, skin on skin, ignites a fire in my veins. I run a hand through my shorn hair, frustration and desire warring within me. Her scent lingers in the air, an intoxicating mix of sweat and something uniquely her. My wings twitch, aching to wrap around her lithe form once more, and the scene of her blood. I can tell it would be sweet and rich. Nothing I've ever experienced before, and I'm absolutely dying for a taste. I want to fill her up with me in every way possible. I want to be drunk on her blood while she screams my name while I'm buried deep in her. I want her. I clench my fists, trying to regain control. But all I can think about is the way she moaned my name, how her body fit perfectly against mine. The softness of her skin. The fire in her eyes as she challenged me. My body responds traitorously, desire coursing through me. I want her again. Now, the need to claim her, to mark her as mine, overwhelms me. But it's more than just physical. The way she looks at me, like she sees beyond the hardened warrior exterior, unnerves me. She's worming her way under my skin, past defenses I've spent years building. I pace the sparring area, unable to shake the images flooding my mind. Her fierce determination during training, the vulnerability in her eyes when she speaks of her past, the way she stands up to me without fear. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. She's human, fragile compared to my kind, and yet she's proven herself stronger than I ever expected. I growl in frustration, slamming my fist against the wall. The pain does nothing to dull the ache of wanting her, but then Raziel's words slip into my mind. Don't deny yourself happiness out of some misguided sense of duty. Perhaps you found your own reason to fight. Grinding my teeth together, I feel it the second my resolve snaps. He's right. I don't have to give her up. And holy first, I don't want to. It's time that I stop fighting this and just take. I storm through the base, my footsteps echoing off the stone walls. My heart pounds in my chest, desire and determination fueling every step. I know where she's gone. The showers aren't far. The sound of running water guides me. Steam billows out as I push open the door, my eyes immediately finding Eloen's silhouette behind the curtains, much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started. It looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 18. Eloen. I wake before dawn, my muscles aching from yesterday's training. Aldric's warmth is missing beside me. He must have slipped out during the night. It's become a routine of ours. He'll meet me in bed, sometimes leaving while I sleep, and sometimes waking me the next morning. My days are filled with him, and while we haven't discussed anything about us or beyond the training, I'm happy with it. Pushing through the soreness, I drag myself out of bed and start my morning routine. At the training grounds, Aldric is already waiting, his silver eyes gleaming as I approach. "You're late," he growls, but I catch the hint of a smirk. "The sun's barely up," I retort, rolling my shoulders. "Some of us need sleep." He scoffs. "Sleep is for the weak. Now show me what you've got." We spar intensely, Aldric pushing me harder than ever. His fist connects with my ribs and I stumble back, gasping. "Focus," he barks. "The dark elves won't go easy on you." Gritting my teeth, I dodge his neck strike and sweep his legs. He goes down hard but pulls me with him. We grapple on the ground until I manage to pin him. "Not bad," he admits grudgingly. Later, I limp to the dining hall where Selene fusses over my new bruises. "You're working her too hard," she scolds Aldric as he joins us. He shrugs. "She can handle it. Isn't that right, Red?" "I'm fine," I insist, though my body screams otherwise. Jessa plops down beside me with a grin. "Looking rough there, Elle. Need me to kick Aldric's butt for you?" I laugh, wincing as it jars my ribs. "I can handle him." "Oh, I bet you can," she says with a wink. As I eat, my gaze drifts to the other warriors limping into the room. A knot forms in my stomach. We're training hard, but will it be enough? What if we lose Selene or Jessa? Or Aldric? The thought makes my chest tight. Aldric catches my worried look, and his expression softens slightly. Under the table, his hand finds mine, squeezing gently. For now, we're safe. But war is coming, and I can only hope we'll be ready when it does. After lunch, Jessa and Selene pull me aside to help patch me up. We settle into one of the empty libraries, and Jessa starts applying a soothing salve to my bruises. "Damn, Elle, Aldric really did a number on you today," Jessa says, her fingers gentle on my ribs. I wince. "Yeah, well, you should see the other guy." Selene snorts. "I did. He looked annoyingly unscathed." "Hey now," I tease. "Aren't you supposed to be on my side?" "Always," Selene says, her amber eyes warm. "But facts are facts." Jessa finishes with the salve and hands me a cup of herbal tea. "Drink this. It'll help with the soreness." I take a sip, grimacing at the bitter taste. "Ugh. Are you sure this isn't poison?" "Don't be dramatic," Selene chides. "It's good for you." "Speaking of good for you," Jessa says with a sly grin, "how are things with Aldric?" I feel my cheeks heat up. "Fine, we're training." "Is that what they're calling it these days?" Selene quips, surprising me. "Look who's talking," I retort. "I saw you sparring with Raziel yesterday. Since when did you become a warrior?" Selene blushes. "I'm not. I just..." Thought it might be useful to learn a few things. Uh-huh, Jessa and I say in unison, exchanging knowing looks. Sparring always leads to one thing with my mate. Jessa adds, giving Celine a knowing look. Celine blushes but doesn't answer. You're picking it up fast though, I add, nudging Celine with my shoulder. Soon you'll be kicking butt with the rest of us. Celine rolls her eyes, but I catch the pleased smile she tries to hide. Seriously though, Jessa says, her tone turning more serious. Are you and Aldric? You know? I sigh, considering how to answer. It's complicated. We're something. I just don't know what yet. Celine squeezes my hand. Just be careful, okay? Vrakken hearts aren't easily won. Says the woman mated to one, I tease, but I appreciate her concern. Exactly, she replies with a soft smile. I know what I'm talking about. I spend the afternoon with the girls until the sun starts to set, and I drag myself out. Celine tells me to rest, but I shrug her off, Jessa walking with me to go to the temple. I make my way to the training grounds as dusk settles over the base. The familiar ache in my muscles is a constant companion now, but I push through it. As I approach, I notice Aldric's silver eyes scanning me, his brow furrowed. How are your injuries? He asks, his voice gruff but tinged with something unfamiliar. I shrug, confused by his sudden concern. I'm fine. Let's get started. But as we begin our usual routine, I realise something's off. Aldric's strikes lack their usual force, his movements almost hesitant. It takes me a moment to realise what's happening. He's going easy on me. Did Selene's comments really bother him? Anger flares in my chest. What are you doing? I snap, dodging a half-hearted punch. Training you, he growls, but there's no bite to it. No, you're not, I retort, frustration building. You're treating me like I'm made of glass. I don't need your pity. Without waiting for a response, I turn and stalk away, spotting Nikolai nearby. Hey, I call out. Want to spar? Nikolai raises an eyebrow but nods. As we square off, I can feel Aldric's eyes burning into my back. Nikolai doesn't hold back. His strikes are swift and merciless, pushing me to my limits. It's exactly what I need. Sweat pours down my face as I struggle to keep up, my bruised body protesting with every movement. Just as Nikolai lands a particularly brutal hit, sending me stumbling, Aldric appears between us. That's enough, he snarls. She's done for the night. I push myself up, glaring at him. I can speak for myself, thanks. Without another word, I turn and stomp off towards my quarters. The sound of raised voices follows me, but I don't look back. That night, as I lie in bed, my body aching and my pride stinging, I wait for Aldric's familiar presence. But he never comes. I wake up feeling hollow, the absence of Aldric's warmth beside me more noticeable than ever. Pushing down the ache in my chest, I drag myself to the training grounds. Nikolai's already there, and I make a beeline for him, pointedly ignoring Aldric's presence nearby. Ready for round 2? I ask, forcing a grin. Nikolai raises an eyebrow but nods. We square off, and I throw myself into the fight with reckless abandon. Each blow I land feels like a victory. Each hit, I take a reminder that I'm strong enough to take it. After, Selene appears at my side, her face creased with worry. Library, now, she says, leaving no room for argument. Once we're alone, she starts examining my fresh bruises. What's going on, Elle? You're fighting like you've got a death wish. I wince as she prods a particularly tender spot. It's nothing, just pushing myself. Celine gives me a look that says she's not buying it. Spill. Sighing, I tell her about yesterday. Aldric going easy on me, my anger, the fight with Nikolai. He treated me like I was weak. I finish, frustration bubbling up again. Celine listens quietly, her amber eyes thoughtful, When I'm done, she takes my hand. No, he's being a stubborn vrakken, she huffs. Did you ever think that maybe he wasn't doubting you but trying to protect you? I blink, confused. What do you mean? Vrakken, especially warriors like Aldrik, are fiercely protective of those they care about. She explains gently. He saw you hurt, and his instinct was to shield you from more pain. It doesn't mean he thinks you're weak. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. But why would he care that much? Celine smiles softly. I think you know why. The question is, what are you going to do about it? I spend the afternoon with Celine, turning her words over in my mind. As dusk approaches, I make my way to the training grounds, my heart racing with anticipation. I'm determined to talk to Aldrik, to clear the air between us. But as I arrive, Aldric's already there, his silver eyes scanning me intently. Before I can speak, he's circling me, assessing my stance and injuries with a critical eye. Hey there, handsome, I tease, trying to lighten the mood. See something you like? Aldric says nothing, his face an unreadable mask. The silence stretches between us, heavy and uncomfortable. Finally he speaks. You shouldn't train tonight. You need rest. I bristle at his words. I'm fine. I can handle it. No, he says firmly. You're pushing yourself too hard. It ends now. Anger flares in my chest. You don't get to decide that for me, I snap. I thought you of all people would understand why I need to do this. Aldric's eyes narrow. What I understand is that you're being reckless. You'll get yourself killed at this rate. At least I'm doing something, I shout, frustration boiling over. Unlike you, who suddenly decided to treat me like I'm a worthless human. I stomp over to the training area. Come here, let me prove to you I'm not. I expect him to argue, but instead he follows me. As we square off to spar, relief fills me. This is what I wanted, for things to go back to normal. But they aren't. With every move I make, I notice Aldric's movements are hesitant, his strikes lacking their usual force. He's still trying to go easy on me. Rage and disappointment surge through me. Without a word, I turn and storm away, leaving Aldric behind. Celine's words echo in my mind, but I push them aside. I expected more from him. I'll show him what I'm worth. It's clearly much more than he thinks I am.
Chapter 19. Aldrik. I watch Eloen storm away, her fiery hair whipping behind her like a battle flag. I screwed up again. My fists clench at my sides, wings rustling with agitation. Damn it, I mutter, running a hand through my shorn hair. It's growing back, just not as fast as I'd like. The memory of dark elves cutting it still burns, but not as much as Eloen's anger. I want to protect her. Every instinct screams at me to shield her from harm. But she's not some fragile flower. She's proven that time and again. Her strength, her fire, it's what drew me to her in the first place. Pacing the training grounds, I struggle to sort through the tangle of emotions. Pride in her progress wars with fear for her safety. Respect for her determination clashes with the urge to coddle her. Having trouble? Raziel's voice cuts through my brooding. I grunt, not breaking stride. She's going to get herself killed if she keeps pushing like this. I already know that if Raziel is talking to me, he watched it all go down. To pretend otherwise is pointless. Raziel falls into step beside me. And you think holding her back will help? I'm not... I start to protest, but the words die in my throat. That's exactly what I've been doing. Eloen's not fragile, Aldrik, Raziel says gently. She survived more than most. Your job isn't to shelter her, it's to make her stronger. I stop, wings drooping. How do I do that when every fiber of my being wants to keep her safe? Raziel's hand lands on my shoulder. By trusting her, by pushing her limits, not setting them. She needs your guidance, Not your protection. He shrugged. I've even dragged Celine out here, though it's difficult for me. I nod slowly, taking in Raziel's words. He's right, of course. Eloen's proven herself time and again, and here I am, still treating her like she's made of glass. You're right, I admit, running a hand through my hair. I've been an idiot. Not an idiot, just vrakken. Raziel chuckles. Celine likes to tell me that we are all overprotective jerks. I snort. Sounds like something Eloen would say. Look, Raziel continues, his voice softening. A true partnership isn't about protecting each other from the world. It's about facing it together, side by side. I think about Eloen's fierce determination, the fire in her eyes when she fights. She doesn't need me to shield her. She needs me to stand with her. How do you do it? I ask, genuinely curious. With Celine, I mean. How do you balance the need to protect with the need to let her grow? Raziel's eyes grow distant, a small smile playing on his lips. It's not easy, he admits. But I've learned to trust in her strength, her resilience. I support her. I push her when she needs it, but I never underestimate her. His words resonate deeply. Isn't that exactly what Eloen's been asking of me all along? You need to see Eloen as your equal, Raziel says, his gaze piercing. Not someone to protect, but someone to fight alongside. Trust in her abilities, Aldrik. Respect her choices, even when they scare you. His words hit home. I've been so caught up in my own fears. I've been stifling the very strength I admire in her. I need to apologize, I mutter. Raziel claps me on the back. Good man. And remember, a strong partnership is built on mutual respect and understanding. You're both warriors. Treat her like one. Overprotective vrakken is right, I mutter. Raziel nods. But you can make it up to her, and then you need to train her harder than ever. Show her, and yourself, what she's truly capable of. I square my shoulders, a new resolve settling over me. It won't be easy to quash my protective instincts, but Eloen deserves nothing less. She's a warrior, not a damsel. It's time I treated her like one. I make my way through the base, searching for Eloen. My mind races, replaying all the moments that led us here. Her fierce determination in our first sparring match, the way she pushed through grueling training sessions without complaint, her quick thinking in strategy meetings. How could I have been so blind? I find her in one of the smaller training rooms, viciously attacking a practice dummy. Her movements are precise, each strike calculated for maximum damage. Even exhausted and angry, she's a force to be reckoned with. Eloen, I call out softly. She whirls, eyes blazing. Come to tell me I'm pushing too hard again? I hold up my hands. I came to apologize, I was wrong. That stops her short. She eyes me warily, chest heaving from exertion. About what? About underestimating you? I step closer, wings rustling nervously. I've been so focused on protecting you that I failed to see how capable you truly are. Eloen's stance relaxes slightly, but her gaze remains guarded. Go on. I take a deep breath. You're not just surviving our training, you're thriving. You faced every challenge head-on and come out stronger. I realize now that my desire to keep you safe was holding you back. As we stand there, silence stretches between us. I find myself noticing little details about her. The way her hair falls across her forehead, the set of her jaw, the strength in her stance. Something shifts inside me, a realization I'm not quite ready to face. Look, Eloen says, breaking the silence. I know you meant well, but I'm not some fragile thing that needs protecting. I've survived more than you think already. I can handle whatever comes next. Her words hit me hard. I've been so focused on keeping her safe, I've overlooked her resilience. You're right, I admit. You're one of the strongest people I know, Eloen. I should have seen that sooner. A flicker of surprise crosses her face. You're not just saying this to placate me. No, I say firmly. I mean every word. You're a warrior, Eloen. Your strength complements my own. We're stronger together. As equals. The tension drains from her shoulders. That's all I wanted. To be seen as your equal, not someone who needs coddling. I nod, a newfound respect blooming in my chest. I see it now, and I promise to push you harder, to help you reach your full potential. A slow smile spreads across Eloen's face. She crosses her arms, green eyes still burning with determination. I'll hold you to that, Aldrik. I nod. You got it, Red, I say, hoping the nickname lightens her up. I'll prove it to you in our training sessions. No more holding back. She raises an eyebrow, and no more trying to coddle me? No more coddling, I agree, feeling a twinge of guilt for my past behavior. You've more than earned your place here, Eloen. I see that now. A small smile tugs at her lips. Well, better late than never, I suppose. As we talk, I feel the tension between us easing. We're not completely back to normal, but it's a start. And as I look at her, really look at her, I'm struck by how much I care about her. It's more than just attraction or admiration. This fierce, determined woman has become important to me in ways I never expected. The realization is both exhilarating and terrifying. I push it aside for now, focusing on the present moment. So, I say, ready to show me what you've got. Eloen's grin turns predatory. Always. Try to keep up, old man. I nod, settling into a fighting stance. Eloen mirrors me, her green eyes blazing with determination. We circle each other, muscles tense, waiting for the right moment to strike. And this time, I have no intention of holding back. Eloen moves first, a swift jab aimed at my ribs. I block, countering with a sweep of my leg. She jumps, nimble and impressive, and we're off. The fight is a blur of motion. Eloen's attacks are relentless, each move flowing seamlessly into the next. I find myself working harder than ever to keep up. Gone is the hesitation I saw in her early training days. This Eloen is confident, precise, and dangerous. Getting tired? She taunts, ducking under a punch. I grin, wings flaring for balance as I dodge her counterattack. Just warming up, Red. We move across the training room in a deadly dance. I'm struck by how in sync we are, anticipating each other's moves, reacting instinctively. It's exhilarating. Eloen feints left, then strikes right. I barely block in time, impressed by her strategy. She's not just strong, she's smart. Nice move, I grunt, launching a series of quick jabs. She weaves through them, a fierce smile on her face. Learn from the best. The compliment catches me off guard. In that split second of distraction, Eloen strikes. She sweeps my legs out from under me, following me down. Before I can recover, she's pinned me, her face inches from mine. Gotcha! She breathes, triumph shining in her eyes. I'm suddenly very aware of how close we are, her body pressed against mine. Without thinking, I lean up and capture her lips in a kiss. She responds immediately, the heat of our sparring transforming into a different kind of fire. When we break apart, I can't help but smirk. So, Red, fancy some company in the showers? Eloen laughs, climbing off me and offering a hand up. You can make it up to me in there. I take her hand, letting her pull me to my feet. Looking forward to it.
Chapter 20. Eloen. I slip through the forest, my feet barely making a sound on the soft earth. The stream's gentle gurgle beckons me, a soothing balm after another grueling day of training. I've learned to be vigilant out here, always on guard for the beasts that roam the wild spot. As I near the base on my return journey, something catches my eye. A flicker of movement. I freeze, pressing myself against a thick tree trunk, my heart pounding so loudly I'm afraid it might give me away. The forest suddenly feels too quiet, too still. My breath catches in my throat, a familiar icy dread creeping up my spine. Dark elves. Their sleek, shadowy forms move with an eerie grace through the underbrush, silent as death herself. My hand instinctively reaches for the dagger at my hip, fingers curling around the worn leather grip, but I force myself to remain still. There are too many of them, and I know all too well what they're capable of. I count 6, maybe 7. Their armour glints dully in the filtered sunlight, intricate designs etched into the metal, symbols of power and cruelty. They move with purpose, heads swivelling as if searching for something. Violet and red and black eyes scan the forest floor, and I hold my breath, praying to whatever gods might listen that they don't look up and spot me. Suddenly, I see the spot they are headed for, and my eyes widen in disbelief. The air there shimmers, rippling like the surface of a pond. It's subtle, like heat rising from sun-baked stone, but as I focus, it becomes more distinct, and the dark elves stride towards it without hesitation, like they know exactly where it is. My mind races, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. One by one, they step into the distortion and vanish. It's as if they're walking through an invisible doorway, their forms blurring at the edges before disappearing completely. I blink hard, trying to quell the rising fear in my body. My heart pounds in my chest. I've only seen one of these portals, and though it was late and I was injured, I will never forget the otherworldly power that poured off it. The wild spont, a gateway between realms. And the dark elves know exactly where to find it. As the last soldier fades from view, the air settles. The forest looks unchanged, but I know what I've witnessed. The enemy was here, right on our doorstep. And now they're gone, slipping back to wherever they came from. I wait, barely daring to breathe, counting the seconds until I'm sure it's safe to move. My mind races. I need to tell Aldric. We need to warn the others. The dark elves are closer than we thought, and they have a way in and out that we never knew existed. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. This is reckless, foolish even, but I can't let this opportunity slip away. We need information, and I'm right here. Before I can talk myself out of it, I dart forward. The air shimmers around me as I step through the portal. For a heartbeat, everything blurs. My stomach lurches, and then I stumble onto soft grass, the scent of magic thick in the air. It's intoxicating, making my head spin. But at the same time, it's familiar. I am back in Protheka. In fact, spinning toward the portal, I realise this was the very one I was led through before, but I barely have time to think about it because then I hear it. Voices, dark elves, close. Quickly, I dive behind a massive tree, its bark thrumming with energy beneath my palm. I press myself against the trunk, barely daring to breathe. I strain my ears, trying to catch every word of the dark elves' conversation. Their voices are low, but the wind flows the sound toward me. The vrakken at the next base won't know what hit them, a deep voice chuckles. Don't underestimate them, another snaps. Remember what happened at the last raid? There's a moment of tense silence before a third voice speaks up. It doesn't matter. We have the element of surprise this time. That worked well to eliminate a whole base. Besides, we have more numbers, the first voice adds. How many did the captain say we're bringing? At least 100, comes the reply. Maybe more if the scouts report back favourably. My heart races. 100 dark elves? The base won't stand a chance. When do we move out? Someone asks. 2 days from now, the authoritative voice answers. At dawn. Use the sun to our advantage. We'll hit them when they least expect it. I bite my lip to keep from gasping. 2 days. That's all the time we have to prepare. Enough talk, the leader barks. Get back to the main camp. We have preparations to make. I hear the crunch of boots on grass as they move away. Slowly, carefully, I peer around the rough bark of the tree trunk, my fingers digging into the wood. The dark elves are heading towards a clearing in the distance. I can just make out the shapes of tents and the flicker of magical lights, their eerie glow making nerves curl in my stomach. My heart thunders in my chest as I creep after the dark elves, each step careful and measured. The forest floor is damp beneath my feet, and I have to fight the urge to run. As I near the edge of the clearing, my breath catches in my throat, strangled by the fear clawing its way up. The sight before me is terrifying, worse than anything I could have imagined. Hundreds of dark elves mill about a massive encampment, their tall, lithe forms moving with an otherworldly grace that makes my stomach churn. Tents stretch as far as I can see, magical lights bobbing between them, casting long shadows that trick my eye. The air thrums with power, making my skin prickle and my hair stand on end. It's like the very atmosphere is charged, ready to ignite at any moment. Warriors sharpen blades that gleam with an unnatural light, the sound of metal on stone setting my teeth on edge. The sheer number of them is overwhelming, a sea of potential destruction that threatens to drown me in despair. How can we possibly stand against this? This isn't just a raiding party, it's an army, and they're only sending a fraction of their forces to attack our base. My mind reels with the implications. If we somehow manage to fend off this attack, there are hundreds more waiting to take their place. The enormity of what we're up against hits me like a physical blow. I can't stay here. We need to prepare. Turning, I sprint back towards the portal, my feet barely touching the ground. Branches whip at my face, but I ignore the sting. Every second counts. I burst through the shimmering air, stumbling as I cross back into the wild spot. For a moment, I'm disoriented. Squeezing my eyes shut, I picture my base, Aldric, the forest I am desperate to be back into. Then my feet hit the ground and I recognize the familiar forest around our base, and relief floods through me. The wild spot can be fickle, the portals connecting throughout Protheca. Without pausing to catch my breath, I run. My lungs burn, but I push harder. The base, I have to warn them. As I near our hidden entrance, I see a figure emerge from the shadows. Tall, pale, with wings folded against his back. One. I would know anywhere. Aldric! I gasp, skidding to a stop in front of him. His silver eyes narrow as he takes in my dishevelled state. Eloen? What? ? Dark elves. I pant, grabbing his arm. Hundreds of them. They're coming. 2 days. Aldric's grip on my shoulders tightens, his silver eyes boring into mine. Slow down, Eloen. Take a breath. I inhale shakily, trying to calm my racing heart. His steady presence grounds me, and I force myself to focus. Now tell me everything, he says, his voice low and urgent. I nod, swallowing hard. I saw them, Aldric. Dark elves. They used a wild spont portal, just beyond our perimeter. I followed them through. His eyebrows shoot up, but he doesn't interrupt. There's an army, I continue, the words tumbling out. Hundreds of them, maybe more. They're planning to attack our base in 2 days, at dawn. They're sending at least 100 soldiers. Aldric's jaw clenches, his wings rustling with tension. I watch as his expression shifts, the warrior in him taking over. His eyes harden, calculating. You're certain? He asks, his voice clipped. I nod emphatically. I heard them planning it myself. Aldric, they have no idea we know. We have to warn the others. Prepare. You're right. He cuts me off, his grip on my shoulders loosening slightly. We need to tell Raziel and the others immediately. He takes my hand, his larger one engulfing mine. The gesture is firm, purposeful, but I can't help the flutter in my chest at his touch. Come on, Aldric says, already striding towards the base entrance. We don't have a moment to lose. I hurry to keep up with his long strides, my mind racing. As we descend into the cool darkness of the base, I can feel the urgency radiating off Aldric. His wings are tucked tight against his back, his posture tense and alert. "Raziel!" Aldric calls out just outside the library in the back of the base. "Celine, we need you now!" His voice echoes through the room and the hallway we're standing in, and within moments I hear footsteps approaching. Raziel appears first, his dark eyes sharp with concern. Selene is right behind him, with Nikolai and Jessa bringing up the rear. "What is it?" Raziel asks, his gaze flicking between Aldric and me. Aldric's hand tightens around mine. "We have a situation," he says grimly. "Eloen has information. The Dark Elves are coming."
Chapter 21. Aldrik. I gather everyone in the library that has become our council chamber, my jaw clenched as I relay Eloen's intel. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on us all. "We can't let those bastards catch us off guard again," I growl, pacing the room. "Last time they used the sun to their advantage, blinding us as they swarmed the base." Raziel's eyes narrow. "How many were there?" "Hundreds," I reply, the memory of that day still raw. "They surrounded us completely. We didn't stand a chance." Celine leans forward, her voice soft but determined. "We need to draw them away from the base before dawn." Nikolai nods in agreement. "Surprise them as they come through the portal." "Exactly," I say, slamming my fist on the table. "We'll use their own tactics against them." Jessa's eyes light up. "We could set up decoys, make them think we're unprepared." "Good thinking," I nod, impressed by her quick strategizing. "Eloen, you've seen their movements. Any insights?" Eloen steps forward, her green eyes blazing with determination. "They seem to be assigned in small groups, coordinated. If we can disrupt their formation early, we might stand a chance." I feel a surge of pride at her tactical thinking. "All right, here's the plan. We'll set up a perimeter around the portal, hidden in the trees. As soon as they start coming through, we hit them hard and fast." "What about magic?" Celine asks, looking at the vrakken men. "Many haven't practiced outside of battle magic in a long time," Rajil interjects. "We can station the strongest we do have to create barriers, counteract their spells." I nod, my mind racing with possibilities. "We'll need every advantage we can get. Jessa, Nikolai, I want you two leading our ground forces. Raziel, Celine, you'll stay back to protect the base." "And us?" Eloen asks, her eyes meeting mine. "You and I will lead the initial strike," I reply, my voice softening slightly. "And we'll fight like Akeldama himself." I stand before our assembled forces, my eyes scanning the faces of both vrakken and humans. The gravity of our situation weighs heavily on my shoulders, but I push it aside. We have work to do. "Listen up!" I bark, my voice carrying across the training grounds. "We've got 2 days to prepare for this attack. Every second counts." Eloen steps forward, her presence a steady force beside me. "We'll be dividing you into squads based on your strengths. Each group will have a specific role in the upcoming battle." I nod, appreciating her calm demeanor. "Vrakken with wings, you'll be our air support. Those skilled in magic will focus on defensive spells and barriers. The rest of you, prepare for close combat." We move through the crowd, assigning roles and grouping fighters together. I catch glimpses of determination in their eyes, mixed with fear and anticipation. "Jessa, Nikolai," I call out. "You'll be leading the far side forces. Nikolai, get the air assault ready. Jessa, you'll be right below him on the ground. Make sure everyone's equipped with proper armor and weapons." They nod, immediately setting to work. I watch as they guide groups to the armory, fitting each fighter with protective gear and handing out an array of blades and bows. Eloen's voice cuts through the commotion as our ranks settle back into place, looking for new directions. Remember, we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for every base, every life the Dark Elves have threatened. This is our chance to strike back." Her words seem to ignite a fire in our troops. I feel a swell of pride, both for her and for the warriors before us. "All right," I growl, clapping my hands together. "Let's see what you've got. Pair up and show me your best moves. We'll be running drills until every last one of you can fight in your sleep." As our fighters begin to spar, I move among them, correcting stances and offering advice. Eloen does the same, her keen eye catching details I might have missed. "Keep your guard up," I hear her instruct a young vrakken. "The Dark Elves will exploit any opening they see." I can't help but smile. She's come so far from the fierce but untrained human I first met. Now she moves with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. Pride swells in my chest, mingled with the fierce protectiveness I can't shake. But I know better than to coddle her now. She's proven herself time and again. After hours of training, we finally let the warriors have a break. "Eloen," I call out, my voice carrying across the training grounds. She turns, her green eyes meeting mine with a questioning look. "I need you to lead the reconnaissance team." Surprise flickers across her face, quickly replaced by determination. "You got it," she nods, already moving towards a group of our stealthiest fighters. "Take Jessa with you," I add. "You'll be our eyes and ears out there. I want to know every move those bastards make before they make it." Eloen's lips quirk into a half-smile. "Consider it done." I turn to address the rest of our forces. "Listen up. Eloen and Jessa will be leading our scout team. Tomorrow they'll be providing us with crucial intelligence. Your lives may depend on the information they bring back, so get some rest and be ready to train and prepare tomorrow." As our fighters disperse for the night, I feel a presence at my side. Eloen stands there, her face set in determined lines. "Thank you," she says softly, "for trusting me with this." I meet her gaze, allowing myself a moment of vulnerability. "You've more than earned it. Just be careful out there." She nods, understanding the weight of my words. Then she's gone, moving to gather her team. I watch her go, my chest tight with emotions I can't fully name. But there's no time for that now. We have a war to prepare for, and I'll be damned if I let the Dark Elves catch us unprepared again. Our small group gathers in the dimly lit library, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across our faces. It's late, but the energy in the room is palpable. We're all on edge, knowing what tomorrow brings. We spent every second of the last day and a half getting ready for the attack, and while it left us with little time, we're ready. At least I have to hope. "All right," I say, my voice low and gruff. "Let's go over this one last time." Raziel nods, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I've got our strongest magic wielders ready. They're prepared to throw up barriers and counter any spells the Dark Elves might hurl our way." "Good," I grunt, feeling a small measure of relief. "The squads are as ready as they'll ever be. We've drilled them hard these past 2 days." Jessa leans forward, her face set in fierce lines. "Nikolai and I will lead the attack from the far side, while you and Eloen attack from the near side. We'll give them no room to breathe." Nikolai nods in agreement. "We've got some tricks up our sleeves. They won't know what hit them." Eloen looks around before her eyes land on me. "We're coming at them from all sides, ground and air. There's no way they get through us." Pride and fear trickle through me as I look at her. I hope she's right, but I know that not everyone will survive tomorrow. As a warrior, though, I know I can't think of that, so I block it from my mind. "And if they do," Celine adds, "they won't get to the base through us." She bumps Raziel, who nods. "We won't let this base go down," the elder says softly. "The Dark Elves have to learn that they've underestimated us for far too long." I nod, feeling confident. "All right," I say finally, straightening up. "We've done all we can to prepare. Now all that's left is to fight like Akaldama himself when dawn breaks. I look around at our small group, these warriors I've come to trust with my life. Get some rest. Tomorrow we make those bastards regret ever setting foot on our land. Everyone disperses at that, making their way out of the room into their corridors. My eyes land on Eloen, who hasn't moved yet. I give her a slight smile. Want to walk with me, Red? She nods, giving me a grin that doesn't quite reach her eyes. I walk Eloen to her room, our footsteps echoing in the quiet corridor. As we reach her door, we both hesitate, neither wanting to break this moment of peace before the coming storm. Tomorrow, I say, my voice low, you'll finally get some of that revenge you've been waiting for. I expect to see a fierce light in her eyes, but instead, Eloen looks subdued. Her gaze is distant, lost in thought. Hey, I nudge her gently. I thought you'd be more excited about this. Isn't this what you've been training for? She looks up at me, her green eyes filled with an emotion I can't quite place. I always thought I wanted to fight the Dark Elves. It would have been easy because I had nothing left to lose, she says softly. But that's no longer the case. Her words hit me like a physical blow. I understand their weight, the implications behind them. Without thinking, I pull her close, capturing her lips in a deep, passionate kiss. She responds immediately, her arms wrapping around my neck. When we break apart, breathless, Eloen takes my hand and leads me into her room. The door closes behind us with a soft click, shutting out the world and its impending dangers. For these last few hours of peace, there is only us. We make love with a desperate intensity, each touch, each kiss a silent promise. As we finally drift off to sleep, I hold Eloen close, cherishing these moments of tranquility before the dawn brings war to our doorstep.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 22. Eloen. I crouch behind a thick tree trunk, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. Aldric stands beside me, his presence both comforting and electrifying. The heat from his body radiates against my skin, a stark contrast to the cool morning air. Our squad is spread out through the trees, hidden and ready, each warrior a shadow among the foliage. Across the clearing I spot Jessa leading her own group, her fierce determination visible even from this distance. Her braid swings as she moves, signalling to her team with quick, precise gestures. I admire her strength, remembering how far she's come since we first met. Above us, the air thrums with the powerful wing beats of our aerial legion. Nikolai's imposing figure hovers over Jessa's position, his dark wings a stark contrast against the fading night sky. His presence is both reassuring and intimidating, a reminder of the raw power at our disposal. Dawn's first light begins to creep over the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold. The Wildspont portal shimmers in the clearing, its magic pulsing with an otherworldly energy that makes my skin tingle. Our magic wielders are gathered around, but in order to reserve their strength, we've decided to launch our attack immediately. They'll focus on counteracting the spells that Dark Elves use, while our squads focus on the hand-to-hand, since the Dark Elves are weaker at that. The air around it seems to ripple and dance, distorting the very fabric of reality. I hold my breath, muscles coiled tight, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. My fingers brush the hilt of my weapon, drawing comfort from its familiar weight. This is it, I think, the moment we've been preparing for. Whatever comes through that portal, we'll be ready. Suddenly, the portal flares to life, its magic pulsing with an otherworldly energy that sets my teeth on edge. Dark elves pour through the shimmering gateway, their arrogant faces twisted with malice and cruel anticipation. The sight of them ignites a fire in my gut, memories of past horrors fueling my rage. I don't hesitate for even a heartbeat. Without waiting for them to take more than a step onto our soil, I lunge forward, my muscles coiled and ready. I dive straight into the fight, my blade singing as it cleaves the air. The first dark elf barely has time to register my presence before I'm upon them, my fury unleashed in a whirlwind of steel and determination. My sword flashes in the dim light as I clash with the first dark elf. Our blades meet with a resounding clang. I duck under his swing, years of training guiding my movements. My blade finds its mark, slicing across his thigh. Around me, chaos erupts. Vrakken warriors swoop down from above, their battle cries piercing the air. Jessa's squad charges from the opposite side, pinning the dark elves between our forces. I spin, parrying another attack. My attacker's eyes widen in surprise at my skill. I use his moment of hesitation to my advantage, driving my sword deep into his chest. "Eloen, watch out!" Aldric's voice cuts through the din of battle. I whirl around just in time to see a dark elf raising his hands, crackling energy gathering at her fingertips. Before I can react, Aldric is there, his massive wings shielding me as he tackles the dark elf to the ground. I fight with every ounce of strength I possess, my blade a blur of motion as I parry, thrust, and slash. Aldric moves beside me, his powerful wings creating gusts of wind that buffet our enemies. We're a whirlwind of destruction, but the dark elves keep coming. "Look at the little human playing at war," a dark elf sneers, his violet eyes gleaming with malice. I answer with my sword, slicing a deep gash across his cheek. Another dark elf lunges at me, his blade whistling through the air. I duck, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle my hair. Aldric's wing sweeps out, knocking the attacker off balance. I seize the opportunity, driving my sword into his gut. "You'll pay for that," growls a burly dark elf, his muscles rippling as he swings a massive axe at my head. I roll away, the blade embedding itself in the ground where I stood a heartbeat before. Overhead, vrakken warriors swoop and dive, their battle cries piercing the air. But for every dark elf they take down, 2 more seem to materialize from the portal. "Eloen, behind you!" Aldric shouts. I spin, barely deflecting a blow that would have taken my head off. The clash of steel on steel rings in my ears as I push back against my attacker's blade. "Such a pretty little thing," the dark elf taunts, his breath hot on my face as we grapple. "Maybe we'll keep you alive. You'd make a fine slave." Rage boils in my veins. With a roar, I headbutt him, feeling his nose crunch beneath my forehead. As he staggers back, I drive my sword through his chest. But there's no time to savour the victory. More dark elves press in, their faces twisted with hatred and cruel amusement. Aldric and I stand back to back, surrounded on all sides. My arms ache, my lungs burn, but I grip my sword tighter. I swing my blade in a wide arc, cutting down another dark elf. But as his body falls, 2 more take his place. My arms burn with exertion, sweat stinging my eyes as I struggle to catch my breath. Where's Aldric? I can't see him anymore. "Lost your protector, little human?" A dark elf sneers, his violet eyes gleaming with malice. I parry his attack, the force of it sending shockwaves up my arm. "I don't need protection," I snarl, driving my knee into his gut. As he doubles over, I bring my elbow down on the back of his neck. But there's no time to celebrate. Another dark elf charges at me, his blade whistling through the air. I duck, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle my hair. My muscles scream in protest as I twist away from another attack. There are too many of them. Fear claws at my throat, threatening to choke me. "Aldric!" I shout, my voice lost in the cacophony of battle. A dark elf's fist connects with my jaw, sending me staggering. I taste blood, spitting it out as I raise my sword to block his next strike. "Such spirit," he laughs, pressing his advantage. "We'll have fun breaking you." Rage burns through my veins, giving me a second wind. I lash out with my foot, catching him between the legs. As he crumples, I drive my sword through his chest. But for every dark elf I take down, 3 more seem to appear. They circle me, taunting and jeering. I can't see Jessa or Nikolai anywhere. It's just me, surrounded by a sea of cruel, leering faces. "Give up, little one." A dark elf with a scar across his face growls. "You can't win." I grip my sword tighter, ignoring the trembling in my arms. "I'll die before I surrender to you." I spit. He grins, revealing pointed teeth. "That can be arranged." They close in, their blades glinting in the early morning light. Fear threatens to overwhelm me, but I push it down. I won't go down without a fight. I fight with every ounce of strength I possess, my blade a blur of motion as I parry, thrust, and slash. The dark elves press in from all sides, their sneering faces a sea of cruelty. My muscles scream in protest, but I push through the pain, refusing to give in. A burly dark elf swings his axe at my head. I duck, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle my hair. As I come up, I drive my sword into his gut. He grunts, surprise flickering in his violet eyes before they go dull. "You'll pay for that, human," snarls another, his blade whistling towards my neck. I barely manage to deflect it, the clash of steel on steel ringing in my ears. The force of the blow sends shockwaves up my arm, but I grit my teeth and push back. I hear him cackle as he bears down on me. "Such fire," he taunts, redoubling his assault. "We'll take pleasure in crushing your will." Rage burns through my veins, giving me a second wind. I lash out with my foot, catching him between the legs. As he crumples, I drive my sword through his chest. But for every dark elf I take down, 2 more seem to materialize. My breath comes in ragged gasps, sweat stinging my eyes. I spin, parrying another attack, but I'm not fast enough. White-hot pain explodes in my side as a blade finds its mark. I stagger, warm blood soaking my shirt. The dark elf grins, his teeth pointed and cruel. "Not so tough now, are you?" he taunts, raising his sword for the killing blow. I won't give him the satisfaction. With a roar of defiance, I lunge forward, ignoring the agony tearing through my body. My blade slides between his ribs, the look of shock on his face almost comical. As he falls, I stumble, my vision blurring, but I can't stop, not yet. I force myself to stand, my legs trembling with the effort. Blood drips from my wound, but I raise my sword, ready to face the next attacker. I grit my teeth against the searing pain in my side, blood seeping through my fingers as I try to stem the flow. The dark elves circle me like vultures, their cruel laughter ringing in my ears. I won't give up. I can't. With a defiant roar, I lash out at the nearest attacker. My blade connects, but the blow lacks its usual strength. The dark elf hisses in pain, then grins wickedly. "Look at the little human, still trying to fight," he sneers, kicking my sword from my weakening grip. I scramble for my weapon, but another dark elf's boot comes down hard on my hand. I cry out in pain as bones crunch beneath the pressure. "Where's that bravado now, human?" one of them mocks, seizing a clump of my locks and wrenching my skull backwards. I spit in his face, tasting blood. "Get bent!" I snarl. His response is a vicious backhand that sends me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, my vision swimming. The wound in my side screams in protest as I try to push myself up. A boot slams into my ribs, flipping me onto my back. I gasp for air, each breath a struggle. Dark elves loom over me, their faces twisted with cruel anticipation. "Time to finish this," one of them growls, raising his sword. I close my eyes, bracing for the final blow. This can't be how it ends, not after everything I've fought for. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. "Eloen!"
Chapter 23. Aldrik. The clash of steel and the sizzle of magic fill the air as I tear through the battlefield. My wings slice through the smoke, propelling me forward with each powerful beat. Dark elves swarm around me, their faces twisted in savage grins. "Come on, you bastards!" I roar, swinging my blade in a wide arc. It connects with flesh and bone, sending a spray of blood across my chest. The metallic scent fills my nostrils, fueling my rage. I catch a glimpse of fiery red hair through the chaos. Eloen. She's surrounded, fighting like a Lycar against 3 towering dark elves. My heart lurches as I see her stumble, blood seeping from a gash in her side. "No!" The word rips from my throat as I charge forward. A dark elf steps into my path, his violet eyes gleaming with malice. I don't break stride, ramming my shoulder into his chest and sending him flying. Another comes at me from the side, his blade whistling through the air. I duck, feeling it slice through a few strands of my hair. In one fluid motion, I drive my fist into his gut and bring my knee up to meet his face. He crumples with a satisfying crunch. I'm so close now. Eloen's on one knee, her sword trembling in her grip as she fends off blow after blow. The largest dark elf raises his mace for a killing strike. "Eloen!" I bellow, pushing off the ground with all my might. My wings snap open, propelling me the last few feet. I collide with the dark elf just as his weapon begins its downward arc. We hit the ground hard, rolling in the dirt and blood. His fist connects with my jaw, stars exploding behind my eyes. I grab his wrist before he can land another blow, twisting until I hear the snap of bone. The dark elf howls in pain and fury. I silence him with a vicious headbutt, then drive my dagger into his throat. Warm blood gushes over my hand as the light fades from his eyes. I scramble to my feet, my gaze locking onto Eloen. She's pale, so pale, her usually vibrant skin now ashen. The wound in her side is worse than I thought, dark blood soaking through her torn armor. "Eloen?" I breathe, dropping to my knees beside her. "Come on, Red. Stay with me. Don't you dare die on me now." I cradle Eloen's body against my chest, her blood warm and sticky on my skin. My eyes scan the battlefield, searching for an escape route. Dark elves surround us, their faces twisted with cruel anticipation. "Hold on, Red," I growl, tightening my grip on her. She lets out a weak moan, her head lolling against my shoulder. A dark elf lunges at us, his blade flashing in the dim light. I pivot, using my wings to shield Eloen as I slam my elbow into his face. Bone crunches beneath the blow and he staggers back with a howl of pain. Another comes at me from behind. I whirl, my wing catching him across the chest and sending him sprawling. Before he can regain his footing, I stomp down hard on his throat, the sickening crunch of his windpipe collapsing echoes in my ears. "Aldrik," Eloen whispers, her voice barely audible over the din of battle. "Put me down. I can still fight." "Like hell you can," I snarl, ducking under a swinging mace. The weapon whistles past my ear, missing by mere inches. I retaliate with a swift kick to the attacker's knee, feeling it give way beneath my boot. As he falls, I snatch the mace from his grasp and bring it down on his skull with a resounding crack. Blood and brain matter splatter across the ground. I plow forward, using my bulk to barrel through the throng of dark elves. My wings lash out, knocking dark elves down and out of my way. I slice everyone in my reach, keeping them from getting back up. Screams of agony fill the air as I carve a path through our enemies. A tall, muscular, dark elf steps into my path, his violet eyes gleaming with malice. He twirls a wicked-looking spear, its tip dripping with some foul poison. "Look, a little toy," he hisses, baring his teeth in a feral grin. "We'll make sure to keep you alive so you can watch her death before yours." White-hot rage floods my veins. With a roar that shakes the very ground, I charge at him. He thrusts his spear forward, aiming for my heart. At the last second, I twist, feeling the blade graze my side. Before he can recover, I headbutt him with all my might. The dark elf stumbles back, blood pouring from his shattered nose. I press my advantage, ramming my shoulder into his chest and driving him to the ground. In one fluid motion, I snatch up his fallen spear and drive it through his throat. As the last dark elf falls, I survey the carnage around us. Bodies litter the ground, the earth soaked with blood. My chest heaves with exertion, every muscle screaming in protest. But none of that matters. All that matters is the woman in my arms. I cradle Eloen's limp form against my chest, her blood seeping into my armor and staining my pale skin. The sounds of battle fade around us, replaced by victorious shouts and cheers from our comrades. I don't give a damn about any of it. All that matters is the woman in my arms, her life slipping away with each labored breath. "Hang on, Red," I mutter, my voice rough with emotion. My powerful wings unfurl with a snap, stretching wide as I prepare to take flight. "Don't you dare give up on me now!" The wind whips past us as I soar over the blood-soaked battlefield, my wings beating furiously. Eloen's breathing is shallow and ragged, her skin clammy and pale beneath the dirt and grime of combat. Fear grips my heart, cold and merciless, threatening to crush my very soul. I can't lose her. Not now. Not after everything we've been through. Not ever. I tighten my grip on her fragile form, silently willing her to hold on just a little longer. I land hard at the base entrance, my knees buckling slightly under our combined weight. Celine rushes towards us, her eyes widening at the sight of Eloen's wounds. "Get her to the infirmary," she orders, already moving ahead to clear the way. I barrel through the corridors, shoving past celebrating soldiers and stunned onlookers. Nothing matters except the fading heartbeat I can feel against my chest. "Stay with me, Eloen!" I growl, kicking open the infirmary door. "Don't you dare give up now!" The healers swarm around us as I lay her on a cot. Their voices blur together, a cacophony of urgent instructions and grim assessments. I stand there, frozen, as they cut away her armor and begin their work. "Aldrik!" Raziel's voice cuts through the haze. His hand grips my shoulder. "Let them work. You need to step back." I shake my head, unable to tear my eyes away from Eloen's ashen face. "I can't leave her." "You're not leaving her," Raziel insists, his tone gentle but firm. "But you need to let the healers do their job." Reluctantly, I allow him to guide me a few steps back. My fists clench at my sides, every instinct screaming at me to go to her, to protect her. But I know Raziel's right. I'd only get in the way. So I stand there, my heart pounding in my chest, watching as they fight to save the woman I love. And, holy first, do I love her? The healers do all they can, and I refuse to leave. They manage to clean and stitch her wounds, but she has lost so much blood. It's funny to me. I didn't even notice the blood. I didn't realize that there's human blood covering my hands. My instincts not even kicking in because all I want in this world is to save her. But there's nothing to do now but wait. Let her rest and see if we were fast enough. The healers said it was too much blood, that she may not recover. I know Eloen, though. She's a fighter, and she can fight this too. I pace the infirmary like a caged animal, my wings twitching with every movement from the healers. The acrid smell of blood and antiseptic burns my nostrils, but I can't bring myself to leave. Not while Eloen lies there, fighting for her life, My chest feels like it's being crushed, each breath a struggle as I watch her pale face. The fierce, fiery woman I've come to know is so still, so fragile. It's wrong. Everything about this is wrong. You got this, Red. I whisper, my voice hoarse. You're stronger than this. You have to be. The realization hits me again like a punch to the gut, harder this time to the point that I can't ignore it. I love her. I'm in love with this stubborn, brave, infuriating human. The thought of losing her now when I've only just figured it out is unbearable. I clench my fists, anger and fear warring inside me. Those dark elves, they can't take her from me. Not like this. Not when we've barely begun. In desperation, I close my eyes, reaching out to a power I've never truly believed in. Akeldama, if you're listening, I think fiercely. Don't let her die. Please. Let me keep her. Let her be my mate, my fierce little human. I open my eyes, staring at Eloen's still form. You hear that, Red? I murmur, moving closer to her bedside. You're mine. And I'm not letting you go without a fight. I stare down at Eloen, my heart pounding in my chest. She's so still, so pale. The fiery spirit that drew me to her seems extinguished, and I feel a cold dread creeping through my veins. Come on, Red, I whisper, my voice cracking. Open those eyes. Tell me I'm being an overprotective jerk again. But she doesn't move, doesn't even twitch. The only sign of life is the shallow rise and fall of her chest, so faint I can barely see it. I reach out, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. Her skin is cold beneath my touch, and I have to fight back the urge to gather her in my arms, to warm her with my own body heat. You can't do this, I growl, leaning closer. You hear me, Eloen? You can't leave me now. Not when... I swallow hard. Not when I've got something to lose, too. The night before washes over me, the first time either of us had ever indicated that this was something more. Why did I wait so long? Remember what you told me? I continue, desperation creeping into my voice. You said you'd never back down from a fight. Well, this is a fight, Red. The biggest one of your life. So don't you dare give up now. I take her hand in mine, careful not to disturb the bandages. Her fingers are limp, unresponsive. Nothing like the strong, calloused hand that's gripped mine during training, or caressed my skin in our most intimate moments. Please, I whisper, bringing her hand to my lips. Please, Eloen, come back to me.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking.
Chapter 24. Eloen. I drift in and out of consciousness, pain radiating through my body. Everything feels heavy, like I'm sinking into the earth itself. Memories flicker behind my closed eyelids. Flashes of the battle, the searing agony of the wound. Aldric's face contorted with fear as he carried me. Aldric. His name echoes in my mind, bringing a warmth that cuts through the fog of pain. I hear his voice, low and urgent, though I can't make out the words. His presence is a constant, anchoring me as I float in this hazy limbo. In my dreams, I see him. Not just the fierce warrior I've come to know, but glimpses of a gentler side. The way his eyes crinkle when he actually smiles. How his wings flutter when he's pleased, but trying not to show it. The tenderness in his touch when we're alone. I realise with startling clarity that my heart has betrayed me. For so long, I've been consumed by thoughts of vengeance against the dark elves. It's been my driving force, my reason for pushing through every grueling day of training. But somewhere along the way, without me even noticing, Aldric has carved out a place in my heart. The realisation should terrify me. Love is a vulnerability I can't afford. And yet, I find myself clinging to thoughts of him as I battle against the pain threatening to pull me under. His strength, his unwavering dedication, the way he challenges me, pushes me to be better. I hear his voice again, closer now. "Fight, Eloen," he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. "Come back to me." And I want to. Gods help me. I want to open my eyes and see his face, to tell him that I understand now, that vengeance isn't everything, that he's given me something to fight for beyond my own anger. But the darkness is pulling me back under, and all I can do is hold on to the warmth of his presence as I slip away again. I drift back to consciousness, the world around me hazy and indistinct. Pain throbs through my body, but it feels distant now, like it belongs to someone else. I try to open my eyes, but my lids are too heavy. Instead, I focus on the voices nearby, straining to make out the words. Might be the only way to save her. Aldric's voice, tight with worry. "Aldric, you know how risky that is." Celine's tone is gentle but firm. She's already so weak. Few survive being made, even at full strength. Made? It takes a moment for my foggy brain to catch up. They're talking about turning me into a vrakken. "We can't just let her die!" Aldric's voice cracks, and my heart aches at the raw pain in it. I summon every ounce of strength left in my battered body. "No," I croak, the word barely audible. Silence falls. Then I hear a rush of movement. Aldric's presence looms over me, his hand grasping mine. "Eloen? Can you hear me?" I fight against the darkness pulling me back under. I need him to understand. "Don't turn me," I manage to whisper. "Eloen, please," Aldric pleads, his voice breaking. "I can't lose you." I want to explain, to tell him that I choose this. My humanity, my mortality. That I'd rather die as myself than risk losing who I am in the transformation. But consciousness is slipping away, and I can't form the words. The last thing I'm aware of is Aldric's anguished voice calling my name as I slide back into the abyss. But darkness doesn't sweep in to claim me. Instead, I find myself standing outside my childhood home, the familiar silhouette a stark contrast against the inky night sky. My gut churns as I recognise this memory, one that has always haunted me. The air is thick with smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Dark elves shout in the distance, their voices growing fainter as they leave our village behind. But the damage is already done. Cries of anguish pierce the air, a haunting chorus of pain and loss that echoes through the smoke-filled night. I want to run, to help, to do something, anything. But my feet are rooted to the spot, as if the earth itself is holding me in place. My eyes are drawn to the ground before me, where my family lies broken and bleeding, their bodies crumpled like discarded dolls. Father, his strong hands now limp and lifeless, the same hands that once lifted me high and taught me to wield a blade. Mother, her kind eyes glazed over with pain, no longer filled with the warmth and love that had always been my anchor. And my brother, so young, so full of life just hours ago, his laughter silenced forever. Now they're all slipping away before my eyes, their life essence seeping into the earth, staining the ground a dark, sickening red. The metallic scent of blood mingles with the acrid smoke, burning my nostrils and making my stomach churn. I couldn't save them. I wasn't strong enough, wasn't fast enough. The guilt and anguish claw at my insides, threatening to tear me apart. The dark elf I managed to kill, my first kill, my desperate act of survival, lies nearby, his lifeless eyes staring accusingly at me. His body is a cruel reminder of how close I came to saving them, how I almost succeeded in protecting my family. But close isn't enough. It will never be enough. The weight of my failure crushes me, leaving me gasping for air as I survey the carnage around me. I should have been better, should have done more. Now all that's left is the bitter taste of regret and the burning desire for vengeance. Grief overwhelms me, and I fall to my knees, a scream of anguish tearing from my throat. Tears blur my vision as I reach out, desperate to touch them one last time, to offer some comfort in their final moments. But my knees never hit the ground. The world around me begins to shift, the familiar scene of my worst nightmare dissolving like mist in the morning sun. I'm falling, tumbling through darkness. Suddenly, I'm back in my childhood home. The familiar scents of my mother's cooking and my father's pipe wrap around me like a warm blanket. But something's different this time. My family sits around the dinner table, their faces lit by the soft glow of candles. They're smiling, but there's a sadness in their eyes that makes my heart ache. "Eloen," my mother says, her voice echoing strangely. "It's time to let go of your pain, sweetheart." I shake my head, feeling the familiar anger rising. "No, I can't. They took you from me. I have to make them pay." My little brother reaches out, his small hand ghosting over mine. "But you're hurting yourself, El. We don't want that." "Your rage has been a shield," my father adds, his kind eyes meeting mine. "But it's also been a prison. You need to live, not just survive." I feel tears streaming down my face. "I don't know how," I whisper. My mother stands, coming to wrap her arms around me. Her touch feels like sunlight. "By embracing the present, my love. By allowing yourself to heal, to love." As she speaks, I see flashes of my life since losing them. The pain, yes, but also moments of joy. Celine's laughter, Jessa's fierce friendship, Aldric's everything. "We'll always be with you," my father says, "but it's okay to move forward, to find happiness again." I look at each of their faces, memorizing every detail. "I'm scared," I admit. My brother grins, that gap-toothed smile I've missed so much. "You're the bravest person I know, El. You've got this." As the dream begins to fade, I feel a sense of peace settling over me. They're right. I don't need to transform to be strong. I've already survived so much. I slowly drift back to consciousness, the lingering warmth of my family's presence fading like morning mist. The pain is still there, a dull ache throbbing through my body, but it feels more manageable now. As I become more aware of my surroundings, I realise I'm not alone. Aldric's presence is a constant, his hand gently holding mine. With effort, I open my eyes, blinking against the dim light. Aldric's face comes into focus, etched with worry and exhaustion. When he sees I'm awake, relief floods his features. "Eloen," he breathes, his voice rough with emotion. I manage a weak smile. "Hey," I croak, my throat dry and scratchy. As Aldric helps me sip some water, I think about my dream. No, not a dream. A vision? A message? Whatever it was, it's shifted something inside me. The rage that's fueled me for so long is still there, but it no longer consumes me. I realize now that I've been so focused on avenging my past that I've been blind to the present, to the family I've found here. Celine, Raziel, Jessa, Nikolai, to Aldric. I'm sorry, I whisper, squeezing his hand. Aldric's brow furrows. For what? For almost giving up, for making you worry. I take a deep breath, wincing slightly at the pain in my ribs. I'm not done fighting, Aldric. The Dark Elves, this war, I'm still in it, but not just for revenge anymore. His eyes search mine, hope and uncertainty in their silver depths. What changed? I think about my family's words, about embracing the present and allowing myself to heal, to love. I realized I have something worth fighting for now, something to live for. As the vision of my family fades, I find myself drifting in a strange, peaceful limbo. The pain that's been my constant companion seems distant now, and my mind feels clearer than it has in years. I think about Aldric, about the way he looked at me during our training sessions, the gentleness in his touch when we were alone. I've been holding back, afraid to let myself feel anything beyond the burning need for revenge. But now I realize that my fear has been holding me captive just as much as my anger. My mother's words echo in my mind. It's okay to move forward, to find happiness again. And I want to. Gods, I want to so badly it aches. I think about Selene's unwavering support, Jessa's fierce friendship, Nikolai's quiet strength, and Raziel's wisdom. They've become my family, filling the void left by those I lost. And Aldric, he's become so much more than just an ally or a mentor. I don't have to choose between my past and my future. I can honour my family's memory by living fully, by embracing the love and connections I've found. My fight against the Dark Elves doesn't have to consume me. It can be part of who I am without defining my entire existence. If I make it through this, I promise myself, I'll tell Aldric how I feel. No more holding back, no more letting fear dictate my choices. I'll fight for the people I love, for the future we're trying to build. And I'll allow myself to be happy, to love and be loved in return. As I make this silent vow, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. Whatever happens next, I know I'm ready to face it with an open heart.
Chapter 25. Aldric. I lean against the wall, my eyes never leaving Eloen's face. The rise and fall of her chest is steady now, a far cry from the ragged breaths that haunted me days ago. My wings twitch, aching to stretch, but I refuse to move, not until she opens her eyes. The door creaks open and Celine's scent wafts in. She moves to Eloen's bedside, her pale fingers brushing a stray lock of fiery hair from the human's forehead. She comes by regularly. She might not be a healer, but she once had none and learned to care for herself, and she was close to Eloen. She's doing well, Celine murmurs, her amber eyes flicking to me. She has a fever, I grunt, trying to hide the pain in my voice. She shakes her head. I think it's going to break. I can feel it. You just need to give her time. I don't respond to that. The hope clogs my throat, and I'm not sure I could answer if I wanted to. She looks me over. You, however... Celine straightens, fixing me with a stern gaze. Aldric, you need to feed and rest. You're no good to her like this. I shake my head, my jaw clenching. I'm fine. You're not, she argues, stepping closer. Look at yourself. When's the last time you slept? Or fed? I wave her off, my eyes never leaving Eloen's face. I said I'm fine. Celine sighs, exasperation clear in her tone. Stubborn fool. She wouldn't want this, you know. She'd kick your butt if she saw you like this. A chuckle escapes me before I can stop it. She's right, of course. Eloen would be furious, but I can't bring myself to care. I'm not leaving her, I growl, my tone leaving no room for argument. Celine throws her hands up in defeat. Fine, but don't come crying to me when you collapse from exhaustion. She turns to leave, pausing at the door. At least let me bring you some blood. You look like death warmed over. I nod, not taking my eyes off Eloen. Celine's footsteps fade, leaving me alone with the steady rhythm of Eloen's breathing. I can't leave her side. Not now. Not when she's fighting so hard to stay alive. Every breath Eloen takes is a victory, and I'm here to witness each one. Celine does return with blood that I down, feeling rejuvenated. I thank her as she tells me to get some rest again and leaves. But I don't dare move when I see Eloen stir, murmuring and fighting, her body glistening with sweat. You're doing great, I murmur, gently dabbing her forehead with a cool cloth. Her skin burns with fever, but I know her determination blazes even hotter. I adjust the blankets around her, careful not to disturb her wounds. My fingers linger on her arm, tracing the scars she's earned in battle. Each mark tells a story of her strength, her resilience. Water, she croaks, eyes fluttering open. I'm there in an instant, supporting her head as she sips from the cup. Easy now, small sips. Her green eyes lock onto mine, a ghost of a smile on her lips. You're still here. Always, I promise, my voice rough with emotion. I'm not going anywhere. As she drifts back to sleep, I take her hand in mine, marveling at how small it seems compared to my own. Yet this hand has fought battles, both literal and figurative. It's a warrior's hand. Days blur together, but I remain vigilant. I change her bandages, apply healing salves, and whisper encouragement when nightmares plague her sleep. When she's lucid, I read to her from the old vrakken texts, sharing stories of our history and legends. Tell me about your childhood, she asks one evening, her voice stronger than it's been in days. I hesitate, then begin to speak. I tell her of the dark tunnels where I grew up, of the harsh training that forged me into a warrior. But I also share the moments of beauty, the bioluminescent caverns, the underground rivers that sang in the darkness. As I talk, I notice the tension leaving her body. Her breathing evens out, and she relaxes, like listening to me brings her comfort she needed. Thank you, she whispers, squeezing my hand. I bring her fingers to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. Rest now. I'll be here when you wake. And I am. Through fever spikes and pain-filled nights, I remain by her side. I've faced countless battles, but nothing has tested my strength like this vigil. Yet with each day, as color returns to her cheeks and strength to her limbs, I feel my own resolve growing. I love her. The realization doesn't come as a shock, but as a simple truth. As natural as breathing. As inevitable as the dawn. I barely notice Raziel enter the room, my eyes fixed on Eloen's sleeping form. Her chest rises and falls steadily, each breath a small victory. Aldrik, Raziel's voice is low, respectful of the quiet. I turn, acknowledging him with a nod. How is everything? Raziel has been keeping me up to date on the rest of the base, on my other warriors, so I don't have to leave Eloen. He moves closer, his wings folded neatly behind him. We've kept scouts posted by the portal. No more dark elves have come through. Good, I mutter, my attention already drifting back to Eloen. We dumped the bodies on the other side, Raziel continues. In Protheka, but far from our portal. They'll be found. A message. But hopefully not turning more toward us quite yet. I'll have to send scouts soon. I nod again, a grim satisfaction settling in my chest. Our battle was a success, but the cost. I look at Eloen, her face still pale but peaceful in sleep. Raziel's hand on my shoulder startles me. She's strong, Aldrik. She'll pull through. I meet his gaze, seeing understanding there. And if she doesn't? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. He shakes his head. She's a fighter. You have to believe in her. He shifts and then adds, I've been there. With Selena. Seen her hurt and thought she would never heal. It's painful. I can hear it in his voice. How did you get through it? He sighs, pulling up a chair beside me. It wasn't easy. Loving a human. It goes against everything we've been taught. I'm not blind to the fact that I can withstand anything and she cannot. But Celine... A smile touches his lips. She changed everything. She makes it worth it. So I clung to hope and prayed like I never have, because the other option, it wasn't one I would take. Eloen's different, I admit. She's not like anyone I've ever known. Raziel nods. I see the way you look at her. It's the same way I look at Celine. I run a hand through my shorn hair, frustration bubbling up. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I can't protect her? Aldric! Raziel's voice is firm. You can't protect her from everything. And she wouldn't want you to. She's a fighter just like you. I look at Eloen again, remembering her fierce determination in battle. Yeah, I say softly. She is. Raziel's words linger in my mind as he leaves. I settle back into my vigil, watching Eloen's chest rise and fall with each breath. The room grows darker as day turns to night, but I don't move to light a lamp. My eyes, accustomed to the years of darkness in our underground home, have no trouble seeing her. A soft knock at the door breaks the silence. Nikolai and Jessa enter, their faces etched with concern. "How is she?" Jessa asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I gesture for them to come closer. Stable. Her fever's down. No signs of infection. Nikolai nods, his eyes scanning Eloen's form. She's tough. I've seen her fight. Any news? I ask, realizing I should be more concerned about our defenses, our warriors. Nikolai has been working closer with the warriors in my absence, and it is important that I do not forget my men. The base is secure, Nikolai reports. Our warriors are healing quickly, some wounds, but nothing life-threatening. Jessa adds, no sign of retaliation from the Dark Elves. We're hoping it stays that way for a while. I nod, processing the information. It's good news, crucial even. But as I look back at Eloen, I realize something that shakes me to my core. The safety of our base, the state of our warriors. It's all secondary now. What matters most is right here, fighting for her life in this bed. Thank you, I say, my voice rougher than I intended, for everything. Jessa places a hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. We're here if you need anything. Both of you. As they leave, I'm left with the weight of this realization. My priorities have shifted, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. I've always put my duty first, but now... I lean forward, my elbows resting on my knees as I watch Eloen's still form. The room is quiet except for her soft breathing. My heart aches with a pain I've never felt before. Eloen, I whisper, taking her hand in mine. I don't know if you can hear me, but I need you to fight. I need you to come back to me. My thumb traces circles on her palm, memorizing every line and callus. I've been such a fool. I thought I knew everything about strength, about what it means to be a warrior. But you've shown me there's so much more. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. You're the strongest person I've ever met, Eloen. Not just in body, but in spirit. You faced so much pain, so much loss, and yet you still fight. You still hope. Emotions slam into me. I've spent so long ignoring them, so long burying them that I'm stunned with the wave of them. But I can no longer ignore them, not with the intensity they are coming. Battle is all I've ever known. To fight, to be a warrior. But the second that I saw her go down, I knew that none of it mattered. Nothing mattered more than her. And I can't shake that realization, just like I can't bring myself to leave her side. There's nothing on the planet or beyond that I want more than her. I want her as my mate, and I can't hold that in anymore. Deciding that Eloen needs to know this too, I lean closer to her. I love you, I confess, my voice breaking. I love you, and I'm terrified of losing you. Please, Eloen, please stay with me. I lean closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face. I promise, if you wake up, I'll tell you every day how much you mean to me. I'll show you every day how much I love you. Just please don't leave me. My words hang in the air, unanswered. But I keep holding her hand, hoping that somehow she can feel me here, waiting for her to come back to me.
Chapter 26. Eloen. I drift in a hazy sea of half-consciousness, sounds filtering in and out like waves lapping at the shore. My body aches, every muscle protesting as I try to force my body back to consciousness. But the searing agony that once consumed me has dulled to a persistent throb. It's almost bearable now, and I've decided that I can make do with that. I'm ready. I can feel it pounding through my body. Celine's voice cuts through the fog, her words a lifeline I cling to. Her tone is soft, soothing, and I strain to make out what she's saying. It's important, I know it is, but my mind feels sluggish and uncooperative. I try to open my eyes, to focus on her face, but my eyelids are too heavy. For now, I'm content to float in this strange limbo, tethered only by the sound of her voice. Her fever's broken, there's no signs of infection, nothing to worry about. She sounds like she is reassuring someone. She just needs rest now. Her body has been through a lot. The news washes over me, and I feel a flicker of hope ignite in my chest. I want to open my eyes, to tell them I'm here, but my body refuses to cooperate. Aldric's deep rumble follows, his concern evident even through my hazy consciousness. She should have woken up by now. It's been days of her drifting in and out, never staying fully coherent. The worry in his voice tugs at something inside me. Days? Have I really been out that long? I struggle to piece together fragmented memories, but they slip away like smoke. I try to focus, to push through the fog clouding my mind, but exhaustion pulls at me, trying to drag me back down into the depths of slumber. This time, I refuse to go. When Celine doesn't answer, he adds, "How much longer will her body need?" There's a bite to his words, but I know he isn't angry. He's worried. I've heard pieces of what he said, how he's begged me to come back. And if I were in his shoes, I'd feel the same. The concern in his voice tugs at something deep inside me, a warmth spreading through my chest despite the fog still clouding my mind. I force my heavy eyelids open, struggling against the weight that seems determined to keep them shut. I blink rapidly, trying to adjust to the sudden assault of light that floods my vision. The world swims into focus, blurry shapes slowly sharpening until I can make out Aldric's worried face as he looks at Celine. His silver eyes, usually so fierce and determined, are clouded with fear and something else I can't seem to place. It's an expression I've never seen on him before, and it makes my heart clench. "Impatient jerk," I croak, my voice rough from disuse. Aldric's eyes snap to me, relief flooding his features. He rushes to my side, his large hand engulfing mine. "Eloen," he breathes, squeezing my fingers gently. I try to sit up, but my muscles protest. Aldric's arm slides behind my shoulders, supporting me as I shift. "Easy there, Red," he murmurs, his touch surprisingly gentle for such a warrior. "How long?" I manage, my throat dry as sandpaper. Celine appears at my other side, offering a cup of water. "You've been in and out for a little over a week," she says, helping me take small sips. "We weren't sure." Her voice trails off, but I catch the worry in her eyes. I force a weak smile. Takes more than a few dark elves to keep me down. Aldric snorts, but I don't miss the way his jaw clenches. "You nearly died," he growls. If I hadn't gotten you back in time. But you did. I cut him off, meeting his intense gaze. Something flickers in those silver eyes, an emotion I can't quite name. I'm still here, Aldric, still fighting. Celine squeezes my hand gently. We're so glad you're okay, Eloen, she says softly. I'll leave you two alone for a bit. With a knowing smile, she slips out of the room, closing the door behind her. Aldric's eyes never leave my face. How are you feeling? He asks, his voice gruff but laced with concern. I take a deep breath, wincing slightly at the twinge in my ribs. Like I got stabbed in the side, I admit, and he glares at me. But I'm damn ready to get out of this bed. He raises an eyebrow. You sure about that? My body's stiff, but I'm a warrior, remember? I try to sit up straighter, ignoring the protest of my muscles. I need to move, to get my strength back. My muscles can't stand being locked up and stiff for this long. Aldric nods, a hint of pride in his eyes. That's the fighter I know. I hesitate for a moment, then ask the question that's been burning in my mind. Did we stop them? The dark elves? His face softens, and he nods. We did. No more have come through since the battle. You did good, Red. Relief washes over me like a tidal wave. I close my eyes for a moment, savouring the feeling. When I open them again, Aldric is watching me intently. Thank you, I whisper, not just for the news, but for everything, for saving me, for believing in me, for being here. I feel Aldric's strong arms wrap around me, lifting me effortlessly from the bed. He settles me in his lap, cradling me against his chest. His face buries into the crook of my neck, and I can feel his warm breath against my skin. I need this, he murmurs, his voice muffled and raw with emotion. I thought I'd lost you. I cling to him, my fingers digging into the hard muscles of his back. The strength of his embrace is grounding, chasing away the lingering fog in my mind. I breathe in his scent and feel myself relax into his arms. Eloen, he says, pulling back slightly to look at me. His silver eyes are intense, filled with an emotion I've never seen in them before. I love you. I've been such a fool trying to deny it, but I can't anymore. I love you. My heart soars at his words, and I reach up to cup his face in my hands. The roughness of his stubble scrapes against my palms. Aldric, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. That's what got me through this, the idea of coming back to you, of telling you how I feel. I pull his face down to mine, our foreheads touching. His warm breath fans across my face, and I breathe in his familiar scent. I love you, you stubborn, infuriating vrakken, I say, a small laugh escaping me despite the intensity of the moment. My fingers trace the strong line of his jaw, marvelling at how right this feels, how perfectly we fit together. I think I've loved you from the moment you first scowled at me, I admit softly, a smile tugging at my lips. I gaze into Aldric's silver eyes as his arms tighten around me, and I can feel the tension in his muscles, the way he's holding himself back. Eloen, he says, his voice low and intense. I can't bear the idea of ever being without you. I've always wanted you, always loved you. I just refuse to acknowledge what was always obvious. His silver eyes bore into mine, filled with an emotion I've never seen there before. My breath catches in my throat, my heart pounding so loudly I'm sure he can hear it. What was obvious? I whisper, hardly daring to hope, my fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. Aldric's hand comes up to cup my face, his touch impossibly gentle for someone so strong. His thumb traces my cheekbone, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. That you're meant to be my mate, he says, his voice filled with certainty and a hint of wonder. I could always feel it, feel we were meant to be together, even if I would ignore it. He leans closer, his forehead nearly touching mine. I was a fool to fight it for so long. My heart soars at his words, and I lean into his touch, savouring the warmth of his hand against my skin. What do you say, Red? Aldric smirks, his eyes never leaving mine. I can tell he's trying to lighten the mood, even though he's tense. His broad shoulders are rigid, and there's a flicker of uncertainty in his silver gaze. I'm asking you to be my mate, to officially become mine in front of the coven. Tears well up in my eyes, and I blink them back furiously, not wanting anything to blur my vision of this moment. My heart is pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it. Yes, I breathe, my voice thick with emotion. I reach up to cup his face, my fingers tracing the sharp line of his jaw. Yes, Aldric. I want to be your mate, more than anything. A rare, genuine smile breaks across Aldric's face, lighting up his eyes. It's a sight that never fails to take my breath away. He pulls me closer, one hand sliding to the small of my back, while the other tangles in my wild red hair. He presses his forehead against mine, and I can feel the warmth of his breath on my skin. I love you, Red, he murmurs, his voice low and husky. I love you too, you stubborn vrakken, I reply, my heart overflowing with joy. I pull him to me, closing the distance between us. Our lips meet in a kiss that's both tender and passionate, a promise of the future we'll build together.
Chapter 27. Aldrik. I watch Eloen's lithe form as she moves through the stretches, her muscles flexing with each controlled motion. The early morning light filters through the trees, casting a soft glow on her skin. She's come so far in just a few weeks, her determination never wavering. It was hard to keep her from diving into the sparring ring. We've been focusing on getting her body back to its best, but she's nearly there. There's no more pain. Her side is stitched together and healed. And I've never seen her look so happy. Like she's finally complete. It makes my heart soar. Keep that core tight, I instruct, circling her as she holds a plank position. You're starting to sag. Eloen grunts, readjusting her stance. Maybe if you weren't hovering like an oversized bird, I could concentrate. I smirk, admiring the fire in her eyes. Excuses, excuses, the enemy won't give you space to breathe. She drops to her knees, chest heaving. The enemy better watch out. I might just collapse on them. Up, I command, offering my hand. She takes it and I pull her to her feet. Time for some strength training. We move to the weights and I demonstrate proper form. Eloen mimics my form, her movements precise and controlled. Pride swells in my chest as I watch her progress. She would never back down, I know that. But still, sometimes it's hard to get up after battle. Eloen's dedication to healing her body has been admirable. Not bad for a human, I tease, adjusting her stance slightly. She rolls her eyes. Careful, Aldrik. Your compliments are getting out of hand. I chuckle, stepping back to observe. Don't let it go to your head. You've still got a long way to go. Eloen completes her set, a bead of sweat rolling down her temple. And you'll be there every step of the way, I'm sure. Lucky me. Someone's got to keep you in line, I retort. But there's no bite to my words. I'm beyond grateful she's here, alive and thriving. As we move through the exercises, I can't help but marvel at her resilience. She's pushing herself, but not recklessly. It's a delicate balance, one we've both had to learn. Hey, you arrogant jerk! Eloen's voice cuts through my thoughts. You're staring again. I blink, realizing I've been lost in my own head. Just making sure you don't slack off, I cover quickly. She snorts, unconvinced. Right, and I'm secretly a dark elf in disguise. If you were, I'd have to do this, I growl playfully, sweeping her into my arms. Eloen laughs, the sound warming me from the inside out. Put me down. I set her on her feet, my hands lingering on her waist. Ready for some sparring, Red? Her eyes light up with excitement. Thought you'd never ask. I watch Eloen closely as we spar, making sure not to push her too hard. Her movements are fluid, her strikes precise. She's regained most of her strength, but I'm still cautious. Getting slow in your old age? She taunts, dodging my half-hearted jab. I smirk. Just giving you a fighting chance, Red. After our light session, we hit the showers. The hot water soothes my muscles, but my mind races with anticipation. I've got plans for tonight. I wait outside Eloen's room, leaning against the wall with my wings tucked in tight. When she emerges, her damp hair framing her face, my breath catches. What's got you so worked up? She asks, eyeing me suspiciously. I take her hand, feeling the emotions I'm trying to bury start to come free. I want to take you somewhere special. Her eyebrows shoot up. Oh? And where might that be? Underground, I say, watching her reaction carefully. To see the council. Confusion flashes across her face. The council? Why? I take a deep breath. Because I want to mate with you officially, in the eyes of my people. They have to grant permission for it. I raise my eyebrows. As long as it's what you want. She throws her arms around my neck, laughing. Of course I do, you crazy jerk! Relief and joy flood through me as I hold her close. Then let's go make it official. Leading her outside, I guide Eloen through the shimmering portal, my hand firmly clasped around hers as I think of the underground caverns. As we emerge on the other side, I feel her grip tighten. The underground tunnels stretch before us, dark and cramped compared to the open spaces above. It's different down here, Eloen whispers, her eyes wide as she takes in our surroundings. I nod, understanding her awe. The magic feels more concentrated, more raw. We move through the winding passages, the walls pulsing with an ethereal energy, the crystals glowing. Eloen's fingers trace the rough stone, her touch reverent. It's alive, she breathes. While the above-ground bases may be in pulsating wild spots as well, the magic intense. It's different in these tunnels. Even I feel it. In a way, I agree, leading her deeper into the heart of our domain. As we approach the council chambers, I feel a flutter of nervousness in my chest. It's ridiculous. I've faced countless battles without flinching. But this matters more than any fight. The massive doors swing open, revealing the circular chamber beyond. At its center stands Brynda, the matriarch, her fiery hair a stark contrast to her pale skin. Aldrik, she greets, her eyes flickering to Eloen. You've brought a guest. I step forward, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Matriarch, I come before the council to request permission to take Eloen as my mate. A murmur ripples through the gathered council members. Brynda's gaze sharpens, assessing Eloen with newfound interest. The human who fought alongside our warriors, she muses. I mask my shock at her having known, but it shouldn't surprise me. The council must have scouts reporting back to them from every base. Your bravery in battle has not gone unnoticed, Eloen. Eloen stands tall beside me, her chin lifted in quiet defiance. I fight for what I believe in, matriarch. A smile tugs at Brynda's lips. Indeed. She turns to address the council. This human has proven her worth in combat, and her loyalty to our cause. I see no need for further trials. Relief washes over me as Brynda's words sink in. She turns back to us, her expression softening slightly, which is rare for our matriarch. Aldrik, Eloen, you have the council's blessing to mate. I stand at the center of the clearing with the altar behind me, dusk blending into night. It's been a week since I got the blessing from the council to mate, and once Jessa and Celine found out, they started planning. The base has been transformed, adorned with wildflowers and shimmering crystals. Our friends gather around, their faces beaming with joy. Raziel approaches, his presence commanding respect. He nods to me, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Are you ready, Aldrik?" I take a deep breath, steadying myself. More than ever. The crowd parts, and I catch my first glimpse of Eloen. My breath catches in my throat. She's radiant, her fiery hair adorned with delicate flowers. Jessa and Celine flank her, grinning proudly at their handiwork. As Eloen reaches me, I can't help but marvel at how far we've come. From reluctant allies to this moment, standing before our community, ready to bind our lives together. Raziel begins the ceremony, his voice resonating through the clearing. "We gather today to witness the union of Aldrik and Eloen, a bond so rare and honored by Akeldama and the First that we will celebrate for days to come." I grasp Eloen's hands in mine, feeling the warmth of her skin. Her green eyes sparkle with emotion, mirroring my own. "Aldrik," Raziel continues, "do you vow to stand by Eloen's side, in battle and in peace, to protect and cherish her for all your days?" "I do," I respond, my voice firm and clear. It's not the usual way of the vrakken, but I wanted to include a little of the human customs for Eloen. Raziel turns to Eloen. "And do you, Eloen, vow to stand by Aldric's side, to fight alongside him and support him through all challenges?" Eloen's grip tightens on my hands. "I do," she says, her voice unwavering. Raziel turns to me, telling me to vow to my mate and my people. Taking a deep breath, squeezing Eloen's hands, I start. "I, Aldrik, swear to respect you, safeguard you, and treasure you in this existence and all subsequent ones. I promise my everlasting allegiance, trust, and dedication to you exclusively, my partner, my beloved, my very lifeblood. Wherever you tread, I'll be right behind. Whatever struggles you face, I'll assist in shouldering. Should you stumble, I'll be there to support and raise you up. I'll serve as your weapon and defense against any danger. My essence is eternally and irreversibly linked to yours for all time." Eloen takes a deep breath before giving hers, tears shining in her eyes. I listen intently as Eloen speaks, my heart swelling with each word. "I, Eloen, offer you my gentle soul, my unwavering loyalty, my entire being until the cosmos itself dims. In moments of elation and anguish, fervor and hardship, I will stand unwaveringly beside you. Your aspirations I will embrace, your ambitions I will bolster, your worries I will alleviate. As one we will endure any tempest. You are my beacon even in the bleakest darkness. From this instant until time's end and beyond, I swear that my essence is forever bound to yours in adoration." Turning from Eloen, I look out to our coven, the warriors I have trained and the friends I have made. My wings unfurl slightly as I address them. My voice carries across the clearing, firm and resolute. To my brothers and sisters of the night, I renew my vow of fealty. I pledge to honor the old ways, serve the will of our elders, and defend this coven with my last breath if need be. My mate and I shall strive to bring further glory to our people. I feel Eloen's hand tighten in mine, her strength flowing through our touch. She steps forward, her chin lifted high as she addresses the coven. "To the coven that I'm now privileged to enter, I swear my allegiance and devotion. Your guidance shall be my compass. In battle, I'll stand ready. For my people, I will fight. Until my final breath, I commit to protecting and honoring the vrakken, Akeldama, and the First." Pride swells in my chest as I listen to Eloen's words. She stands tall, her voice unwavering as she makes her vows to our people. The gathered vrakken nod in approval, accepting her as one of their own. As Eloen and I finish our solemn pledges, I watch Raziel approach the sacred table and lift an elaborate knife of polished silver. The dancing flames of the candles cast an eerie glow, making the age-old symbols etched into its grip appear to twist and move of their own accord. Akaldama will now bless or reject your union, Raziel declares gravely. Give him the gift of your blood, and let him speak. I offer my left palm above the altar's stone bowl. In one swift movement, I slice the knife over my flesh. The burning pain barely registers as I watch scarlet droplets form and fall, staining the pristine liquid beneath. I watch intently as Eloen's gaze locks with mine, her resolve evident as Raziel presents the dagger. She inhales deeply, steeling herself. In one fluid, elegant motion, she draws the edge across her soft hand. I watch with bated breath as Eloen's blood joins mine in the sacred basin. The crimson drops fall, creating delicate ripples across the water's surface. My heart races as I observe the blood, waiting for a sign. To my amazement, our mingled blood doesn't sink. Instead, it swirls atop the water like tiny stars dancing in a midnight sky. The sight is mesmerizing, and excitement shoots through me. Raziel's voice breaks through the hushed silence, filled with reverence and joy. Akaldama has blessed these two! His hand rests upon each of our shoulders, a gesture of acceptance and unity. Aldric and Eloen, you are now mated before Akaldama the First and this coven. Relief and elation wash over me. I turn to Eloen, my mate, my love, my very heartbeat. Her eyes shine with unshed tears of happiness, mirroring my own emotions. Without hesitation, I pull her into my arms, our bodies fitting together perfectly. I pull Eloen close, my wings instinctively wrapping around her. My mate, I whisper, the words sending a thrill through me. She grins up at me, her eyes shining. My arrogant jerk of a mate, she teases, before pulling me down for a kiss. Our lips meet in a searing kiss, sealing our bond. As we embrace, our palms pressed together where our blood still mingles, forever entwining our fates. The cheers of our friends and fellow vrakken fade into the background as I lose myself in this moment with Eloen. When we finally part, I rest my forehead against hers, overwhelmed by the depth of my feelings for this remarkable woman. Now, it's time for the best part. Her eyebrows rise and a soft yelp escapes her as I sweep her into my arms. I chuckle as I carry her off to finish the mating bond.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the Orcs came over from Prothika, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 28. Eloen. Aldric carries me into my room, kicking the door shut behind him. The urgency in his step sends a thrill shooting through me. He sets me down on the edge of the bed, his eyes locked onto mine, a hunger burning within them that I've come to recognize. "I'm going to claim you, Eloen," he says, his voice a low growl that resonates in my core. "I'm going to make you my mate in every way." Anticipation builds through me, heightening the moment as he leans in, claiming my mouth with a deep, passionate kiss. His lips are fierce and demanding, igniting a fire within me that matches his own. I reach up, running my fingers through his short, dark hair, pulling him closer. He breaks away just long enough to whisper, "You're mine, Eloen. Now and always."
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, there guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. He scoops me up into his arms, laying me back while he grabs a cloth, and water he must have had the foresight to bring to the room earlier. The water is cool against my heated skin, a soothing balm to my aching muscles. Aldric washes me carefully, his hands surprisingly gentle as they glide over my body. I watch him through half-lidded eyes, too exhausted to move or speak. He notices my gaze, and a small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. What is it, Red? I shake my head slightly, a weak laugh escaping my lips. Just admiring the view. He chuckles, a low rumble that vibrates through me. You're insatiable, aren't you? I manage a shrug, a playful smirk on my face. Guess you bring it out in me. He leans in, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. Rest now. You've earned it. Aldric wipes himself off before discarding the cloth. Then he climbs in beside me, pulling me into the safety of his arms. My head rests on his chest, the steady beat of his heart lulling me into a state of deep relaxation. His fingers comb through my hair, a soothing rhythm that has my eyes drifting closed. The last thing I hear before sleep claims me is his whispered words. You're mine, Eloen. Always.
Chapter 29. Aldrik. I stand beside Eloen, my mate, as we face the gathered crowd. The base's common area buzzes with energy, laughter, and music. Raziel raises a glass, his wings spread wide in celebration. To Aldrik and Eloen, may their union bring strength to us all. The crowd echoes his toast, their voices a thunderous roar. I squeeze Eloen's hand, still marveling at how perfectly it fits in mine. Her green eyes sparkle as she beams up at me, her fiery hair cascading over her shoulders. Celine approaches, pulling Eloen into a tight embrace. I'm so happy for you both, she says, her voice thick with emotion. Jessa sidles up, a mischievous glint in her eye. So, Aldrik, ready to be whipped by our little Spitfire? I growl playfully. Watch it, Jessa. I'm still your commanding officer. She snorts, unimpressed. Sure, but we all know who's really in charge now. Eloen laughs, the sound music to my ears. Don't worry, I'll make sure he stays in line. I pull her close, nuzzling her neck. Is that so? She shivers against me, and I fight the urge to whisk her away from the celebration. We have duties to attend to first. Nikolai claps me on the back, nearly knocking me off balance. Congratulations, my friend. You found a worthy partner. I nod, pride swelling in my chest. That I have. Music starts up, distracting us, and I look up to see that the celebration has started, and it seems the entire base has come out to join. I can't remember the last time I saw the vrakken so alive. The normally stoic faces of my people are alight with joy, their laughter echoing through the cavern. The air thrums with energy, a stark contrast to the usual somber atmosphere of our underground home. Eloen tugs on my hand, pulling me towards the makeshift dance floor. Come on, you big brute. Show me what you've got. I quirk an eyebrow at her. Are you sure you can keep up? Her eyes flash with challenge. Try me. We move together, our bodies finding a natural rhythm. Eloen's grace surprises me. She's as fluid on the dance floor as she is in combat. Her hips sway to the beat, and I find myself mesmerized by her movements. You're staring, she teases. Can you blame me? I pull her closer, relishing the feel of her body against mine. We dance for what feels like hours lost in our own world. The music shifts from fast-paced to slow, intimate melodies. Eloen rests her head on my chest, and I breathe in her scent. "I never thought I'd see you like this," she murmurs. "Like what?" She looks up at me, her eyes twinkling. "Happy, relaxed. You're actually smiling, you know." I chuckle, realizing she's right. My cheeks almost hurt from the unfamiliar expression. "I suppose I have you to thank for that." As we continue to sway, I catch glimpses of our friends. Raziel and Celine are locked in an intimate embrace, while Nikolai twirls Jessa around, both of them laughing. The sight warms my heart. For the first time in centuries, I feel hope for our future. I savor every moment with Eloen, drinking in her radiant smile and the way her eyes light up as we dance. The weight of the coming war still presses on my mind, but for now I push it aside. I know I can't keep her from fighting. Her spirit is too fierce, too determined. But in this moment, I vow to protect her with everything I have. "What's going on in that brooding head of yours?" Eloen teases, poking my chest. I smirk, just thinking about how lucky I am. She rolls her eyes. "Careful, your ego might not fit through the door." "Good thing we're underground then," I quip back. Eloen laughs, the sound warming me from the inside out. She grabs my hand, pulling me towards where Jessa and Nikolai are engaged in some sort of drinking game. "Come on, let's show these two how it's done," she challenges. I raise an eyebrow. "You sure about that? Vrakken have a pretty high tolerance." She grins wickedly. "Try me." The next hour passes in a blur of laughter and friendly competition. Eloen surprises us all with her ability to hold her liquor, matching us drink for drink. Raziel has spirited blood for all of us, but Eloen is taking in the enhanced liquor faster than even me. Even Nikolai looks impressed. "Where'd you learn to drink like that?" Jessa asks, her words slightly slurred. Eloen winks. "A girl's gotta have some secrets." I pull her close, nuzzling her neck. "Care to share any of those secrets with your mate?" She shivers against me. "Maybe later if you're good." The night continues, filled with more dancing, games, and conversation. I find myself relaxing more than I have in centuries, surrounded by friends and the woman I love. For once, I allow myself to simply be in the moment, cherishing every second of joy and laughter. As the night winds down, I find myself swaying with Eloen in my arms. The crowd is thinned, leaving just a handful of revelers. Jessa and Nikolai approach us, their eyes bright with happiness and a touch of alcohol. "Congratulations again, you two," Jessa says, pulling Eloen into a tight hug. Nikolai claps me on the shoulder. "Take care of each other," he says, his voice gruff with emotion. I nod, watching as they make their way out of the cavern. Celine and Raziel are the last to leave, offering their own well wishes. "May your bond bring you strength and joy," Raziel says, his wings spread in blessing. As they depart, I'm struck by how lucky I am. Eloen looks up at me, her green eyes shining with love and trust. I can hardly believe this fierce, beautiful woman is now my mate. An idea strikes me. "I want to show you something special," I murmur, pulling her close. She raises an eyebrow. "Oh, what's that?" Instead of answering, I scoop her into my arms. She lets out a surprised yelp, clinging to me tightly. "Hold on," I warn, a grin spreading across my face. With a powerful beat of my wings, I launch us into the air. Eloen's arms tighten around my neck as we soar upward, dodging the trees. Her warmth against my chest is intoxicating, her trust in me absolute. We climb higher, the forest spreading out beneath us like a dark carpet. The sky begins to lighten, streaks of pink and orange painting the horizon. I angle us towards a tall pine, landing gracefully on a sturdy branch near the top. Eloen's breath catches as the sun crests the distant mountains, bathing everything in a golden glow. The world comes alive with color: emerald forests, sapphire lakes, and the glittering dew on leaves below us. "Oh, Aldric," she whispers, awe evident in her voice. "It's so beautiful." I wrap my arms around her from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder. "Not as beautiful as you?" She elbows me playfully. Smooth talker. We watch in comfortable silence as the sun climbs higher, warming our skin. Eloen leans back against me, completely at ease despite our precarious perch. "I love this," she says softly. "I could do this every morning." My heart swells at her words. I press a gentle kiss to her neck, savoring her shiver of pleasure. "Then I'll fly you up here every morning," I whisper against her skin.
Chapter 30. Cassius. I sprawl across a smooth stone ledge, my wings drooping lazily over the edge. Through the cavernous space echoes with the soft fluttering of other vrakken soaring overhead, their excitement a stark contrast to my utter disinterest. My muscles ache to stretch, to take flight and join them, but I can't muster the energy to care. Decades have passed since I last felt a flicker of enthusiasm for, well, anything. The Council's recent push to establish bases above ground holds no appeal. The very thought of the noise, the bustle, the sheer annoyance of it all makes me want to burrow deeper into these familiar tunnels. A group of younger vrakken swoop by, their laughter bouncing off the crystalline walls. One calls out, inviting me to join them. Fledglings and their endless energy. I don't even bother to lift my head, merely waving a dismissive hand. They quickly lose interest and zip away, leaving me to my solitude. I close my eyes, sinking into the cool stone beneath me. This is where I belong, where I've always been. The tunnels are quiet, predictable, free from the complications that seem to plague our kind on the surface. Here, I can simply exist, waiting out the endless march of time without having to engage with the world beyond. I need to feed soon, but the hunt has long since lost its luster. Even that fails to stir any real interest. I'll eat when I must, to keep my body from weakening. But the act holds no joy. It's merely another task to tick off in this monotonous existence. "Cassius," a young fledgling stops beside me. "The matriarch has requested you." I groan, knowing for the council I must get to my feet. I roll off the rock, my lithe body hitting the ground and standing in a single fluid motion, and start down the tunnel, leaving the fledgling behind. I saunter into the council room, wings tucked close to my body. The council members sit around their long table, faces grave. Brynda, our matriarch, stands at the head, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her pale skin. "Cassius," she says, her voice crisp. "We have a situation." I nod, keeping my face neutral. Another crisis. Another day. The cycle never ends. "You have been informed of the attacks on the above-ground bases?" she asks, and I nod. "We have determined that there is a dark elf general, Hodalo Valnu, who is responsible." Brynda continues. "We need you to handle him." I resist the urge to sigh. More espionage. More danger. What's the point? We've been fighting this war for centuries. "And why should I care?" I drawl, leaning against the wall. Brynda's green eyes narrow. "Because I'm telling you to." I level a look at her. "You have plenty of above-ground warriors." Brynda steps closer, her massive wings unfurling slightly. "I know you're our best, Cassius. We need you on this." I meet her gaze, seeing the intent hidden behind her stern facade. Part of me wants to walk away, to let them deal with their own problems. But another part, buried deep beneath layers of apathy, stirs. Fine, I say finally. What do you need me to do? I raise an eyebrow at Brinda's words. Attack Leandor? That's not our usual style. You want me to hit the Dark Elves where they live? I ask, my voice tinged with disbelief. That's a bold move, even for us. Brinda nods, her expression grim. We've been on the defensive for too long, Cassius. It's time we show them we're not to be trifled with. I push off the wall, pacing the room. The other council members watch me silently, their faces a mix of determination and anxiety. Leandor is heavily fortified, I point out. And Valnu's not an idiot. He'll be expecting retaliation. Which is why we need you, Brinda says. Your skills, your knowledge of their defenses, you're our best chance at success. I stop pacing, turning to face her. And what about the civilians? The families? Brinda's eyes harden. They've shown no mercy to our people. Why should we extend that courtesy to them? Her words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of countless losses. I feel the old anger stirring in my chest, memories of fallen comrades flashing through my mind. When do you want this done? I ask, my voice low. As soon as possible, Brinda replies. We can't give them time to strengthen their defenses further. When I don't answer, she adds, we all know that you are the best warrior. You're sneaky, smart, and have a sun glamour. An elder next to her mutters, not to mention you won't get attached. The matriarch glares at him, but I cut in. What does that mean? Brinda huffs before turning to me. You are apathetic. You know that. I can't help but smirk at Brinda's assessment. Sneaky, smart, and apathetic. You really know how to flatter a guy, matriarch. Brinda doesn't rise to my bait. Her green eyes bore into mine, unwavering. This isn't a joke, Cassius. We need someone who can get in, complete the mission, and get out without letting emotions cloud their judgment. I shrug, my wings rustling slightly with the movement. And you think I'm your vrakken? We know you are, she says, her tone leaving no room for argument. Your sun glamour is unparalleled. You can blend in seamlessly with the Dark Elves, and your detachment will be an asset. I consider her words, turning them over in my mind. It's true, I've never been one for getting caught up in the drama of it all. The war, the politics, the endless cycle of violence, it all seems so pointless. But maybe that's exactly why I'm suited for this. All right, I say finally, my voice flat. I'll do it. Not like I have anything better to do anyway. Brinda nods, a flicker of relief passing over her face. Good. We'll brief you on the details tomorrow. For now, get some rest. I turn to leave, but her voice stops me at the door. Cassius, she says, and I glance back over my shoulder. Be careful out there. I give her a sardonic smile. Aren't I always? As I walk out of the council room, I can't help but feel a tiny spark of something. Interest, anticipation, It's been a long time since I've felt anything close to excitement. Maybe this mission will provide a welcome distraction from the monotony of existence, or maybe it'll just be another pointless errand in an endless war. Either way, I will do what needs to be done. It's not like I have anything to lose.